Columbia Journalism Review has revealed that over 6,000 journalists, 700 independent newsrooms, and nearly 300 independent fact-checkers, journalism training organizations, and other media-focused NGOs have lost their funding due to Trump's gutting of USAID. But you want to know where else that chaos extends to? That's right here in West Africa. The NGO at the center of this is called the Center for Information Resilience, and it's a London-based NGO founded by two long-term employees of the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, Adam Rutland and Ross Burley. Cindy Otis, a former CIA analyst, also sits on the advisory board of this very non-governmental organization. And he received his funding from the FCDO and from USAID. A few weeks ago, it hosted a retreat involving a group of 10 Nigerian journalists at the famous Kempinski Hotel in Accra, Ghana. At the retreat, each journalist was given a copy of his Q3 2024 Adaptive Country Plan, which is basically a document that outlines which prominent West African voices that British intelligence approves of and which ones it views as threats. So what approved people and positions were to be defended according to this document? Civil society actors, Nigeria's president, Shell, Bill Gates, GMOs, vaccine. And who were the threats? Pan-African anti-GMO campaigners, anti-Bill Gates content, Twitter users who criticized Shell, Peter Obi, and of course, David Mbe. Now, each of the 10 journalists was subsequently dispatched to Nigeria with a mission: produce one story every quarter that smears the voices marked as threats, with accusations of being pro-Kremlin, Russian-sponsored, misinformation, or any other combination of this buzzword soup. Their compensation was set at £1,000 a quarter. In other words, British and US taxpayers have been funding hostile or intelligence operations targeting journalists and social media users in West Africa, using this toxic soup of shadowy, extremely governmental, non-governmental organization, and clandestine, unaccountable funding arrangements. As Donald Trump's war on USAID continues, it remains to be seen how far he would go in his mission to defund and rein in these out-of-control, unaccountable, secret state operations on both sides of the Atlantic.
Nigeria's president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is back in France again. Yes, this time it is a private visit. Now, the translation is that no cameras. No cameras. At this point, I have lost count of how many times he has been there. Nobody, I can't remember. I hope, P2B, please tell me you are keeping track. We are counting on you. Before jetting off, Tinubu received an apology letter from Lagos lawmakers for removing the State House of Assembly Speaker. Look at the headline. Mind you, this Speaker, Albasa of a guy, had been accused of corruption for years. But these lawmakers didn't check whether he had secret information on Alpha Beta or that mysterious camera that Fashola discovered. Remember at Lekki Toll Gate during the NSAS protest. Yes, they didn't check before impeaching the guy. Bad move. You can't do something like that. You have to check what he can say. Meanwhile, Tinubu also increased Nigeria's 2025 budget from 49 trillion to 54.2 trillion naira. Hey, just small change, only 5 trillion naira. You know, maybe the president needs to buy more jets, or he added new countries on the list of countries he needs to travel to. You know, maybe something like that. If you're wondering why we are increasing spending while we are borrowing a third of the budget, it's obvious that you don't understand projecting power. Hey, you have no idea. Take note from Donald Trump. He's projecting power. That's what Tinubu wants to do. Meanwhile, you all were busy debating Kanye West's wife's dress at the Grammy and whether Portable, with his wonderful voice, has not won the Grammy. And the other thing is, you guys were debating whether Very Dark Man should start bleaching his skin. While you are doing that, Nigeria's National Assembly, the people there were busy padding the budget. Yes! You want me to give you an example? Oh, yes, I'll give you one. A federal cooperative college in Oji River, Enugu State, nobody has ever heard the name, initially requested 12 billion naira in the budget. But the National Assembly, in their infinite wisdom, bumped it up to 103 billion naira. Now, that is more than 1/5 of the entire 500 billion naira allocated to all the 20 federal universities in Nigeria. Now, obviously, this unknown federal cooperative college must be doing some secret research. You know what I mean? Maybe they are building Nigeria's first nuclear weapon. It has to be something secret, something big. Otherwise, Africa, who did this to us?
Is USAID. When people hear the name USAID, they focus on aid. They focus on thinking like it's humanitarian work. But aid is not actually in the name of USAID. USAID stands for the United States Agency for International Development, not aid. It's not a charity. And international development is simply capacity building. It is local and regional capacity building done across the whole world, i.e. internationally. The primal id in USAID, international development, is about capacity building of assets that can be used by either the Pentagon, the State Department, or the CIA for their own activities. So if you're the Secretary of State and you were asked by the National Security Council or the President to do something in a different country, overthrow their government, stop the passage of a bill in a foreign country's legislature, how would you do that? And the first thing that I said is you would look at the assets that already exist in the country. Do we need new assets in addition to the ones that we currently have, or are the existing assets, can they achieve this simply by giving them enough money, giving them enough resources, giving them enough training, giving them enough support? One of the main ways that capacity building would be financed would be through USAID. USAID would say that it's doing something, funding a hospital system, funding universities, funding civil society organizations, funding media institutions, funding independent media in the region. Sorry, there's something in my eye. Independent media in the region on USAID payroll. And those institutions, those assets, would then be bigger and more powerful and more capable, more capable of serving the State Department's goal, aka advancing U.S. national interests. USAID has a bigger budget than the State Department, over $50 billion. It is a bigger budget than the CIA. The entire intelligence community only has about 72 billion. So that's the CIA plus the 16 others. And USAID has a bigger budget than the CIA and is almost the size of the entire intelligence community combined. That is how important USAID is to American statecraft. It is an intelligence community, a State Department, and a Pentagon assistance organization rolled into one. I just copied this from the USAID website. USAID carries out U.S. foreign policy, advances U.S. national interests by promoting broad-scale human progress. At the same time, it expands stable, free societies, creates markets and trade partners for the United States, and fosters goodwill abroad. The operative phrases here are carries out U.S. foreign policy. This is not charity work. This is not aid. This is cynical, self-serving purposes. And what is it seeking to do? Free societies, open societies. Why does USAID want other countries to be open societies? Because that's how you get the influence in. If a country is a closed society, they're closed off from USAID influence. We cannot capacity build our assets there. Closed societies box USAID out. China is a closed society. That is why we have not been able to topple the government of China, despite having tried for 100 years now almost. We have not been able to topple Putin from Russia. Why? Because Russia is a closed society. Like China, they kicked USAID out. It is not an open society. And so the USAID can't just take over their entire media ecosystem by funding 100 different media propaganda outlets in the region to sway hearts and minds. And remember, that's what this is. It's hearts and minds and cash. That's what soft power is. They call it hearts and minds work, but it's cash that does the moving of those hearts and minds, especially of the leaders of the movements.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope, you see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him to say, this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery. What's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
not
took my
going to
time
be
to
on the-
God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No,
Please,
I'm coming.
please.
I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me
You can
respond
speak
to
for
him.
anybody,
One
but
second
do not
there.
defend a character like Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No,
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before. My God.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
All right, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. I will be your host for the next 3 hours. I'll be guiding you through some of the topics we are going to discuss today. It's a beautiful day in New York. I hope wherever you're joining us, it's beautiful where you are. It's cold, but we are going to talk about issues in the news. And there are so many issues in today's news. First, we have to start with the president of Nigeria, Bola Tinubu. He jacked up Nigeria's 2025 budget from 49.7 trillion. He moved it up to 54.2 trillion, an addition of 5.43 trillion, 2 months into the fiscal year. Now, in another controversial move that has kept tongues wagging in Nigeria, President Bola Tinubu has also traveled to France for what is called a private visit. Now, that is something that is not very common in democracies around the world, and people are questioning why France all the time. We are going to talk about this and other stories in the news, including the proposed 31 new states that the House of Representatives, they are discussing, adding that to the current 36, we will get 67 states. So you can think about 67 states. That means 67 governors, 67 deputy governors, and then you have to give each state an airport, State House of Assembly. Unbelievable. And this is happening at a time when the states we have at this moment, most of them are not viable. They cannot really pay their workers without collecting money from Abuja. In America, we have a developing story every day, breaking news every day since Trump came in. This morning, there is a story that is of interest to Africans. We've been watching Trump relationship with South Africa degenerate. At this point, he just signed an executive order which says that South African whites are going to get a fast track refugee status so that they can come to America. Now, the issue is that the South African government, since democracy took root there in 1994, they've been trying to deal with the issue of land. And most of you may know that South African whites, they make up of the population. They're about 7% of the population. but they control over 72% of the land, of the farmland there. So every government in South Africa since Nelson Mandela, they've been trying to figure out how to handle that issue in a way that will be different from the way Zimbabwe did. And recently, the current president, Ramaphosa, started talking about what he might do. And Trump has been angry about that, withdraw all the aid to South Africa, threatened to impose sanctions. So today, he signed an executive order, which is saying that white South Africans will get express passage to come to America. So that's what's going on that part. And the final story I will mention before we go into our conversations, the story of the United States U.S. Agency for International Development. I've played a few videos for you. Elon Musk, most of you know, has been looking at efficiency within the U.S. government. When he got to that agency, he revealed a lot of things that have been going on there, including people who've been getting grants all over the world and what they've been using the money for. A lot of Americans were mad at what they were reading about their money, how their taxpayers' money is being spent by the agency. It's very important to have a conversation, put it in the context of what really is going on, because this is not something new. It's something the American government, they've been using for many, many years to influence countries around the world. But that has been something that is rattling a lot of people here in America and around the world. Most African countries are now complaining that some of the agencies they have and some of the money they were getting to do things like, treat people who have HIV, because they use some of the money to buy, I think that was when they froze the AIDS to other countries. But a lot of people are impacted by this across the world, and there have been so many reactions. So we are going to talk about that. And one last thing to mention, I think it was on Sunday, the Grammy Awards, Tems won for the best performing best African performer for the 2025 awards. So she won for her song "Love Me JJ, Love Me So." I don't know how to sing, but you guys, it was interesting because there were this issue. She defeated people like Wizkid and Burna Boy and even Chris Brown to win that award. So that's a great thing. All right, so we are going to go into the conversation. I'm counting on you guys to bring your wisdom, your knowledge, so that we can have a go on these topics. Again, thank you so much for joining us. Those on the comment section, I appreciate all of you. Right. Hello. How are you doing, everybody? KJ, welcome to the show. Hello. How are you doing, everybody? KJ, welcome to the show. KJ, can you hear me? All right. The flagship, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Rudolph. Oh, good afternoon. How are you?
Good. Nice to see you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Stay humble. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much. My light this time is misbehaving, so yeah.
All right. Remind me again, where are you joining us from? UK, is it?
Yeah, from the UK. Yeah.
From the UK. All right. Thank you. Man of Prestige, welcome to the show. Man of Prestige, can you hear me? All right. I don't think KJ and Man of Prestige can hear me. I
can hear you. Sorry.
You were watching. Yeah. You were watching something.
No. I'm good. Don't take me.
All right. All right. Let's see if KJ can hear us. KJ, can you hear me? All right. I think KJ is frozen. We are looking at a picture of KJ, not the real person. All right. So thank you so much for joining us. So I mentioned some stories in the news that I want us to consider. The way we do it is we are going to pick 3 topics, and in the next 2.5 hours, hopefully we'll be able to trash those 3 topics and then hand it over to the next person who will do the second part of the show. So, but just to make sure that we didn't miss something big, is there anything in the news that is very important that probably I didn't mention?
Well, Rudolph, I was going to mention that the Nigerian government just recently, I think this week, has indicated that they want to start putting toll gates on many of the roads in Nigeria. When the roads are unpliable, they are very bad in lots of road accidents. They've not been able to manage the viability of the Nigerian road, and yet they are talking about putting tolls on these roads for Nigerian commuters that are plying the road on a daily basis. In the meantime, they are having a plan to construct a Lagos-Calabar expressway for $15 trillion. That money could have been diverted to fixing these roads, and then if they want to toll the roads, that's fine. But putting tolls on those roads as bad as they are now and people dying on them, I think it's an unfair attempt at the Nigerian people who are today suffering as it is. So that's something I think should be mentioned and talked about because it affects the everyday Nigerian in Nigeria.
Thank you so much. I like that addition because people have been saying that at this point they're increasing tariff on everything, hiking the prices of things, and now you are trying to toll the
right
roads. So that's
and more tariff on electricity coming.
Yes,
60% or so.
All right, that's good. Thank you so much. Let's see, KJ, can you hear me? No, KJ can still not hear me. Chim, can you hear me? Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good day to everybody. Pleased to be here today. I guess the one story I saw is just early this morning. I don't know if it's a major thing for us to consider, is the purported plan by the IGP to secretly fly Omoyele Sowore from Lagos to Abuja for trial or some form of thing. I don't know how authentic it is because I saw it on Sahara's website. I haven't seen it anywhere else. So yeah,
that was on the 25th of January. It wasn't this.
Oh, okay. But I think just popped up on my listing recently today. I'm like, okay, all right. So my bad. Let's take that off. I'm okay with where we are right now.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. Let's go to Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige, welcome.
Yeah. Good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. In judging to what you have tabled already, so it's a very long episode we have to narrate on. There's something I needed to add when it comes to USA. Trump just got it at the Kennedy Center and make himself the chairman. This is a center that I have been appointing about 36 members from different presidents. So right now that has been disbanded. Trump, is going to be the chairman. So we have a dictatorship in this country. Yeah, that's what's going on. Maybe we can talk about Kemi Badenoch, about what she just said recently.
Yes.
About the immigration. So the British people here, they need to pay attention because this is what Trump started in his first term, and it's kind of it's kind of revolving all over Europe, and because he's catering to the Socialist Party, naive or whatever that guy. The recent poll that just came out, if an election is held today in British, that naive Farage, what is his name again? The Social Party.
Nigel.
Right, he's gonna win in British because he's just saying exactly the same thing. This lady said about how to cut immigration and something like that. Introduce what Trump is doing, even when father. So that's where we are right now. So that's why Kemi Badenoch is partnering to him. So let's see what happens.
All right, thank you, Man of Prestige. That's actually on our topic, one of the topics that we are going to discuss. Let's go to Stay Humble. Welcome to the show. Can you hear me?
So, okay, yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me as well?
Yes, good.
So thank you very much. Once again, I really appreciate the opportunity to, be among the elite. opinion.
You live in the UK. You are an elite. You can't live in the UK and you are not an elite.
So yes, because throughout the week we've been rubbing minds regarding all these developments across the world, in Africa especially. Things have been happening, and I will start with what's going on in South Africa because
No, we're not discussing the topics yet. We just want to know if there's anything important you wanted us to be aware of. It doesn't mean that we're going to discuss it, but just to mention it. People who are watching.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I think during the week there was a significant change in Nigeria's education.
Well, they just came
curriculum
up and
system.
said that they're not changing it yet. It's something they are going to be discussing. They've not put that in place. It's just an idea they put out.
Yeah, and then your brother, your dear brother, Shore, came up with his usual tantrums about P2B being sponsored by Obasanjo to enable a smoother Tinubu victory. I don't know if you heard of that and if we've discussed that. So yeah, I think it was one of the other things. I know you wouldn't want to discuss it, but it happened.
Why not? I mean, we come here and we talk about everything. No, there's something we don't discuss here.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, that's good. Thank you so much. Stay humble. Let's see if we can get KJ now. KJ, can you try and see? Can you hear me? Okay, good. Unmute yourself, KJ. KJ, you have to unmute yourself. KJ, you're an anchor. KJ, we can't hear you. Unmute yourself. I can't do it here, KJ. All right, KJ cannot hear me apparently, and I can unmute him. KJ, you're muted. So whenever you can fix that, we'll come back to you. Let's see. Chinwendu, welcome to the show. Chinwendu, welcome to the show. Chinwendu, welcome to the show. All right, so Chinwendu is not available. Okay, let's see. KJ, can you hear me?
What is going on? People are not unmuting themselves.
Yeah, I know Chinwendu is unmuted. It's not muted, but I can't hear him. KJ, let's try KJ again. KJ. All right, KJ is off. All right, let's pick a topic and start with one topic. I want us to start with what is happening between Trump and South Africa. And we can connect it to all the issues going on here in America, including the issue with the U.S. Agency for International Development. All right, so let me start with you. Stay humble. What do you make of the fact that white South Africans, based on the executive order signed by Trump, I think last night or this morning, we now have expressed paths to relocate to the United States to stay away from the land issue they have in South Africa?
Okay, so what's happening in South Africa, I think, speaks to the broader issues around neocolonialism, and other, sentiments. So put it that way. South Africa has been controlled. The economy, military, and some other sectors have been controlled over time by this white, this minority white population. And, with the assets that they have, they've been able to manipulate the blacks and other ethnic groups in South Africa as well. And some of these things that happen once in a while, these, what is it called again? This killing of the Africans in South Africa, xenophobia, some other things. When I was in school, I was taught that some of those things are engineered by, these white guys. And one thing stands out clearly, that white is white everywhere. White is white everywhere, and white has a common agenda. You understand? And that agenda is some kind of supremacy, if I'll put it that way, and to dominate and, to subjugate the other races. So what's happening in South Africa is not a surprise. They would eventually find a way of taking back what belongs to them, because 72% is an enormous percentage of resources, land resource, put it that way. So they will still find a way of taking it back, but the thing is that it will be difficult, really, because these countries have come to depend, especially their leaders or rulers depend on the West for some assistance, for some aids, and the rest of them. So I see this as an opportunity, really, for Africans large to divorce themselves from this chain, this marriage that's not working with the West, and begin to think deeply. Yeah, I see a large section of young Africans, who are really, really elite and really intelligent and willing to be on the forefront of liberation of Africa. Yeah, I think it's a matter of time, isn't it? The ruling class will put up a huge fight, but at the end of the day, little by little, the liberation will kick off, and these countries would be free from these puppets that have been installed by the whites.
All right.
So in Nigeria, I read something today that visa application, the US visa application, renewal of visa, that there used to be a column, a section online for people who wouldn't attend the interview or something. I'm not so conversant with the American visa renewal system, but that it's been made more difficult. So more difficult for the blacks, easier for the whites. Whatever is their plan, whatever they want to achieve by the white South Africans, having the express permit to go to the UK. I don't know, but at the end of the day, we should keep our ears on the ground, really, because these guys know how to scheme things, and before you know what's happening, they've swept us, under our feet. So, we need to be really, really vigilant.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Stay humble. Stay humble. If you can, when you go back and try to find a way to lighten up where you are.
I don't know what just happened. Bad luck today.
All right. Let's go to flagship. The flagship. You're muted, flagship.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Sorry about that. Thank you again, Rudolph, and good afternoon to everybody on the panel and those that are watching. Well, you see, with reference to Trump's executive order that he signed with based on the issue going on in South Africa, it's the Elon Musk effect that is taking place here. And in my own opinion, I think Elon Musk is running rampage right now. His $250 million that he donated to the Trump campaign is what he's using. Believe you me, and I would say this as a prediction, write it on the wall somewhere. Trump is going to dump him at some point. He's just doing the dirty job for him right now. And when he's done, he's going to let him off and move on to somebody else. We know that he's good at that. So in order to satisfy him, he would, of course, write an executive order to benefit the white people. And in my opinion, I think it's a welcome development. Let's see if the white folks in South Africa would take that offer and move to America and try to resettle. It should give the blacks over there the opportunity to begin to reclaim back their land at a large scale. So let the whites take this opportunity, come to America. Trump is already asking the non-Americans to leave and go back to their country. So I expect the whites to take that offer with Trump, but it's not going to last. They won't take it. I know that. And this Elon Musk effect is going to wear off at some point, and things will go back to normal when reality sets in. And maybe this should be maybe this should be a wake-up call for Africans. I think I see the good part in all of this. It's time for us to begin to start to take a look inward and begin to figure out how we can develop ourselves and get us out of the mess that we are, where the rest of the world see us as below third class in the world. So why they push us out of their country, or try to push us out at least, I think Kemi Badenoch is talking about the same thing in the UK if she decides to, well, rather, if she makes it into office. I know that's a topic we're going to be talking about. But Africans, it's time to start to look inwards and begin to figure out ways to start to strengthen our weaknesses and figure a way out to get ourselves to be what we are in these Western countries where we are. If we all begin to go back and start to rethink strategies and opportunities, create them back home, I believe a lot of us will pack up and go back to where we're from. So I see the good side in all of this. If Trump says all whites should move from South Africa to the US, let them do so. And let all the South Africans that are being marginalized go over and take their land. And hopefully Africa becomes strengthened. And I'll end with this. Those of us who are here in the West, Africans, let's do what the Chinese did. You know, the Chinese were not ingenuous in their own way to get to where they are now. What they did was they learned these technologies, these methods from the Western world, took it back home, and today China is number one in the world. Take it or leave it. So I think that we have to get to that point where we learn here, those of us Africans in the diaspora, the procedures, the strategies, the principles, what make things work in whatever sector we find ourselves. And then let's go back home and put it to practice. That's the one way we can build our continent and make it the joy of the world today, that has put China on top, that they hold manufacturing, and no country in the world is able to challenge them right now in terms of manufacturing and production. Hopefully we'll get to that point where we get our minds to start to think in that direction. And maybe someday we'll get out of these harassments that we face in whatever countries we find ourselves. Thank you.
Flagship, let me ask you before you go, do you think that there were people who were warning that behind the move, Trump's rise and everything, that there are issues with race, looking at his history, both as a businessman in New York? And are you thinking that what is going on now, because you kind of made it look like it's Elon Musk that is pushing this, especially the issue with South Africa and the approach to South Africa. If you look at his history dealing with South Africa, even during his first term, it wasn't a new thing. Elon Musk was not with him during the first time. And in the Project 2025, they actually pointed out in that book that South Africa will have to choose whether it wants to be with China and Russia or with America. And that if they decide to go with China and America and Russia, that they will pay a price.
Again, you know, when I say Elon Musk rampage in the White House today, it's the favor that Elon Musk granted Trump when he was campaigning that he's cashing in on now. So it's not that he's the one pushing it, but he's from South Africa. I mean, you can't look farther than that he's on holy romance with Trump now that he's in office, and Trump is just making this swoop in this executive order on South Africa. Is out of the ordinary because he cares so much about the white people there. Yes, race will play a part in it. We all know that. We can't deny it, you know, but it is what it is. That Elon Musk there is speaking into his ears directly. And if he says, this is going on in South Africa, I want you to do something about it, he will do it. And again, it's not, look at Congo. They talk to Trump about Congo. The situation in the Congo right now is worse than what's going on in South Africa. But he chose not to respond. He put that in the back burner and said he's not going to talk about that now. He will get to it when he gets to it. But for South Africa, he's quick to sign an executive order. So it couldn't be far from Elon Musk being by his side, both in Mar-a-Lago and in the White House.
All right. Thank you so much, the flagship. Let's go to Chim. Chim, South Africa and the U.S. Agency for International Development. And you can pick on any of those or two of them. You can talk about what's going on there.
Okay, thanks for having me, and compliments to everybody. So, of course, we all know that politics is an issue of interest. People, nations, individuals, you pursue policies that you think favors you or inimical to your life or interest, as it were. On a personal African level, it's true that the South African government is taking, the ANC-led government of South Africa is taking, is a bold one that's supposed to be beneficial to their people. But I want us to pause and ask ourselves, this is not the first time we're seeing land appropriation issues. So somebody is disturbing.
Yeah, I'm trying to mute everybody. I don't know. I think it's man of prestige.
So I think the issue is an issue of the South Africans really prepared. This is not the first time. This is a second major time we're seeing this happening in Southern Africa. It happened in Zimbabwe. This is something that the former Mugabe campaigned on when he was seeking to be the leader of, when he was even still a freedom fighter and all that. But as soon as he became, first and foremost, he became prime minister. Remember, he was prime minister and there was another person who was president. And then we all know, for those of us who followed the history of Rhodesia, we know what eventually happened. And then he became a president and became a dictator. It was only when he began to not find favor with his Zimbabwean citizens, that was when he began to do the land appropriation. And Zimbabweans were not ready. People were not skilled. You were taking farmlands, and I'm not saying it should have been left in the hands of the white people. I want us to understand, have perspective. You were taking land from people who were using it productively, who were farming with it, supplying, providing agricultural, Zimbabwe was an agricultural hub for the West. The Nestle's of this world, the Lever Brothers of this world, name them, all the major companies who depend on raw materials from agriculture were dependent on Zimbabwe. And then as soon as he became a dictator, was no longer leading with the focus of the people, that was when he now decided to do that policy. If you have listened to Julius Malema, Malema has been pushing for this policy for a pretty long time. But the same Ramaphosa-led ANC has been refusing. In fact, they've been aligning with their Indian population, given there's a particular big Indian family name in South Africa. I can't remember their name now. They've been favoring those people. What suddenly changed? Elections are coming in South Africa not too far away soon. And this is one of the talking points, things that these guys want to use to appease the populace, to say we're in alignment with you. I don't know how Elon Musk comes into it. I'm not saying he might not have a behind-the-scene influence in the policies that the US is pushing. But I think South Africa is suffering more from last year's decision to support the Palestinians over Israel than this land matter. So it's a good one. I don't know to what extent they're able to fight it. But I'm going to end that issue by asking, is South Africa really ready? Have they really empowered their Black population? I know they had a Black empowerment program in South Africa that was encouraging Black South African entrepreneurs to go into businesses, own mines and all those. I don't know to what extent the Black South Africans are really ready to collect land, because these Black Zimbabweans took the land and haven't been able to do anything with it. But again, before I get misunderstood, because people don't seem to differentiate policy and individual conversations. My point is, Africans need to take their land. But when it comes to productivity of that land, are the Africans really ready? Do you have the skills? Do you have the mechanized ability to be able to utilize that land on the large scale that those white South Africans have used it to, to become a chain of production for South Africa? Remember, in the entire sub-Saharan Africa, South Africa is the only place where you have manufacturing of vehicles going on. You don't see Mercedes-Benz coming to Nigeria to come and set up a production plant, but they're in South Africa. You don't see, name any of the other vehicle brands, but they go to South Africa. And there's a reason why they go to those places. So if South African government is ready, if the black population is ready, then whatever sanctions Trump puts on them or does not put on them is just going to be for a short period. If they're really ready, they will rebound from it eventually. I see opportunity in all of these things. I see opportunity in United States stopping aid to African nations. So listen, let's bring it down home to individual level. I am paying my children's school fees. And then Rudolph wants me to pay his own children's school fees. And then KJ wants me to pay his children's school fees. If I'm going to be paying your school fees, then I'm going to pull some strings. But if I decide to say, KJ, go and take care of yourself, then KJ owes me nothing anymore. KJ can go to the Council of Elders and we're sitting and discussing and vote against me because he owes me nothing. So I see this opportunity as an era where African leaders, if they are really thinking, will extricate our nations from the influences of this Western nation. I don't believe in free lunch. I don't go begging anybody for any free lunch. But I try not to be old to owe anybody any favors, because so that when I'm speaking or doing anything, I can do it consciously from my conscience. I owe you nothing. But when you're owing someone something, then the person can dictate to you how they want you to behave. And that's what you said used to be in the hand of the US when it comes to aid. So let's begin to open our eyes and see opportunities in some of those things.
All right. Thank you, Chim. Let's try KJ again and see if we can get him to speak. KJ, welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages, and everyone present in the panel and those on the keyboard, aka keyboard warriors. Yes, and I thank you, Dr. Damages. I just want to chip my little into what Chim has just said. You see, the truth of the matter is that it should be better for us if we are people who want to move forward, whatever the politics of the West is now. And so Africa has to come to a place where we have to act as a united front. It's no longer going to be individuals, but even let's drive it home. If we are, just like we said, the giant of Africa, and maybe let me not even put giant of Africa, the giant of West Africa, we should be able to marshal the kind of strength that America is marshalling around some portion of the earth in West Africa. We should at least be able to have influence over Benin, over Cameroon, over Niger, over Burkina Faso, over Sudan, over Mali, over Senegal, over Gambia, over Senegambia, over what's it called? Ivory Coast. We should be able to have that these people, do what we want. That's why we should know what our foreign policy should be. Be able to, just like, you see, if you notice what this guy is doing, he's putting their strength behind their word, behind what they want to do. He's saying to us, we are done giving you free meal. You and I know that there's no free cheese in America. That's your saying. It's not me who invented it. So if they have decided now to say, these people are not representing us the way we want to, we now want to break down these agencies, I, for an African, should be happy about it. Because all of those agencies, having been someone who worked in an NGO setting for a long time, I know how those things operate. I can tell you for free that some of those agencies that you know very well don't really do much for Africa. They raise the money in Africa. And let me not say Africa. They raise the money in Nigeria, and they spend 40% in Nigeria and West Africa. The other 60% goes somewhere else. I'm not going to go towards that, but I'll leave it at that. So you know that if they are now saying these agencies have been the one trying to destabilize and do all kinds of things, and now we have said to say We no longer want to finance these agencies. We no longer want to take part in this. We should celebrate it. We should be thanking him and say, hey, thank God we just woken up now. What then do we do now? It is time now for us to go back inward, sit down, look at what we can project to the world. What is our comparative advantage? Okay, and then use it as a bargaining chip. I keep saying this thing. We use that as a bargaining chip to say, okay, even us, this is what we are saying. This is what we want to achieve. And this is how we have to go about it. If you have to do business with us, this is the way we're going to do it. We cannot continue to accept whatever is thrown at us. We are no longer beggars. We shouldn't be begging. We should say, okay, you have done this, is good. This is also our own, and just like he's talking about, if we narrow down in Southern Africa, even those in Southern Africa have a bargaining chip. Okay, you guys have been blessed, so it's a mix, color. So you can equally say, okay, we know that these people are from so and so. You already know the history. I don't want to reiterate it here. So with that, you can go also to bargain. It's all about bargaining, and let's put the pressure on everybody who is doing business in Africa and make sure that we get the best, whichever way, head or tail, we win. That's the way I want to see Africa go forward in this. And it's not going to be one country going after the rest of the world. It's going to be collectively if we have to make a difference in the bargaining table. Thank you.
All right, thank you, KJ. Let me go to Jide. Now, if I miss you, because this is a new system for us, I don't know how things are moving, and if I miss you for any reason, I will come back to you. Jide, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rudolph, for having me. Thank you. Good to see you again.
Yeah,
hi, everyone.
It's supposed to be me. What are you doing, Dr.
All right, I'll come to you. Bear with me. I'll come to you. I told you that it's a new system, so probably I missed. I'll come to you next. All right, Jide, go ahead. Jide, I want you to address this from a different angle. So if you listen to what KJ said, KJ was talking about, that it's a positive thing that they will probably close down the USAID, and that would be a good thing for Africa. But if you remember that when the diplomatic cables, when it was leaked by Chelsea Manning, I believe, man of prestige, please, can you mute? Yeah, when the diplomatic cable was leaked, and we had we saw things that most people didn't know the details of what was going on. And at the end, it doesn't mean they are not collecting information as they were before. It's just that most likely they are doing it in a different way that it won't leak. So I'm not thinking that the US is going to say, okay, we close down the USAID, and then that 70-something billion is still going to be put in that, because they use it in many ways. It's actually their soft power. It's actually their carrot. So it's not going to really change. It's just that they'll find a different way. So go ahead and weigh in.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll buffer a lot on that. So this war is going on, right? It's a very Donald Trump administration is like a show. So, that man is just a showman. So what's going on right now is I'll look at it from an ideological perspective. You have the liberal angle, which is the Democrats, and you have the Republicans, which they lean towards white nationalism and far-right economic ideals and stuff. So if you look at those two sides, you will see that under the Democrats, they tend to aggressively enforce NGOs to carry out, not it's both political parties, but more with the Democrats. They tend to use a lot of these non-governmental organizations, not just NGOs. There are so many other, not just USAID. There are so many other NGOs as well. They are coordinated under what we call the NED, the National Endowment for Democracy. NED funding. So it's a network. So they are in so many parts of the world. They provide charity, a lot. In fact, in Africa, they provide a lot of goodwill for African disabled people, oppressed people, children and stuff. So I can say, okay, that's a good part. Now, talking about what you said earlier, what a lot of these NGOs, what they do is they are coordinated to cause regime change operations in so many parts of the world for leaders that the US government do not like, or the Western powers do not like. So they fund billions of dollars into a lot of these NGOs to cause regime change operations. And it has been going on for years. In fact, if you look at the Cold War, a lot of these NGOs operated to cause a lot of destabilization in so many parts of the world that were trying to achieve sovereignty, or they were trying to align with the communists or the Soviet Union. You know, we know the story of Afghanistan, Libya. These NGOs are linked to it. Even Ukraine, if you look at the Ukraine saga going on right now, it is these NGOs that are responsible, and it is now out in the open. You know, it's now leaked out there. What you have now is, before Donald Trump actually came to power, these NGOs are no longer serving its primary purpose for Western government, particularly the US. Now, let me explain further. They've tried regime change operations since the pandemic time in Belarus. It failed. They tried it in Georgia. It failed. They tried it in Iran. It failed. They tried it in some other few countries too. Maybe, okay, it worked in Bangladesh. But in most parts of in a lot of places that they've been trying it now, it is no longer working. So now they're trying to do things differently. Also, there is also the ideological perspective, like I mentioned. Under Donald Trump, you know, Donald Trump is now fighting back because a lot of things that happened to him, the Russiagate scandal and all the other issues that happened when he was not in power, the allegations against him, they were also connected to a lot of these NGOs, because these NGOs, they fund a lot of mainstream media. We know this mainstream media, BBC, CNN, Fox News, they fund a lot of this mainstream media. And this mainstream media, what a lot of these agencies they do is they help constructively criticize Donald Trump and, you know, destroy Donald Trump's reputation, because they're coming from a liberal perspective. And this liberal perspective, they tend to want to lean towards an anti-Trump sentiment. And he is aware of that. So the first reason why he needs to weaken and reform that organization is he needs to regain back his image and weaken that institution and reform it so as to channel it away from destroying his reputation and the people that are connected to him and the Russiagate scandal. Now, I'm not saying the Russiagate scandal is true. It is definitely a propaganda machine, just full of lies that is linked to Putin and all that. That's the first reason. The second reason is from the ideological perspective I mentioned earlier. The Republicans have this neoliberal way of thinking, and they are white nationalists, like I said. USAID seems to propagate integration. They tend to propagate the idea of racism, inequality. It's also linked to the DE&I scandal going on as well. So what they're trying to do now is they need to reform the organization to move away from that narrative too. Part of that is also linked to that DE&I cost, to completely reform it, to remove itself from the DE&I platform and the charity that it is providing, so that it will be more accountable, and also to make it to be more privatized, to remove it from public funding, so that it is now going to be more hidden. That's the second reason. The third reason is, like I said earlier, when you are doing something, the same thing 1 million times and it is not working, you do it differently. So now they are trying to reform. They are realizing that the empire is declining. So they need to use a new strategy to cause regime change operations that will now be successful. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jide, for that intake. Let me go to Man of Prestige. And Man of Prestige, can you hear me?
Thank you very much. Good morning, good evening, everybody. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
So let me start from, I think, I agree with some of what Kim said. Kim has narrated the historical point of view when it comes to this South African matter. So I'm not going to go in depth about what he said. I think the question here is, why South Africa, when it's supposed to be make America great again? It's supposed to be about America. Donald Trump doesn't care for Africa. Look at what's going on in Congo. In the last 15 years, there have been 5.4 million people died, which is the worst after the Second World War. Go and look at it. 15 years, 5.4 million have died. When they brought her to Trump, he didn't care. He said, okay, we look into it, but he doesn't care. But when it comes to South Africa matter, that's the question. Why South Africa? He only care about America. It's only about America. And people here said, maybe when Trump come in, he's going to come rescue Africa or whatever. Okay, I'll let you buy it. If any of you has a buyer remorse or whatever, we see what happened from there. But anyway, going to this South Africa matter, I think it's more than what we are looking at. This is being piloted by Elon Musk. I think somebody said, was it flagship said about 250 million? No, it's about about 300 million. That's how much Elon Musk donated to him. Not only him, there's another guy from South Africa. His name is Peter Thiel. All billionaires. He's originally from South Africa. And another guy, David Stas, he's originally from South Africa. So these people, they want to take their, they want to implement, if they have the opportunity, they want to implement South Africa back. What people don't realize, Elon Musk's father still lives in South Africa. He's one of the originality of apartheid. He always talk about apartheid. So this is what Elon Musk is piloting. He contribute money to somebody like the particular party. You're going to try to read the reward. These three people I've just mentioned to you. That's why that's why Donald Trump was saying that it's human violation. He's going to deal with them. And it's exactly what he did. And I think this morning, it's what he did already this morning. So the story is still unfolding. It's all about South Africa, white people. You want to invite them here? Okay, that's good. And and leave the land to South Africa. There's one thing we are missing. I think I blame Nelson Mandela. When he came in, he should have addressed this issue. But that's the only area that I thought he was one of the greatest presidents, in my opinion. But he didn't address the issue of land. He just let it, let the white people or whatever, they didn't try to, address the issue whereby it would be amicable, the black people that originally own the land, if they can have it. If you look at what's going on right now, there's no reverse apartheid. The white people that was there before, so none of them is poor. The three poorest cities in South Africa, about 90% of them, they are all black people. Go and look South Africa, So if all these white people leave, what's going to become South Africa? They are the one that is, keeping South Africa where it's supposed to be. This is something that was built earlier, people don't realize. And all this thing, Trump, what he's doing in America, people are going to like it. Let me tell you what's happening, Dr. Rudolph. I just came from Florida, and I have family in Florida, so I do travel for business and everything. Ron DeSantis is trying to be in the next MAGA. After Trump leave in 2028, he wants to take over. So he has taken this immigration to a different level. Because he thinks Trump immigration law is a watered down. So he has taken it to a different level. People living in Florida, if you are here, you're listening, the people in the chat. If you are going over there, make sure you have your passport or you have your green card. Because Ron DeSantis just passed something. He's training people right now to what they call stop and start. It doesn't matter if you look black or whatever, they're going to stop and start you. I mean, that may nothing may happen to you in the long run, but they're going to detain you. Who wants to go through the hurdle? Like me right now, if I'm living from California, I have to go with my passport because, I might be detained, So he's training a lot of people. And one more thing he did, if you have a green card, you're in Florida, you're supposed to be there for about a year, then you become a resident. But he said people with green card will not attend school as in-state anymore. They have to attend school as out of state, which you have to have about 3 or 4 times out of state. That's what he's doing. But he's having a problem with the Congress there because the Congress are opposing him. They want, they say they are the one that has to implement that law. So he said when they pass it, he's going to veto it. So he's going to be the next MAGA. That's what he's striving for. So people here, that are supporting Trump or whatever, he's our president. But I see a Kenya here smiling. I hope you're back here, But Dr. Rudolph, what's going to happen? This just started by Trump. Other states is going to emulate him. If they see you, they have a right to stop you and detain you, unless you have your passport. I mean, who will be carrying their passport all over the place? And so like me, if I go to Florida next week, I have to go with my passport. So, which is very inconvenient. I thought my decision is enough. So that's the problem we are having. We see where Trump's, where Trump set us to be. We hope, a lot of you don't have a bio remorse, what's going on in this country. I mean, he has got it. Oh, one more thing. He has got the Kennedy, Center. He's going to be the chairman as of yesterday. He's the chairman of Kennedy Center. I mean, what are we having in this country? Is it an authoritative? And you have some people here, they come here, Trump. I'm going to see in about a year or 2 years if any of you is going to be rich. Or people like Kennedy is going to be buying olive oil. Kennedy, how much are you buying olive oil today? You said you were buying olive oil that was costing $3, $25. I hope you are buying it $3 today. Look at the price of egg.
Man of Prestige, thank you. Thank you so
what you
much.
want.
Thank you. We are going to get to Kene very soon. Let's welcome Ike. Ike, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Happy Saturday to every one of us. I want to start with the issue of South Africa. You see, the thing is that is what you buy is what you get, right? But the question should be, will your illegitimate president in Nigeria be bold enough to speak the way the president of South Africa spoke? That's another question. Will he be bold enough to speak the way he spoke? He wouldn't, because they have his file. They can't say nothing. So the issue of the land in South Africa, we all know the story in South Africa about the lands. But no Igbo man here can tell me that I will decide for you what you want to do with your land. The land, the so-called land we are talking about inside, you don't tell me what I have to do with my land. If I decide to live it for 100 years without doing anything on it, it's my land. So I don't see anything wrong what the president of South Africa is doing. The land that the white people took over in South Africa does not belong to them. It belongs to the black people. So if they take their land, decide they're not going to do anything with it, what's wrong with that? I don't have any problem if they don't do anything with the land. It doesn't concern America. It doesn't concern Trump. It's not his business. So I think that the issue of the land is...
Hold on. Do you understand that the people that took this land, that most of them happened about 300 and 400 years ago, a long time ago. So it's not like you can pinpoint and say these current people were the people who did.
Yes, I know. It's a generational thing. I know. But still, the land doesn't belong to them. Is the point. I know. It's not something of yesterday. So what Man of Prestige was saying about Elon Musk and his group that are citizens of South Africa, that are Americans today. It is what politics is all about. You know, you give me, I give you. Whatever they have to agree on something. Is what is happening in the country called Nigeria. The people that are governing Nigeria, is there any of them that has their profession? Do they know what they are doing? It is professional. It is political settlement. You give them, they give you back. That's what is it all about. So America, you people that live in America should not be surprised about Elon Musk, because this is what you are. That's why I say what you buy is what you get. So whatever that is happening to you there now, you have to endure that. But my point is that for Trump to be talking about South Africa, where somebody mentioned about what is going on in Congo and some other African countries where we need help, but he's not telling you that he's going to quicken the refugee status of South African white if they want to come to the state. And they don't know that immigration is going on is the same thing. The issue of the white people are afraid that the color people are taking over America. So it's still the same thing. So all of you that live there, deal with it. It's not my problem. I don't care what happened to any of you in the US. It's not my business. My business is that when you try to do it in Africa, like I'm trying to do it in South Africa right now, the question is how many African presidents he can stand up the way the man spoke, because your president cannot say that. You can never have the liver to say what the South African president said, because he's an illegitimate president, because he has a lot of criminal records. He doesn't have any credibility. He cannot stand out for anybody. So that's the point. So for you that live in America, deal with it.
All right. Thank you, Ike. Let's go to Kene, who is a Trump supporter. Kene, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Good day, everyone. My brother, Man of Prestige, I greet you, sir. Oga KJ, Mr. Flagship, I greet everyone. Oga Okay, Canada, I greet you, sir. Jide made me to call him because he was saying a lot of things that made sense. And though I disagree with few,
thank you.
You know, My question is, why must a Nigerian be fighting for South Africa, or even indulging yourself with something that concerns South Africa? South Africa is a country that we've sacrificed for, and yet till today we've not received a thank you note from South Africa. The only thing that we receive from South Africa is xenophobic attack on our people, and no compensation has been given to any of the victims till today. So in other sense, I think the government of South Africa is in support of the xenophobic attack on Nigerians. It has been a series of attacks, and nothing has been done about it. So I don't think I don't want to use sane person from Nigeria should be talking about South Africa. Let whatever that comes to South Africa goes to South Africa. But when it comes to the claim that South Africa has the right to revoke, the black South Africans, because whether you like it or not, you still have white South Africans. It has come to stay. Nobody can change that. So if South Africa should have the right to revoke, the black South Africans should revoke, to revoke their land. How about encouraging the American Indians to say, you know what, all you foreigners, including Donald Trump, you have to leave. We are taking our land back. We want to revoke, take our land back. So it doesn't work that way. The land is gone. It's gone. Whomever that owns it, it belongs to the person right now. So we should all should forget about that. My brother, man of prestige, said that Donald Trump doesn't care about Africa. Why will he care about Africa? What is his business with Africa? He said it's MAGA. The meaning of MAGA is make America great again, not make Africa great again. Can't we get that? He's the president of America, not the president of Africa, not the president of the world. He's just the president of Africa. While he was out of office, when we have the likes of Obama, Biden, and all that, there are wars everywhere, Africans being instigated to kill themselves, using the same USAID and all those agencies, to cause war in Africa. But whenever you have Trump says he has no business with all this. The only business he has is to cut whatever support that this country is rendering to causing the war, whatever any form of support or any form of aid that triggers that war that you are experiencing in Africa or third world country. Trump, what he does is to cut them off, and the war will end naturally. So if you're talking about if he doesn't care for Africa, indeed he does. He cares for Africa. And that is why whenever he's in office, you don't hear about all those wars. And for the USAID or whatever they call themselves, I think it's even coming rather too late. He should have cut that from the A straight, because it has no impact. Impact negatively on Africa. Because during the Biafran-Nigerian war, the same USAID was used against my people. The same USAID was used against Biafrans, and we had over 3 million Biafrans killed, being supported by this USAID. So cutting them off right now is a good thing for me. After all, none of us here, none of our family members have benefited from whatever nonsense aid that they claim that they are giving to Africa. In actual sense, they are not giving us any aid. I think I've said it on this platform before. They are rather stealing from Africa. They will come in the name of giving aid while they are stealing. And the gullible, clueless Americans, the white Americans especially, and even the black Americans, will be under their behind their keyboard with their burger and cheese, talking nonsense that, oh, Africa is poor, we are giving to Africa. You are not giving us anything. We are richer than you. Africa is richer than you are useless America. We are richer than you. Are not giving us anything. Your people are just lying to you using that name. What they call it, a non-governmental agency or whatever nonsense, to steal from the country, loot the country. Those aid are not coming to Africa. We are not beggars in Africa. Just get it right.
Let's get back to something. You talked about xenophobia. Part of the reason why South Africa was able to defeat or eventually get apartheid to end was that African nations came together. to
Exactly.
support South Africa. And I know that most Africans felt that they were not, like you put it, there was no thank you notes. They were not, they didn't respond well to that. But beyond that, don't you think that this idea of saying, let them suffer, let them punish them, that eventually it's not going to end with South Africa if the policy is to go against Black people, where Black people are demanding their rights? So eventually to get to people in Nigeria, don't you think so?
I don't think it has any business to do with Nigeria, because Nigeria, first and foremost, we've never, I don't think there is a place in Nigeria you call white dominated area in Nigeria. We don't have such.
No,
No,
don't be simple. I'm not being simplistic. I'm saying something like, let's say that an American company has an interest in oil in the Niger Delta. And if that is the policy, if the policy of the government of, let's say, Trump or Elon Musk, it could be that, okay, this is of interest to us, and we don't care what happens to the people of Ogoni or cleaning up the mess that the oil industry are living there. They will use the same idea and come after Nigeria. And if we all say that.
But that isn't what is at stake right now. It's a different thing altogether. The land in question, if I'm aware of what is going on, the land in question actually belongs to the white population as it is right now. So the government of South Africa is just trying to revoke it back from these people, right? So it's a different thing. I don't think America would just come to Nigeria and say, see this Ogoni land that has oil, or you see this Zamfara that has gold, we want to take the land. I don't think they are that stupid or barbaric. This land belongs to these people. Let's just accord them that ownership. It's theirs. South Africa was that lousy to have given out their land to America.
They didn't give it out, if you know the history. But let's leave that.
I know the history.
Yeah.
I know the
Let me point out something as you mentioned.
It's just like when you come to Plateau State, there is this tribe in Plateau State called the Anquays, right? And the Anquays were busy giving out their lands to the Chunranis, the Hausa people that came for yearly hustling, right? They're giving them their land, and all of a sudden they are turning the land to become Muslim dominated area. And all of a sudden the Anquays now are raising up to say, you know what, you have to give us back our land. No, you sold the land already. You sold it already, so you have to just take what you've eaten. You can't have your cake and eat a cake and have it. So South Africa, they invited them in the first place. So I don't even know why any Nigerian is even.
All right, we have to round up on this topic, but let me.
The land was not bought, but they were stolen. They were taken.
Yeah,
just the way the American land was stolen from the American Indians. Do you understand now? So if you want to go that way, then everybody has to give out what they've stolen.
Okay, let me point out one more thing. You said something about that the aids, the money they are giving to Africa, that is not being used. So let me tell you what's happening in Nigeria and most African countries. Most of the people who have HIV, who are HIV positive, they've been getting medication that is subsidized by these foreign aids, and they've been living quality life as a result. In Nigeria today, I heard that when Trump froze aids to Nigeria, people started lining up. These medications were no longer available. Nigeria, immediately people started hoarding them. And the government of Nigeria had a meeting, executive council meeting, and they decided to budget 4.2 billion to buy this medication themselves. So when we say certain things, we have to also know that even though there are corruption in the system, there are still some things that are being done that are useful to people. Yeah, go ahead, Kenneth. And this is the final word before we go.
Yeah, just this morning, I had a call in Nigeria, just this morning. For those of you that are of the belief that those medication are getting to the end users, you are getting it all wrong. Do you know that some of these medications are considered to be more potent than the normal ones they sell in the pharmacy and all that? So when they receive these medications, what they do is to sell it or push it to their own privately owned pharmacies. And then when the citizens come
seeking for these medications, they will never be found in government-owned hospital. You have to go buy it. And matter of fact, when you are buying this medication, on the body, on the package, you see not for sale, but you are buying it, right? Do you know today that government hospitals are more expensive for you to receive services, care services in government hospitals is more expensive than the privately owned hospitals in Nigeria? The corruption is there. It's just the corruption, and it's not something that we have to ignore. The level of corruption, the level of the corruption is not something that you can say, oh, you know what, let's just not talk about it. It's not that significant. It's very, very significant. We have to talk about it. The USAID medication or whatever they are bringing to Nigeria is not going to the end users. Those stakeholders that receive this medication are making money off of it. They are selling it. The end users are not receiving it. They are not getting it.
All right.
Just to add to that, Rudolph, 1 minute. It's actually true. I have a lot of friends who are doctors here in the U.S. who go to Nigeria on Mission Street, and a lot of them don't have access to those medications. They are nowhere to be found. They actually have medicines. We contribute to buy medications for them to take to Nigeria. So none of those medicines actually make it to the people in Nigeria where they are distributed. I mean, it's like saying the foreign governments give Nigerians palliative during COVID, and where did they end up? In their warehouses. So they really do not get there. That 4-point-something billion naira that you said they projected, that was just some audio money just to make it look like they are doing something about it, but it really doesn't get to the people.
All right, thank you, Flagship. Let's move on to the next. Oh, Righteous Man, are you there? Righteous Man. All right, let's move on to the next topic, which is that of Tinubu. He has increased the budget of the country. The budget is submitted 2 months ago, added 5-point-something trillion to the budget, and he left for France on a visit that is called private visit to France. So I want to hear what each of you think about either of these topics, including the one that was surprising to me, that the lawmakers in Lagos State apologized to Tinubu for sacking the Speaker of the House. So let me start with you, Flagship, since you are here on the screen, and then we go to Jim.
Oh, no. I said, when it comes to America, before we proceed to the next one, nobody ever mentioned something about never discussed that. So
we can't hear you, man of prestige. What are you saying?
Huh?
What did you say?
No, I was talking about Trump, taking over Gaza, sending the Palestinians to Jordan and I think Egypt, so he can take over Gaza and build it, make it another River State developer, So that's what he wants to do. We know that his originality, he's a River State developer, All he do grab people land. So that's what he wants to do. But when they asked him, he denied it. But during the meeting that he had with Netanyahu, that was brought up, and Netanyahu seconded that. I think that probably was brought up with Netanyahu. So the point I'm trying to make, this is Netanyahu's biggest ally, Trump. So whatever Netanyahu wants is going, Trump is going to give it to him, whether for good or for bad. So I just want to mention that nobody ever talked about the Gaza.
All right, I thought we mentioned that last week. All right, thank you, man of prestige.
There's something I need to correct. The man of prestige stated earlier that Trump and his people will start stopping people whenever they are entering the country with their passport or green card. Man of prestige, I intentionally wanted to leave it until Donald Trump assumes office so that I will get into the country and see myself being stopped and arrested. Unfortunately, I wasn't stopped, and my people that I came with, they actually came with visa. None of them was arrested.
No.
None of them.
All right, guys.
Hold on, Dr. Dami.
No.
I don't want to be misquoted. Hold on. I don't want to misquote it. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. What I said was in Florida, DeSantis, this is specifically for the state of Florida. DeSantis has, done his own law. He's right now he's now in a debate with the Congress about that, because the Congress is pushing back that he cannot be making law, because he said what Trump passing about the immigration is a water down. He wants to take it to the next level.
All right.
If you have, that's what I was saying. I'm just talking about Florida, okay? Don't put word in my mouth.
Thank you, man of prestige. Let's go to the next topic, the flagship. So we're talking about Tinubu's visit to France, I think number 5 since he was sworn in as president, and the budget that he bumped up. You can start from anywhere. And then, of course, the apology from lawmakers in Lagos for impeaching the speaker. That one baffled me, but go ahead.
Believe it or not, that apology was welcomed by many Lagosians, actually. I couldn't believe when I heard it on one of the major radio stations in Nigeria, where they applauded it and thought it was right that they had to apologize. It was surprising when we heard that DSS went there to try to take down those who impeached him. But, it's Lagos politics. You have to do what the quote unquote owner of Lagos says when it comes to how his state is ran. So that one is just, it beats my imagination. But I'll move on to his trip to France. Now, here's what I have to say. I'm surprised that Nigeria and every arm of government is okay with this move that Tinubu is making. Somebody said, well, he's got a new jet. He has to showcase it wherever he goes. That's why he's taking all these many trips without any benefit that comes back to the nation. What president takes a private trip or goes to visit another president and calls it a private meeting? What is it about? What is it for? On taxpayers' naira, and you're using state resources to do that before you head on to the AU meeting. In my opinion, I think that Tinubu's visit to France is just to either take words from Macron to take to the AU. They tell him what they want to say, what they want him to say, and or make him get whatever Macron or the Western world decides to want to push down into Africa, the AU as it is now, whatever skeleton or whatever meat is left on the skeleton, is going there to address it based on what his superiors have told him to do. I don't think it's in any way beneficial to Nigeria, these many trips that this man has made. I mean, Trump came into office. The Prince of Saudi sent, 600 billion or thereabout that he's got promised, rather, that he's going to invest in the American economy. He didn't take a trip down there. All this gallivanting everywhere, anywhere they call him to go to, it's absurd. And what really bothers me most is the people of Ebonyi State just got attacked. 17 kids in the north just got burnt. All of these many things are happening, and it seemed not to bother him that he thinks it's just okay to jump on a jet and travel to meet with Macron. For what? What is he talking about? What is he going there to discuss? We have a troubling situation that is brewing up in the north right now as a result of his alliance with Macron to wanting French soldiers to come to the northern part of Nigeria. That's something that's still brewing. And the Niger government is saying, or they are accusing us pretty much, that we're conspiring with the French to want to topple their government. These are things that are stirring up that needs his attention at the moment. But it seems not to bother him. It seems not to bother anybody in government. He can get up and head on to anywhere he wants to go to. With reference to the budget, 2027 is on the way. They have to figure out ways to begin to put finances or resources on the side. If we make extra money, does it make any sense to spend it right away? How about investing it in other sectors of the nation that are lacking? Healthcare, for example, which is the biggest one that we have now that plagues the people. Education is there. There are subsidies that could help the people live a better life. But this money is just channeled into areas that at the end of the day, we don't see anything come out of it. So it's just an extra change that they are gathering, which will go into the pockets of one or two persons in government. It all doesn't make sense. And I'll end there.
All right, thank you. The flagship, let's hear from Chim, and then we go to BB. Chim.
Yeah, so let me start first and foremost. Thank you, flagship, for you just reminded me of a true life story that somebody said they went to Babylon to see the current president when he was still governor. And no, he had actually left the seat of office as governor. And when they got there, they were having a meeting and he got tired. And he used exactly this word. He said the owner of Lagos needs to go and sleep. So that word, the owner of Lagos, it is not a myth. It is not, he actually said it himself. That's where this whole concept comes from. You see, when I tell Nigerians that they've gotten themselves entrapped, either whether by lack of choice or intentionally, they've gotten themselves entrapped with somebody who does not care. He doesn't care. There's no noise that you're going to make that bothers this man. He will travel and travel. He will use his toy the way he wants to use it. He will show it off. He needs to go around and enjoy it. And he's doing that exactly. I think going to France, like flagship rightly said, and that's been my view, there is no public officer. You're either your governor of a state or president, especially in the executive level. You cannot be embarking on what you call private visit. The concept of the use private, signifies the fact that nothing you're going to do within that period of a travel will be opened up for scrutiny. Because, like somebody rightly said earlier on, Joe Biden went on a vacation somewhere in California, and the press were videoing him. He didn't, state security services did not stop anybody. They showed him even when he fell. He walked around, he staggered. They showed him his life was open for scrutiny. The same thing is going to happen to the dictator that we have now in White House, according to some of you, the newfound Hitler. There is nothing he's going to do that will not be open for scrutiny. But your the Democrat of the Democrat from Irabeji, he's just a Democrat in name. There is nothing that's going to be open for scrutiny. You can't be going to France every day. Every day, France. What is happening in this France? Is there something Macron is offering that we don't know? He's going for AU meeting. How about going straight for that AU meeting? My own perception is that he has gone to receive his injections. His injection is due. Fortunately, it's happening at the time when AU meeting, and they have couched, they have cleverly couched this whole visit, mischievously, terming it a private visit. He will go receive his injection, discuss with Macron. Macron will tell him if Niger tells you that they don't want this, vote against it, and then he will go and vote against it. So that's exactly what is going to happen. I don't think there's anything special. As for the apologies to the guy that was impeached and being touted, has it been returned? I don't know if he's been returned to office.
Not yet.
Okay. Sorry, tell me in what democracy the members of the State House of Assembly say they found their leader guilty of some corrupt charges and they impeached him. And then a sitting president of the country gets involved to say, restore the person back. Is that a democracy? I leave that for Lagosians to answer. For those of us who say anybody who's talking about Nigerian politics is being negative. How does a Nigerian president get involved to the degree that you are now telling members of the State House, lawmakers, you're telling them to apologize and to return the guy that they said they were removing for breaking their own rules? That's what our president has. This is the level we've gotten to. This is the kind of thing, this kind of democracy we run. Lastly, the last issue, what was it again? Please remind me. Let me quickly chime in on that one.
The budget, is it?
Okay, the budget. If a man can go on a private visit, he can as well increase his allowance. The budget is his allowance. He can spend it anyhow he wants. He can put any amount of money he wants to put it at any given point in time. After all, He said it was to the 11th Assembly and not to the 10th Assembly. And that, oh, this is what I have said is 11th Assembly. And as a result of that, you are all returned back from during the election. They will all come back. So if he can be opening his mouth to say such mundane things, Nigerian politics is a joke. It's a joke. They joke about it. They just laugh about it, trample about it, they behave the way they like. So the question to even ask is, in which country, Rudolph, please, you don't have to answer. When last did America come and announce that they were doing budget? Do you know? Don't they do budget? They come and announce and do all this charade we do and say they've done budget. But we do all this charade, and at the end of the day, somebody has already presented a budget and is going back and saying he's adding something new into it. I think I want to end there. You see, sometimes the things you hear coming from our place can be such that when I suddenly now hear people criticizing people in the Western world, I'm like, what are you talking about? That's the level where we operate, actually. So you're not, and I don't think any of us is really better than those people there. This is just who we are.
Thank you, Chim. Before I bring in, I know that stay humble and Jide, I'll come back to you, but let me capture the people that just joined us so that they have opportunity to weigh in. But before they weigh in, there's something I read in the papers that a college in Enugu State called Federal Cooperative College in Oji River budgeted or initially had 12 billion. That's their request. And when the National Assembly looked at their request, they bumped up the money they will give them to 103 billion. So these are some of the, probably, I'm guessing, some of the things that are responsible for this budget new request, but we'll look into that more. All right, Bibi, welcome to the show. Can you hear me? Welcome to the show. Bibi? All right, I wanted to tell you that, can you hear me? Bibi Ray. All right. Okay, so what is happening is that I think you have, you have to, you're open to Explorers or something, and there are two things that are open. So we are hearing echo from you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. So if you can close.
Can you fast forward it? I think
I can hear you. I don't know if you can hear me.
Can you fast forward? Can she fast forward?
I can hear you. But
she's trying to hear herself when she's speaking. Tell her to mute that other system.
Yeah, you have to.
You mute the other side. Probably, yeah, probably.
You're in the studio, and then you're also watching probably on Chrome or you are on Firefox. Close that and just remain in the studio. Or are you watching on TV? Or if you're watching on TV, mute the TV so that you can hear us. And I think there's a delay on your end. Yeah. This live TV. You are muted. All right. So let's go to Righteous Man, and then we're Righteous Man.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Rudolph.
How are you?
Well, we bless God. We thank God we are alive today.
Okay.
My greetings to every panelist that have appeared today, both the ones in the comment section. Yeah, I just want to ask a simple question, and I need somebody to help me answer it. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, after the slavery and the eradication of the stop of slavery, how many years now? Can anybody figure out how many years after the global world stopped slavery officially?
It should be.
Question.
Jide, you want to answer that?
Yeah, what's the question? I didn't understand.
When was how long ago was slavery? Slave trade?
159 years ago.
159 years ago.
Okay.
159 years ago.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, is who was the president of America that signed the executive order about this USAID?
I don't know. What do you mean by that? You mean how old is USAID?
Yeah, there was a particular president of America. It was him that signed it. It was an executive order.
Okay. So Google.
It was not a parliamentary. It was not a parliamentary bill. It was an executive order that established the USAID.
Okay, but it doesn't matter much now because Parliament they all the ones who are sending money today.
Okay, why I'm asking this?
It was Kennedy that set it up.
Okay, so Kennedy set it up.
Okay. So why I ask these two questions is for somebody to explain to me what Africans have done with these aids that have been given to them for over 60-something years now, especially Nigeria.
Can I answer?
Let him finish, so I will bring you up. Go ahead.
To the best of my knowledge, if $100 million is received as an aid in Nigeria, about $95 million of that amount goes into the pocket of individuals. Because the effect of the aids received from America is not felt in Nigeria. And every now and then we are hearing hundreds of millions of dollars being donated as aid to Nigeria to solve one problem or the other. And those problems keep multiplying on a daily basis. So if those aids are stopped, if not for any other country, but for Nigeria, I will be the most happiest person on earth. The Western world should stop giving Nigeria aid because those aid does not get to the common people. The billions contributed during the COVID-19, I can tell you that those billions went into the pocket of Nigerians, those elite Nigerians. The common Nigerian on the street never benefited from it. So if Donald Trump will stop the aid to Nigeria, I am one of the people that will back him up and say, go ahead and stop it. Maybe for other countries it's working for them, but for Nigeria it's not working. Then Rudolph, before I stop, this is my concern, and this should be the concern of everyone that is in this platform. As long as you're a Nigerian, the killing in Nigeria is becoming something that man cannot explain. And it should be a concern to all of us. The Nigerian state has gone into it. In fact, I don't know whether I will say we're in comatose right now. That every minute of the day you listen to radio or television TV set in Nigeria, the news you are hearing is killing, 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 killing. And the Western medias are not making it known to the world that this is what is going on in Nigeria. Look at what the killing that happened in Anambra State. The vigilante race by Chest Soludo went to a site and shot 3 young men dead in the name that they were unknown gunmen without enough evidence, without investigation, without intelligence. They just heard that some people were working there and those boys, they had a gas gas cylinder, and they have generator. So they are criminals. They went there and got 3 young men eliminated. One of the mothers of those young guys that was shot dead was interviewed this morning. And in fact, I was dropping tears. What a society. And we're not hearing this news. I don't know whether any of you guys that are in the Western world is hearing about the incessant killing that is going on in the Southeast. The Fulani herdsmen killed people in a Boeing. They are saying it's 17, but from what we are hearing, it's above 35. They killed in Enugu about 12. In Imo State, about 12 people were also killed yesterday. And we are talking about South Africa. We are talking about Donald Trump. When our immediate environment is in comatose, blood is being split every day. Lives are being lost, and it's not reported, it's not debated, nobody is talking about it as far as it is Southeast. Look at what happened in Benue yesterday. I don't know whether you are aware of Benue own. They have also gone there and took over about 12 villages and massacred people. That should be the fundamental discussion that we should debate and talk and make a resolution on individual basis that these killings must stop. Not about Donald Trump, not about South Africa. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Who wants to say something? KJ. First of all, let me ask you a question before you say something. Man of President, righteous man. So first of all, the aids given to Africa, the people that give this money, they have a way they monitor what is being done with the money. They know more than you know. They understand there are corrupt practices happening, but most of the money are being used for what they were given for. So don't when you say this, it makes it look as if everything that is given is stolen. And if they stop giving this money, okay, what will happen?
Rudolph, can I fault you?
Let me finish.
Do you know that mosquito nets? Hold on, sir. Mosquito net that is being donated by the USAID, that we are told is free. We are buying the mosquito net from the appointed distributors or sellers, 65,000 naira in Nigeria. But when you look at that net, it's written free. So what are you saying? I'm here. Forget about the report they're giving to the white man. The white man does not know what is happening here. They're not on the street. They don't interview the ordinary Nigerians.
Okay, thank you, righteous man. So the point I'm making is that if so the Nigerian government now was forced to bring out 4.2 billion naira to buy medication because Trump stopped sending the money for the medication that people, and I'm talking about real people, depend on this. I'll give you an example. I come from Anambra State. And when that happened, that week that Trump announced it, the people that were going to Nnewi General Hospital, this is the report I got from home, to pick their medication every Thursday, went there and they were told that there were no medication. These are people who have HIV. It's been suppressed for years because they were getting this medication. Now, the government was forced. Nobody, even the government of Nigeria that do not think, nobody told them that this would be a disaster, because if these people don't get their medication and the virus becomes, people who understand these things, it becomes prominent in their body, it will spread again and to kill more people. So the Nigerian government on their own decided, okay, we are going to spend 4.2 billion to make up for this medication that people...
Rudolph, there's a hole in this thing, this argument you're making. There's a huge hole, and I don't think if anybody's listening.
Okay, tell me.
And it's not about you, please, not about you. But I think let's be thinking. Yeah. When did Donald Trump stop this, pause this, you say? When? Exactly when?
No, the moment he announced it...
No, let's
I don't remember the date. I don't know the date.
Let's say it was last week.
Yeah.
If I pause something last week, will it immediately start affecting those who receive the treatment instantly?
Of course. Just like when they said... Hold on. When they said we are removing subsidy, that there's no more subsidy, what happened?
That's why I'm telling you. This just shows you that there was even no subsidy in the first place.
No. I was trying to say, I hope you are going to say, what I was thinking you would say is that immediately you announce certain things in Africa, in Nigeria, that's our country. Immediately you announce it, people will jack up prices. If you announce today that you're doubling the
That's evidence that those things are not working. Because if they are working, there will be, listen, I have a 10-month stock for you. Making a policy stoppage now will not impact that 10-month stock where things are being done properly. But immediately start impacting it, it's already a message that those things were not even existing in the first place. I'm not daft.
No, it's not that they are not existing. It's just the Nigerian factor. The fact that people now know that this is not going to come next week. The supply they will get next week is not coming.
Rudolph, that's the whole argument I'm making, that it tells you is a systemic robbery. It's a systemic robbery.
Rudolph, this thing doesn't exist. You make the Nigerian government look good, like they are really good.
Exactly.
It doesn't exist.
I know that the Nigerian government is. I don't defend the Nigerian government, but what I'm telling you is the reality on the ground. I'm saying that the moment they announced it, the people who give it out to people every Thursday, people went there and lined up.
When you say they give it out for free?
For free.
Let me explain to you what's happening.
For free. I'm talking about Newi, not in my hometown, but in Newi.
Rudolph,
yeah, go ahead.
What's happening.
Yeah, go ahead.
See, those people have been giving it out for free. As soon as it was announced, they decided on their own that it's not going to come again. They're not going to give it. They hold it down. But now this is where Chim is going. Now from this point, if you want it, you have to bring Oberego to have some of the old stock.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what's going on.
I'm saying that
that's
why
exactly
we
also what happened with the Tinubu's announcement of subsidies gone.
Yeah, exactly.
Wasn't that because there was immediate supply?
You got my point.
Does anybody know how much the U.S. government gives to Nigeria for this medication that you're talking about?
Okay, let's get other voices. I know that.
No. It's just a quick question. Do you know how much?
I don't know. We can find it. You can find it.
It's 4.2 billion that you're talking about. Is in no way compared to what they get yearly.
No, it may not be, but they are making it.
That's one way to tell you that it was non-existent. This thing is just audio.
All right.
It's not existent.
Flagship, the people reporting this to me are people down on the ground. They are telling me about what's happening. We're just having a conversation.
We're not doubting those on the ground. Those on the ground have a valid point. I get you. That's why I said it's not about your story. So the innocent people who go get these things, I empathize with them. My point is that somebody announced this thing on Monday and on Tuesday immediately said it's no longer existing. Already tells you, it gives you a perspective that this thing does not exist in the first instance. There's been a game being played.
Not that it doesn't exist. What it
tells maybe I have the wrong word.
The Nigerian
actually exists. Can I say something?
Yeah, go
ahead. A lot of that money is being channeled into private institutions and multinational corporations. That's just a fact.
Okay. All right, let's go to Bibi first because it's not fair. Welcome to the show. You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay, good.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry if my voice sounds cracky. I have flu. I will say this. I heard someone say that they should stop the hate in totality and not give hate to Africa and all of that. I want to say that people should understand that there are a lot of people that rely on this hate for their living, and I remember when I was in high school back in Nigeria, they would come to school. USAID, part of USAID program is to enlighten us and let us understand how puberty, they come to school and give us supplies, as in feminine supplies, I mean. So those are part of the programs, giving feminine supplies, condoms, telling us, I'm sorry if I go, they've given us feminine supplies, so condoms and all those things. And I'll say this, like, I am a beneficiary of USAID program. And a lot of people that I know. So I would say that we can't just say, oh, they should stop in totality. It's not doing anything. Like you said, it's a Nigerian factor. Is it trickling down to the people that really needs it as much as it should? It should, but I don't know. I can't answer that because a lot of things in Nigeria you cannot answer. So I say that we should just look at it in a different way. Do all these agencies, do they need reforms? I'll agree that they need reforms, just like every other thing. But just kind of like dismantling them in totality without thinking of other people that rely on this thing for their living. And we have the world richest man telling us that scrapping programs that actually help people. It's something that we should really look into. So I'm not in support of Elon Musk scrapping the USAID and saying they don't do anything. So I totally disagree with that. He's the world richest man, even though he's flexing his muscle for helping Trump with over $300 million to get the presidency. Fine, that's why he's on the Time magazine as a president. Was sitting behind the Resolute desk, as a president. And they asked Trump, you will see when they asked him about this, Elon Musk being on the Time magazine, he looked like a defeated person because he knows it's the truth. So Elon Musk is running the show. But for me, I feel like most of all this agency need to be, they need reform. They need some sort of reform. But we should also know that, I think it was last year, and what is it called now? There's an investigation into Elon Musk, Starlink. Is Starlink satellite, whatever that it does with Ukraine, with the Ukrainian government. So it's being investigated by under USAID in regards to his Starlink satellite program. So Elon Musk is actually targeting agencies that are after him and what he's doing. He is one of the biggest government contractor in America. And he's like a welfare queen. So when you have the world richest man doing all of this, scrapping Department of Education, but what about, because America DOD actually has the highest budget. So why is it not going into Department of Defense to actually cut all that? Why is it that the programs that help other people, like I said, people rely on these programs by USAID and the likes of it to live? Just like you said, the drugs for AIDS, HIV, and all of that, food programs. So you can say that in totality they should scrap it. I will not listen to the world richest man. If they need to audit all this agency, why can't they just get forensic, audit of it instead of Elon Musk doing this? So for me, I'll say it's the context of it all that matters. These agencies need reform, but why are we not doing it in a proper way and see where all these funds are going? All the things that are flying online, I've seen a lot of stuff. For me, I am not prone to propaganda. I actually go to you can go to usaspending.gov and see how all these things works. You can go to congress.gov to see who is introducing bill and the details of the bill. You can actually do your own research to have understanding of it. Then you can make your judgment from there. But not Elon Musk and all these tech bro that are flooding information online and telling us, oh, this and this and that and that. Look at it. USAID is investigating Elon Musk on all these things. And just like, sorry, before I leave, I heard Kenneth said, because I wanted to let it slide, but how can you say that South Africans, the way you disregarded South Africans, we all, if some of us are not free, we are all not free. So where is our collective effort in fighting for justice and humanity instead of saying South Africa is their problem? You can't do that. You can't say that. That speaks to his person. And such a person should not be given platform to speak because the mindset is just so narrow. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go to Stay Humble.
Oh my God. Thank you very much. It's a long one. Wait to speak. Thank you. I'll just mention a thing or two about what she said and then, go to the meat of the issue now. There's no problem in South Africa, really. I don't know why people are so interested in us coming to fight on behalf of South Africa. I don't think there's a problem. It's a blessing in disguise, isn't it? This is the first time in modern human history that these guys would say, look, day your day, make we day our day. They came in, and took our things, and forced us into some kind of slavery. And when that one collapsed, they now didn't want us to expand. You understand? So all these aids and the rest of them are just measures to curtail our development, to curtail our expansion. You understand? And then this is the first time that they would actually say, oh boy, you people should just be on your own, which is a blessing in disguise. So I don't see any reason why we should rush to South Africa's aid. They are happy. If Trump says, "Oh, look, all white South Africans come to America," then the black South Africans will say hooray, and then take their possession and do whatever. I don't agree with Chim that the South Africans might not have, black South Africans might not have the wherewithal, the capacity, the the intelligence to fashion out, things for themselves to develop South Africa. That's the same sentiment that other people have of us Nigerians. You would, this is when people say, oh, that these Nigerians, these people, I don't even think they have, the mental capacity, to even develop their play, which is not true. So yeah, we are very quick to dismiss other people. I don't think black South Africans don't have what it takes. It's just the opportunity to do that. So yeah, I think it's that for South Africa. Then secondly, I want to disabuse this sentiment, this mantra, this sing song in Nigeria that Nigerians brought so and so upon themselves. Look, if you followed Nigeria's electoral history, history of elections in Nigeria, you know that this has been a charade, since inception. Nigerians didn't vote for these guys that are there. So don't blame it on Nigerians. We know they said there are 177,000 polling units in Nigeria. Where are they? Do they exist? So what these guys just do is, to just manufacture figures and statistics and just cook up things. Where are the 177,000 polling units? Where are they? They don't exist. Most of those polling units don't exist. So even the polling units that exist, what they just do is that if there are 100 people registered in those polling units, they will just say it's 500. So even if you mobilize the whole 100 people to come and vote, they have 400 votes somewhere. So you're just voting and working so hard, and they're just doing their things. Yaradua miraculously won election 2007 with 24 million votes. From 2007 till 2023, it was like 16 years, wasn't it? And the total votes that Tinubu, that they allocated to Tinubu, Atiku, Obiko Kwaso, wasn't up to the 24 million. So you're telling me that Nigeria, and 2023 was a year that Nigerians mobilized in numbers to actually vote. In 2007, nobody voted because they knew that the Obasanjo guy would manufacture the results in his bedroom. So let us stop blaming Nigerians and saying, oh, that they brought these things. They didn't vote for them. These guys just found their way in office by hook or crook. So then, coming to the budget, what we are seeing now is not different from what has been happening over the years and even over the decades. Then cooking up figures, budget padding, and it's also what's happening in the States as well. Yeah, we were selling the crude oil initially, and the criminals were gravitating towards that, saying there's no crude oil to sell again. Then they are now borrowing money. We are owing 122 trillion naira or something, which we are not even talking about. It's a huge debt. Now, very soon, when their creditors are not able to lend them money again, what they will do might even be to sell some Nigerians. Probably point to some people and say, well, sell Emeka, Olubayo, take them and do whatever you want. Give us the money. So then coming to Lagos, which is a state I live in, what's happening in Lagos is so embarrassing, really, in the politics of Lagos. And there are people who were once regarded as elite, very educated. And Western Nigeria and Eastern Nigeria in the 50s and early 60s, we are at par with the likes of South Korea. People who were at par with the likes of South Korea have so degenerated to the level of praising and all those shenanigans. So it calls for concern, really. I don't think that the Bola Tinubu was not aware of the removal of all, but all those apology and the rest of them, they're just road shows, really. And thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Stay humble. Before we bring in Jide, I just want to point out, Stay Humble talked about South Africa. It's something that we haven't mentioned here. Julius Malema, who is actually more radical than Ramaphosa, who is taking these steps, slow steps, in trying to resolve that issue. And we also have to know that in Zimbabwe, they faced a similar thing. And when Mugabe took the action he took, they imposed sanctions. And that's why Zimbabwe is the way it is today. The Western nations are all imposed sanctions. So if Trump is going to take all white people in South Africa to bring them to America, which won't happen, so the next thing to ask is, what's the next step they are going to take? So let's say people volunteer to leave South Africa and come to America. That doesn't mean it's going to be the final thing they are going to do in terms of punishing South Africa. They've already talked about that South Africa must not leave the dollar as reserve currency, which the BRICS are trying to do, take the step they want to take. So there are many reasons why they are really after South Africa. The question is for Africans who are looking at this. If South Africa goes down, South Africa is the only country that is not totally dependent on these Western nations in terms of what they could do. If they go down, what chance do you have? All right, Jide, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rudolph. I have a lot to say, actually. But first of all, I want to reply to, I think it was Vivi that responded about the USAID, the benefits of USAID and stuff. So this is the thing. It's complicated. So this is the way it works. This is the way it works. USAID, they come and provide charity if it is successful, even though sometimes it's not successful. But the whole point of USAID is to actually spread America's influence in a lot of these countries, particularly third world countries. And what they do is, I will have to break this down. So this is what they do, talking about South Africa. But before I go to South Africa, this is what they do. It's not just USAID. USAID is just a microcosm of one of those NGOs. So you have financial institutions like IMF and World Bank. You have non-governmental organizations that are coordinated by NED funding. Then you have the multinational corporations. These three entities are what controls a lot of these African countries. And I'll use Nigeria, where probably all of us come from, as an example. These multinational corporations, they are all producing companies like Shell, like Chevron. They control our resources. IMF and World Bank provide loans to our government to satisfy their economic interests. And USAID and other NGOs, what they do is, they are the ones that are responsible for the political issues, political atmosphere in our country. What they do is they provide all these goodies that she mentioned, which is valid. At the same time, they also cause instability, regime change operations. They also ensure that they hinder our development and ensure that we don't have sovereignty. So the point is, yes, probably the abrupt change is not the right way to go, but they have to go anyways. However, even if they go, we should not get it twisted. It's just a change in reform. They are actually still entrenched in our country. They still have their claws in our country, and they still have the power to cause regime change in our country, to cause instability in our country. Maybe it may not be in the form of USAID. So I agree with that yes, these goodies is going to impact a lot of people negatively. That's why I would say that for us to even achieve our sovereignty, it's going to be a transitional period. And we need to go through that transitional period, whether we like it or not. Because at the end of the day, we need to get to the long-term goal of achieving our liberation. South Africa is a very good, in fact, if there are two countries that I like in Africa that I would like Nigeria to embrace their foreign policy, is South Africa and Algeria. Those countries, they are striving really hard to achieve their sovereignty. These sanctions, look at Venezuela. Venezuela is under economic sanctions. Look at Iran. Iran is under economic sanctions. The most sanctioned country in this world is not an African country. It is Russia. Russia's economy is probably the 5th fastest growing economy in the world right now or something. They are sanctioned. They are the most sanctioned country in the world. Iran, Venezuela, Bolivia, they are heavily sanctioned. Nicaragua is heavily sanctioned. These countries, you know what? The people love their governments. And their governments, they connect well with their people. And they are providing all the needs that in Nigeria, probably till we die, may probably not have it in our country, unless if we do something about it. They provide all the basic needs for their country. Healthcare, electricity, good roads, housing, everything. That's what they don't want. That's why they impose sanctions. That's why they use organizations like USAID to cause instability in our countries, to spread terrorism in our countries. That's what they do, to make sure that we don't have any other option but to migrate and run to their countries. This is what they do. So we need to go through that pain. Even though I agree with that change, it may come, the way it is going, it is very painful. So maybe it should be a better transition. But we have to go through it in order to liberate ourselves. Because why they are going after South Africa is that South Africa is pressing all the buttons to liberate itself from Western hegemony through BRICS. BRICS is one example. Another example is why they are fighting for the people of Palestine. No country in the world, even all these Muslim countries, which apart from Iran, which of these Muslim countries is fighting for Palestine? If South Africa is the only country that could go and take a country to ICC. So it's not a joke. So they're actually going after South Africa now because South Africa is underpinning and inhibiting their agenda. That's why they're going after South Africa. So they will impose sanctions, and if the sanctions don't work, they will cause instability in South Africa. That's what they're trying to do. And also they're trying to overstretch South Africa and Congo as well. So we need to really, really look at the big picture rather than looking at our short-term interests. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Jide. I appreciate that. I think the next person is KJ. Or somebody is operating this. I don't know who is, but I appreciate that. Maybe the producer is taking over. So KJ, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was thinking my dear friend, Mr. Tony is not on set. I wanted to bring him up.
Oh, okay. Were you the one operating this?
Yes, I was trying to bring him up, but I now discovered he was already there.
All right.
So I can defer to your next speaker. I wait for that time.
Okay. All right. Okay. So Tony, so you want Tony to come up? Tony, okay.
Yes.
Come on. Okay.
Let's hear his perspective. Thank you, sir.
All right. Tony, go ahead.
Oh, greetings, everybody. Great to be on the platform. It's amazing. I've been wondering why the sudden interest in South Africa by Trump, because Africa has never been in his calculation. When they asked him about what the ongoing problem in the Congo, he just waved it aside. He just said, well, it's a serious matter, but Africa doesn't factor in U.S. policy, the current government. So I'm asking myself, so why this will I call it fixation about South Africa? And the reasons are not far-fetched. One, South Africa is a member of BRICS, and they are working to see if they can de-dollarize the world, find another currency, and so water down the value and the strength of the U.S. currency as an international medium of trade and so on. And that will impact negatively on the U.S. But they haven't been able, the BRICS hasn't been able to succeed in doing that. In fact, if you look at most of the members, India and some others, they don't seem to be quite in tune with totally ditching the dollar. So that shouldn't frighten Trump. That shouldn't frighten America. But I think the point is that's very clear here is with the expropriation law that just took place in South Africa, where lands have been taken, and given to blacks. So you could see Trump is worried because those whose lands have been taken are not black people. Those whose lands have been taken are white people. And so why all the noise? When they took this land from black people, there was apartheid, they dehumanized people and so on and so forth. And even though I'm not really supporting that as a policy, but what I'm saying is why the outcry? So what the politics that Trump is playing is trying to support his constituency, the white people. Fortunately, that's where the unelected president is from, Elon Musk. So I see a connection, So, but I just think that that's not something that is really affecting America. So I'm asking, why should he bother about in a country that is thousands of miles away? So, but it just shows the character of the person that we're talking about. Um, on the issue of aid, there's always a policy surrounding aid. They don't give you aid for free. It's never been done. There are strings attached to it. So part of it is that they give you aid. They're going to define for you how you're going to use it, where you're going to buy what, and so on and so forth. So if you look at those who supply the drugs, these are the big farmers, and a lot of them are from America. So what happens really is they give you this aid, and then they buy the drugs from American companies. So the money goes back to America, develop American industries, create employment there. So it's not really, they're not really doing you a favor as such. But the point is that even now that this policy has been taken, America is going to be affected, because if you withdraw aid, then you're not going to be able to sell, because a lot of these drugs are pushed out to Africa and to the rest of the world. So it's going to impact America itself, because it's a policy that is faulty. It's going to affect America in the sense that the majors, where they get their money from and so on and so forth, there's going to be an impact. It's going to impact their bottom line. It's going to impact creation of jobs and so on and so forth. So if you watch the policy, you will see, give it some time. Yes, it's going to negatively affect the world, in terms of service delivery and so on and so forth. But it's also going to affect those big farmers, and they're going to be crying very soon. In fact, they already started crying, because the quantum of drugs and services that they derive from these things, from this aid, is a lot. And therefore, I think it's a policy that's probably not well thought of, where it's not thought through, and the impact is going to affect not just only Africa and the world, it's going to also affect America itself. So we'll just wait and see. On the whole, what other thing, what should Nigerian government do? I don't think there's much that Nigerian government is going to be able to do to address this situation, because I don't understand. I don't know how these things are managed. I don't understand. Oh, okay. So let me just stop. Give some other people some
I was going to say something. I have to say something. I was going to say that not all countries are influenced by the USAID, particularly some countries that are currently under sanctions. It's not all countries. There are some countries in the world that are doing without it and are doing very fine. So I have to emphasize that. But I'll just stop there.
All right. Thank you. I want to go to the people who are yet to weigh in on Tinubu's trip. So that will be man of prestige, Ike.
Can I take my turn and leave? Just a minute.
Hold on. Before anybody actually speaks, I would just want to point out that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we have a special guest. We have Professor Fumilayo Adesonya Davis, who will join us. We are talking about challenging Nigeria's membership of OIC and other issues like the currency, where you have an Arabic inscription on our currency, and ethnic cleansing, and sundry matters. for those like a righteous man who are saying nobody's talking about killings that are going on, we do talk about it. You do talk about it. So many places people talk about these things, but it cannot be the only thing we discuss every day. It's unfortunate that it's happening, but the international media too, I wanted to point out, the international media, they can't just be talking about Nigeria and Nigeria. There are so many countries in the world and things going on everywhere. As much as we want the New York Times to put Nigeria on the front page and make it the main issue, but if you keep killing people every day in your country, they are not going to put it up every day because you are killing your people. So that's not how it works. So, all right, let me go to. Can I go ahead?
Yes, sir. Yes. I was actually trying to say something about the killings going on in the Southeast, which righteous man tried to hint us on here. See, in as much as we try to discuss what is going on globally, and especially Africa, I have a special interest, strong interest with what is going on in the Southeast, Igbo land particularly. See, just as some of you are trying to defend South Africa, I don't care. Even if America comes after Nigeria today, I will support America against Nigeria. My interest is Southeast. Can't you get it? This is Kene. I only stand for the Igbo people as it is right now until I see that we genuinely love ourselves in Nigeria. I'm not here to talk about your nonsense Nigeria or to speak for your unity in Nigeria. My interest is about Igbo people. Simple and short. Get it right. So when we are talking about, I think it was Jide that was saying that, yeah, it is okay. I agree that the USAID should be taken off, going by the by its negative impact on our people. Why must it wait for some time? Why not just scrap it off immediately? Why waste time? Now we're talking about South Africa. What is going on in South Africa? How about what is going on in Southeast of Nigeria, the Ebonyi people? And I'm here to call out on our Efulefu Igbo people. I want to know where they are today. The same people that we're calling for the heads of Simon Ekpa. Simon Ekpa is the one killing our people. Simon Ekpa, yeah. Talking as if they don't drink, take their. I don't want to use some word here, but Simon Ekpa has been taken off. What is going on today? Fulani S-men now have free entry to Southeast to begin to kill because the one Simon Ekpa that has been hindering them from coming to Southeast has been taken off. Now you cannot. You, the Efulefu Igbos that we are calling on the head of Simon Ekpa, you cannot now devote yourself. Why not volunteer to go and defend your people? You love your people more than Simon Ekpa does. Now Simon Ekpa has been taking off the show. Your people are being killed every day. Go to Ebonyi State, Enugu State, and even part of Imo State, slaughtering our people on a daily basis. See, the day you wake up, the day you begin to see your politicians, those governors, those representatives that you think are your leaders, the day you begin to see them as your worst enemy in the South, in that region, is the day you begin to wake up. The same people plotted against Simon Ekpa. Now they could not defend the people that they are supposed to govern. The same people that they are supposed to provide security for, they could not defend them, and the people are being killed every day. One of them is looking at me. I just don't want to call them. And there is one. I think the lady is from Enugu State. I don't want to call her name. They were the one calling on the head of Simon Ekpa. Simon Ekpa is nowhere now. Go and volunteer and defend your people. See, Southeast, we are doing ourselves until we wake up.
All right, thank you, Kene. Man of Prestige, let's get back to the topic, which was Tinubu's budget and his travel to France.
Okay, thank you very much. I completely agree with Kene, everything he said. A second one, he said 100% when it comes to the issue of Nigeria, Southeast. I don't think we are one country. Okay, it's painful to do as much Nigerians I think we have gone into the stage. We are just no one Nigeria. Okay, maybe it's time we separate. Maybe that would be good. But anyway, let me pivot to what we are talking about. I think Mr. Tony said something. We are talking about South Africa, and he said something. The reason Trump was doing it. I don't totally agree with you about the break assertion that you put here. Look at India. the Indian Prime Minister is supposed to be the first head of state visiting Trump, and other people in need, Saudi Arabia, and all of them in break. So it has nothing to do with break. It has something to do with the black and white. It's an Elon Musk, propelling the whole thing. And I told you earlier that the three biggest donors of Trump during the election, they are all originally from South Africa. Their fathers still live there in apartheid. So it's because of what's happening in South Africa that Trump, Trump is making himself available in that. He doesn't care about Africa, So that's the point I'm going to make. I differ with you on that regard of break. It has nothing to do with break. It's about white people in South Africa and Elon Musk, because he donated 300 million, some other ones, I think, and Dave Patel and some other, three of them billionaires. So that's what's really happening, in that South Africa case. Trump doesn't care about Africa. He doesn't give a damn about who you are. But anyway, let me pivot to the situation. We are talking about the Nigerian space, the budget. Yeah, the budget that has been increased, dramatically. The point is that they're going to use the money for something else, that is not going to benefit the country. It's not about budget being increased from where it was before, something like that. I mean, they always find a loophole, to do what they want to do with the budget. That's my issue I have in that, nothing is being built. I don't know if you all are aware of it. And the head minister, I think his name is Pate, and he claimed on national TV that the Western world is coming to Nigeria for, to get a Medicare, to get a for hospitalization and all that kind of things, Medicare. But let me tell you, that's a half truth. He's right in some way, but not completely right. That's like a half-baked truth. Because what they are building, there's a lot of big, high brand international hospital in Nigeria. It's built by the international organization, and it's for the it's for the rich people, who wants to, like somebody in America, maybe wherever they are going, is very expensive. They will come to Nigeria. It's not for ordinary people. There's almost a high brand hospital being built in Nigeria, like in Abuja, Lagos, and something. Yeah, they have something like that, but it's not for ordinary people. So what that man said is completely lie. I will call it a half-baked truth. That's what that's what he said. Yeah, that's not exactly what's happening. Now you were talking about Tinubu. Tinubu has gone to France. There's nothing new. He probably like Tim said, he probably just went over there and going to get some shots. I mean, how often does he do it? Maybe every 3 months. I mean, if I'm keeping a record, that's how often you go to France. Yeah, some of them may be for other things, but the main particular, in my own opinion, he's going to get shot. There's nothing wrong with that, but there's some national security, issue in reference to that. But that's where we are right now. They don't want to build hospitals. They don't want to take care of, the people. They just want to be flying all over the country and use up our money. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Dr. Damages, please, can I just say something? There's something I want to key into what I think what my brother Man of Prestige is saying, which maybe we need to clarify a little, is, you see, the minister didn't particularly give enough clarity to what he was saying. This is partially right. And what is it that he ought to have said? You see, when you come to the treatment of infertility, people who are looking for children, so Nigeria has a very good record. And there are 1 or 2 centers in Nigeria where, people who have sought for children in India, in America have failed. You come to Nigeria, you get the treatment and you're successful. I think to that extent, if that is what he was referring to, is right. But if you kind of extrapolate it and say medical facilities are very good in Nigeria, that's not right. I just wanted to add to that.
All right, thank you, Tony.
Dr. Rudolph, please, 1 minute. Let me round up. I forgot to. Hold on. Just give me a minute. I forgot to say something about the USAID.
About the what?
Hold on. I just want people to have some empathy. About what's going on, about the way Trump does dismantle this. Do you know that Nigeria is the 4th highest in the world for HIV? Most of the countries, most of the top 10 are in Africa. India is number 5. Nigeria is number 4. You have Eswatini number 1. You have Lesotho, South Africa number 3. Nigeria number 4. So there's a HIV rampage in Nigeria. People don't realize it. So people, you should have some empathy, okay? Not just about you. You're here. You're making a lot of money. you can take care of yourself. But people in Nigeria, there's a lot of people suffering, like Mrs. Ibri said, he was a beneficiary of that. So people just don't, so your mind is so made up because you're living good here. You don't care about other people. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Righteous, man of prestige. Ike.
Well, you asked why did the Lagos members of the House of Assembly has to apologize to the removed speaker. You are asking why. A journalist are trying to.
No, why? Tell me why. No, I mean,
but listen, the why is that the man who made them to apologize put all of them where they are. So if he asks them not to pee tomorrow, they will not pee.
So does it mean that they did not inform him or consult him before removing the man?
The politics of Lagos. It started with the governor and the speaker, right? So, and before then, it was the issue of somebody bring the son of the man who want to contest governor. There were this kind of politics going on. But at the end of the day, we shouldn't be surprised that he have asked them to apologize to the man. Let it not be impeachment, but let it be removal, right? Because Obasa himself, as Speaker of the House, he has something against the family of the man who is telling you now to apologize. They know that he has something. He has his group also. But for being a speaker for few months, he put him there, and he know that Obasa knows something too also. So it is a game of chase, right? So now that they ask him to apologize, they don't make it impeachment, but make it resignation. They have to resign, not impeachment. Is to be able to put a pat on the back of Obasa to tell him, listen, don't worry. It's no more impeachment, but just it is resign. Now we just to take it at resignation, and everything is going to be fine. Because for being a speaker, for being part of that speaker, he has been part of it in the grassroots, so he knows a lot. And if he is allowed to go with anger, or if he's pushed away, the man at Badenoch know that something might come out in the public that he doesn't want anybody to know. So all these things is politics, my brother. So we know why. And you're asking why going to the France. France, it's the same thing, right? Because but the question is, who can remember how much that was spent in rebuilding the medical center at the HoR? But all these people are flying away like birds, going all over the world for treatment. But we spend billions and billions and billions and billions to rebuild the medical center to the standard where that the president can be treated at the HoR. But that's not what is happening. The governors are flying everywhere for their medical treatment, and their state they have nothing. The one they showed in Kogi State when Buhari was president, when he went to commission, the kind of quality of hospital they showed us that he went to commission. Like as I said the day of HoR, I said it is only for 3 months. If you go there now, you cannot find paracetamol because everything in Nigeria is all about politics. They just bring photo shoot, they shoot it, and at the end of the day, it's closed. Who is hearing about the medical center in Kogi State anymore? It's gone, it's gone. So we know why he's going out. So the Balablu man knows why he's going out. So they pay everything. We know it's for medical treatment. It's not about private, which kind of private visit. It's only friends that he go to private visit this time around. So it is all well for Nigeria. And for the pardon of the pardon of the what is it called? The budget. My brother Rudolph, are you surprised? What is impossible in Nigeria, my brother? It's just whenever you wake up in the morning, whatever you hear in Nigeria, it should not surprise you because the people that we have elected in the National Assembly, they are all the same thing. They are not doing anything. Nobody's asking questions. So is it me and you who go and ask you, Bala Blue, why did you have to pad the budget? The people, the members of the House of Representatives and the Senate that are responsible to do that. Everybody is shouting hallelujah together. So what can Nigerians do? at the end of the day, the budget and the money, we don't know where it goes. As you people are talking about USAID and the rest of them, is it today we know that every budget that is made anywhere, always 15-25% out of it goes in private pocket. So this particular one that is not up to 3 months or 2 months, that he has padded another one. Even talking about the one that he has padded during that time, it is all about 2027. So they have to put money somewhere. Money has to go around, so that it would not be surprised. So this is my brother. Nothing surprises anybody or me personally about Nigeria. So it is what it is,
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think everybody weighed in. I think we may have to take a break. Chim wants to say
Yeah,
something.
I weighed in, but I just want to quickly correct something. You see, it's always painful when we, in our bid, and I don't know why we have to always do this. It's disingenuous for anyone to come here because you want to defend why USAID shouldn't be defunded or whatever it is. Then you begin to bandy inaccuracies. It's wrong. It doesn't first and foremost, before you bandy anything, make sure you know that people here are not idiots. People are going to go and check. Someone told me that Nigeria is the 4th nation, highest nation with the prevalence of people living with HIV. Someone said that here right now and has run away after saying it. Nigeria is not even in the top 30 of nations with HIV. How can someone come to say that here? Rudolph, you need to employ a fact checker. People can't come here and keep trying to say things because you want to push a narrative. I think it's disingenuous. Because I had to quietly go Google. I have checked all the sites, Wikipedia, everywhere. Nigeria is not even in the... Do you know how many nations are in Africa? Do you know how many nations are in sub-Saharan Africa or Southern Africa? Before you start talking about Nigeria when it comes to HIV. Nigeria is not even in the top 30 globally. I just wanted to bring that out. And the person has run away after coming to say that rubbish.
Thank you so much. Let me say that it's important. I like that you mentioned this. We hired a producer, and some of you have seen some of the changes. We hope that we will bring in fact checkers, which is also important, to do it live, hopefully. And we are counting on you to support us to be able to bring in some of these changes that we are putting in place. I just wanted to point that out, and also to mention that when we're talking about USAID, their budget is 71.9 billion a year, but the budget for defense in America is 820 billion. So when you are talking about the purpose, what is the purpose of who are there?
Sorry, can you repeat that again, sir?
The budget for defense, U.S. defense budget is...
No, USAID, their budget, first and foremost.
71.9.
1 billion.
No, billion, yeah. Okay. It's not big money in America. And also, you have to also remember that if you know how they operate, I think I played some videos from Africa Dream and some other sources. If you know how they operate, they actually, a lot of agencies, government, U.S. intelligence, they all use this money. So the fact that they put it under US aid, it doesn't mean that it's...
I don't have a problem with that. My question before we go on your break is, USAID organization, a small arm of America's system, has 71 billion to give away to people and nations. How much is Nigeria's budget?
You can't budget more than you make.
No, now, Rudolph, how much of USAID does Saudi Arabia get? How much of USAID does Qatar get? How much of USAID does UAE get? Do you know why I'm mentioning those countries? I'm sure you probably know why I'm mentioning those countries. You might have an idea. And Nigeria is open. USAID, bring. They will give you 400 million every year, or whatever it is they give us, or after a quarter or whatever. And then we're busy here clapping and screaming and shouting that USAID is like children whose ice cream has been taken away. That's the way I see Nigeria. I'm not saying USAID should not go and do good work in the world. That's not. But I think Nigerians will need to be ashamed of ourselves.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's Nigerians need to be ashamed of themselves. But we haven't started. If you haven't started, there's nothing you can actually do. The country is here to start. There's nothing that, no matter how eloquent and how big your idea is, there's no foundation. So Nigeria is not going to do any miracle. The Nigerian people, they can't do any miracle. You talked about the budgets, one agency, the budget of New York City is bigger than the budget of Nigeria. So, and sometimes we expect Nigeria to perform miracles, because if Nigeria is going to buy fire truck for each local government area in Nigeria, nobody's giving you cheap. They're not going to give you. You have to pay in dollars. You have to buy it how much they sell it here. So you may have to use the whole money you have for education to buy fire trucks for every local government in Nigeria. So it's a tough thing. I know we criticize the government and Nigeria every day, and they deserve it. But I know that it's a tough thing. So we're a poor country, maybe rich but poor. Anyway, let's take a break. When we come back, we talk about the states. We are going to create another 31 states if you allow the National Assembly to do what they are planning to do. And people should remember where this argument started when it comes to states. It was about the geographical zones, trying to make it look a little bit balanced. People in the Southeast were saying that they deserve one more state so that they will get 6 states that you have in other parts of the country, of the geographical regions. And that led to now 31 states being proposed. I'm sure they are not going to do that. But if they do that, what we should be worried about is that the states we have currently, they are not viable. And they want to add another 31 states, 31 new governors, 31 new deputy governors who will soon be getting pension in millions. And you're also going to have national state assemblies who will also be... Anyway, we'll get to that. But thank you so much for staying with us. We'll take a break and we'll be right back with these conversations. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for hanging in there. We're having a conversation on the state of the world. We start with Nigeria and we go to Africa.
Dr. Damage, let me say something. I need you to respond to Jim, please. A minute. That's why I came back. There's nothing wrong with fact checking. I mean, I cherish that. Everybody made a mistake. The search machine that I used told me Nigeria was number 4, and I just use a different search machine right now. But the top 3 are still the same. Nigeria was ranked number 21. So it depends on the top, depends on the search engine you use. Yeah, he's right on that, according to the latest one that I use. But the first one I used, why would I come here just to defend Nigeria? Am I not a Nigerian? Is the information I got from the website is good to fact check. And the way Jim did it, I thought it was very disingenuous of him. He make it sound like I'm just here to promote wrong information. Then I run away. I mean, that's my issue I have with him. And it's just something that I saw that I just put, that I brought up. I'm wrong on that, and I will take the issue. That's what the search engine told me. So it has nothing about trying to demean Nigeria. The one that I look right now said Nigeria around 21. And the first top 3 or top 4 is still the same, like I stated. So it depends on the top image. So in that regard, I'm wrong. But I don't like the way you presented yourself.
Okay, man of prestige, I apologize for the way I presented it if you took any offense. But what I'm trying to say is this.
Okay.
We can always push whatever objectives we want. You can say you are not happy with USAID being defunded and present other, defend it properly the way you want to do it. But to use it because they send money to Nigeria and all these needy nations and whatever, and that because, removing this thing will make people who live with HIV, and that because Nigeria has, you said top 4. Nigeria is not even the top.
No. You're right. I've corrected myself. I just look at different places. They gave me different information. So that's why I'm coming. That's why I came back.
Okay.
That information,
I let go. I withdraw my listing.
All right. Thank you so much. The real question is whether man of prestige acknowledged that probably his source was wrong, and he based his argument based on that source. And all right, I'm happy. That's why I trust this platform, in the sense that I trust the intelligence of everybody here, that when people say certain things, other people will fact check them. It's very important. And we can, even if we have somebody who is watching, the person cannot be able to fact check everything, because in a sentence, people say things that sometimes I may not know the answer, but I question whether what they are saying is all accurate. So
Dr. Damages, sorry, can you indulge me? Can I say throw in 1 or 2 things again here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just imagine what will happen with this aid that is Trump has put hold on to, apart from 1 or 2 countries that are exempted. Can you imagine what the impact is going to be? Because you're going to have prices go up of drugs, some very vital drugs that people depend on. They're going to go up, and people are not going to be able to buy. So the implication, very likely implication, is you're going to have a spread all over the world. And because the world is a global village, people travel and so on and so forth. So even America, this policy that Trump has just enunciated is going to affect America, because people travel. And so you are likely to have a pandemic, which will affect America. So the reason why America, the USAID, is there and they're disbursing this fund, it's not because they like the world. There is also, a safety, implication America is guiding against, because what affects other people somehow is going to affect America. And this is a global thing. So America is going to pay dearly for this. They are not doing it because they like the world. They're doing it, for their own personal interest as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. We've talked about what happened during COVID-19. Remember, it was only South Africa in Africa, I think, that could produce vaccine. And South Africa was looking for the right to produce the vaccines that were manufactured in America. And America said no. The companies actually said no. But they were giving waivers to some other countries. So there's politics there. There is also American interest. And they're not hiding it. They are not saying that this money is for charity. They are saying that this is to project America's interest in the world. And if you are in favor, if you are getting the money, you better do things that they want you to do.
Yeah, can I just chime in that and then we'll move to the main topic again? Sorry.
Yeah.
The last comment you just made is actually what we should be highlighting. You see, unlike Nigeria, and I'm going to tell you why. When Nigeria was in its heydays of glory, when we were championing the emancipation of our Southern African neighbors and all those things, we did this thing. What's the word? We just filtered cash. We were just giving money. We went to Barbados. We throw money in the Caribbean. We come to South Africa. We throw money. We're just throwing money. No benefit to our national security. No benefit to our foreign policy. And today, all of those. Do you know that I work for 2 South African companies, and I used to feel pained when I hear South Africans talk about how Cuba played a role in. And I used to say, Cuba played what role? What about Nigeria? And they were looking at me like I'm saying something. So America doesn't want to fall in this thing. I'm giving you money, and then you will go to UN Security Council and vote against me. I'm giving you money, and then tomorrow you say you are following this. No. If I'm giving you that money, you better be able to support me when I come up with my policies. It's simple interest. I'm not saying on an altruistic level, I might not like it, but I'm not stupid not to realize that we say, the person, he who pays the piper dictates the tune, isn't it? And you don't want America to do that. And then in addition to that is also the issue that there is, and that was Jide that brought it up, the issue of how you said fund some of these media houses. They fund you government money, and then you come and the person who is sitting on the government now, you come and go against him. Of course, now he's not going to be too altruistic. He's going to want to get something for it. So let's open our eyes. I see opportunity. Opportunity is the mother of invention, they say. Let's go back and start taking care of ourselves. I keep repeating it. One thing as a personal individual I've done for my own self is I try not to put myself in a position where I have to always kowtow to somebody. I'm not saying I won't beg people or ask people for favors, but I'm not going to put myself in that situation where somebody will just use like a chain and lock you. We need to wake up from that, and that's the way the new world order is heading to.
Interesting. Yeah, talking about the media and what they gain from some of this money they actually give out. If you look at, we've forgotten the cable, the diplomatic cable. That should be something that everybody should always remember. People who are going to the American ambassadors and diplomatic staff and giving them information. This is something they pay a lot of money to get. But these are people who probably have benefited from one of these things, this funding and this money that they throw around in Africa. So if they bring you here to come and attend the US inauguration of the president, the next moment you are talking to an American official, you are giving them things that they would have paid for. So that's it. It's in their interest. The British government, they do that. The Russians, they do that. Everybody, Chinese, they do that. It's just that America, we just have insights into some of the process in America. All right, let's move on to the next topic, which is the proposed test. That is one new test for a country that is about the size of Texas. Maybe you can add Rhode Island. That's what Nigeria is in terms of size. I'm talking about landmass. I'm not even talking about population, landmass. So you want to break it down into 67 countries. I'm not sure. I'm sure they are not going to do it, but they are going to add some. Go ahead. Let's start with you, Chim.
Okay, so let me repeat it again. I don't think state creation is our problem as a people. This whole state creation, looking for your brother to be the president, your sister to be the secretary general of something, is because we mistrust those at the leadership level. It's because we believe that the person who is at the national level running things does not have your interest at heart. And let me bring it down home. I hope people will not misunderstand me. So Tinubu goes into office. Even before Tinubu, we had Buhari go into office. Buhari goes into office and he appoints all the security apparatuses are northerners. He picks up all the key sensitive national assets, Ministry of Finance, Petroleum, or this or that. He makes sure that the people who are heading it are people who are amenable to him. The message he's passing is that he is there to push and defend his people. So because of stuff like this, every day we're busy. The conversation on national development is all about how do I get stuff. Chief Nzeribe once said something when they were accusing Chief Okadibo of embezzling National Assembly funds. What was the question? I'm going to say it exactly the way he said it. Ndi Igbo ole ketere. How many Igbo people got? So Nzeribe's trying to push that they should impeach his brother, Senator Okadibo, then was not because Jermaine Okadibo embezzled any funds, but because the money that was allocated and spent, he feels he didn't get a portion of it. And because he didn't get a portion of it, that's a big taboo. And that's enough reason for him to join any forces wanting to bring down Okadibo. So this whole state creation is the same thing. People are beginning to position themselves, see themselves that if we create a bad state, I'm from Abia State, this old Bende people, I won't be contesting who will be governor with them. Abba State, all of us who are will now be looking for who will be our governor. We will not be bothering with Nde Bende and whatever you call them, as they call us. It will now be within us. These are all the politics that is being played. But nobody is sitting down, like I said earlier in another conversation somewhere, to say, is it viable to have a seaport in Calabar? Does it make sense to open the seaport in Warri? Is it in our best interest that since majority of our importers and exporters most likely come from Nnewi and the Onitsha area, let's go and see how we can open up that Onitsha dry seaport and make life easy for them. If they import their goods through Port Harcourt, they can easily move it through a channel to what is it called, to Onitsha. And even the guy in Benue can from there move his own further up. Nobody talks about those kinds of developmental policies. All we're busy doing is how to splinter states that ordinarily should be viable, because there is no part of Nigeria that, if well administered properly with enough good eggheads, will not prosper. Why most of the states in Nigeria are not prospering today is because nobody is thinking through. The guys running Zamfara are not thinking through how they can develop Zamfara. Yes, we have natural resources, but if we move away from natural resources, how can we develop Zamfara in such a way that Zamfara will not need to be going to Abuja every month? I live here in Canada. Our barter does not depend on the federal government unnecessarily for funds. Their barter economy is very buoyant. Agriculture, not to talk of oil, which is the biggest asset in our barter. Agriculture alone, the amount of money our barter government makes from agriculture by exporting items to China. Go and see farmers here during farming season here. See what they're doing with canola seeds and exporting the same canola seeds to places like China and everywhere. Timber, the amount of wood that the barter government makes from timber and all those things. This is how you make places viable. So this whole state creation thing, and then of course it's laughable. It just tells you how atrociously scandalous our people can be in politics. You're talking about 31 states. You want to carve out another state from Anambra State, carve out another one from Abia State that is already very small. You want to create an Aba State. How big is that Aba State? Do you understand what I'm saying? So I think I don't even understand what Benjamin Carlo and co, who are pushing this thing, what it is that they are smoking. They are smoking something that is worse than hemp. For them to be thinking about creating 31 states from what we already have, it doesn't make any sense.
All right. Thank you, Chim. Tony.
Thank you. I love listening to Chim. You know, a lot of the times when I listen, because it gets us to think outside, the box, and he brings an entirely different variant to our discussion that enriches, the outcome, what we get. So, Chim, thank you so much. I love that. But let me say something here. The 31 states that we hear that are being pushed is actually by the House. We haven't heard from the Senate. I think it's important that we state that. So it's not the consensus yet, because the Senate is also debating it, and it's an entirely different stuff with the Senate. But let me say, do we need a state Do we need states to be created? My answer is yes, because we have kept on talking about balancing and fairness and justice and so on. If you look at the present structure that we have now, Southeast is short by one state, short by so many local governments, short in terms of the resources they get from the state on the basis of allocation, local governments. So if we want really to be fair, if there's any state that should be created at all, is one state, and that's for the Southeast. And it doesn't matter how small the state is. Bayelsa is a small state. So if we really want to be fair, first of all, to create that similitude of balance, of fairness, of justice, and so on, Southeast should get one state because they've been deprived so long in terms of states, in terms of allocation from the federal government, for local governments, for senators, they have been marginalized. And I don't know why Southeast legislators are not pushing that. It's been there for a long time, and I think fair is fair. If there's any state to be created, one state, and that should be Southeast. Even then, there's no balance because you still have a geographical zone that has 7, but we can find a way to deal with that. Now, that said, I think that there's a game that is being played, and I subscribe to some of the things that Jim said with respect to that. This is about creating food for the boys. Obasa was impeached, and we hear that the president has instructed the Lagos State House of Assembly to reinstate him. Now, he, I think, has been the longest serving speaker of Lagos State House of Assembly in recent memory. Now, we hear that he's not seeing the ambition to be governor, and then, of course, we know that there's a counterpoise to that because there's the son of a big guy who is also, we hear, is not seeing the ambition to become governor as well. But look at the issues here. Ambode's governorship was truncated. He served one term. He's from Ekpe. Obasa is from Ekpe. Now, when Ambode was removed, the Ekpe people were not too happy. They were not happy. Now, there's a second son that's also been removed from Ekpe. And so you don't want to politically alienate that section of Lagos State because it's critical. So I'm not surprised that the man is being reinstated. Now, how do you solve this problem? If you can create 2 states, if you can create a state out of Lagos, then you create an avenue where you can have these 2 people, not contest, run in different states. And I suspect that, this whole thing, drama, will not just end that way. You're going to have states created. I have a strong feeling, but it's going to be, there's going to be a political underpinning to this process. In my state, for instance, that's Delta, where I come from. All the senators today that you have, the 3 senators, are now APC. It's a state that is run by PDP, and a state that Labour Party made some very serious inroads. So there's the jostling. There's a power tussle that is going on. Recently, it was rumored that the governor, is being pressurized. Is being pressured to move to APC. So we see some kind of political, jostling for power. And looking at 2027, one of the things that you can present to people, you can wave as a magic wand, is to say, I created a state for you. And in creating those states, it's going to be done in such a way that is going to properly position the APC in such a way that they can scuttle any opposition to their win in 2027. So I think that all these things are playing out. I just are things that politicians are preparing and gearing for, for their own benefit, not entirely for the country. Now, are these states going to be viable? Is there a need for 36 states? I mean, for these states that they are, even though I don't believe that they're going to create 31 states, considering the economy, the state of the nation's economy. Some of the states are not even viable. If the federal government stops subvention to the states, local government, and so on, some of the states will not, most of the states will not survive it because they just sit down and they're looking to the federal government and and the share, kind of feeding bottle economics. Nobody is trying to dig, maybe apart from Lagos State, to see whether they can generate enough internal revenue to be able to sustain the state. So I think Chin, did talk about that. I think the focus actually should move away from just sitting down and expecting to get money from the federal government to looking inwards to see every state I guess has a capacity to be able to generate revenue that at least will take care of itself. I think we have that potential, but we're not looking at that. And I totally agree with Chin, in terms of the River Niger, for instance, like Onitsha, for instance, dredging of the that side, Onitsha, Asaba axis up to Benue. So you can have another angle. It will generate employment. It will create a free flow, of business, through the waterways which have neglected, and then decongest our ports. Singapore is making a lot of money from that. We're not looking at that. That is a potential source of revenue that we're not looking at. And then reduce the pressure on the roads and all that kind of stuff. So I think Chim made a very solid point when he looked at that particular angle. And let me just stop there. And that's what our politicians are not doing. They're just looking at 2027 and how they can advance their political interests. Let me stop there.
All right, thank you, Tony. Let's hear Ike. Ike, welcome.
Yeah, my brother.
What state are you going to run for governor? What state are you?
Dear God. Almost my brother Chim has spoken everything I wanted to say, but I think in fairness, in honest, I don't need balkanization of states in Nigeria. What I need is geographical spread. And I think, to my own mind, I think I stand with Tony about the Southeast need a state. But I think that Anioma state would have been perfect for that. And it wasn't even part of the list I saw yesterday, that they didn't put Anioma state in it. So
no, it's been pushed at the Senate, not at the at the House. It's unfortunate.
Okay. I think that if Anioma state is created, I think we need geographical spread, not balkanization of the state we have already. Like my brother Chim said, his brother, who is the deputy speaker, who smoke weed, he told Abia state governor, you're going to be one-time governor. These people, they have no anybody's interest, right? I think that what Chim said, what we spoke about that here last week or so, last 2 weeks, about the seaport we are talking about in the east, from Calabar to Warri to Delta State to River State and Akwa Ibom and Rivers. We don't have seaport. We don't have system of transporting our containers back to east, right? If they are fighting for us to the seaport we have in Warri axis, from Warri to the Rivers to Akwa Ibom and Rivers, Calabar, if they are working well for us, all this issue of creating state doesn't make any sense to me. But as long as I am a Nigerian, I think the Southeast deserve one state. And I think that's the only viable state that needs to be created in Nigeria. It doesn't need, Dogo Trenchi. It doesn't need a long story. We have to be, if really we're talking about fairness, really we're talking about, justice, if we're really talking about oneness and sense of belonging, the East need only one state. And I think it is only one state that is viable for Nigeria. This issue of that, I'm Borno, I want to say that from Borno, some all this area are just desert from one place to, it's just politics for the boys. It's just the boys to become governors and whatever, senators and House of Rep members and deputy governors and commissioners. It's just, is this really important in Nigeria right now? Talk less about the insecurity we are talking about every day, how people are being killed. Innocent Nigerians are being kidnapped. Creating of state, is it our problem? It's not a major problem. Our major problem is all those marginalization of issue that the people of the Southeast is crying about. If we are talking about trying to make the ports available for the businessmen and women from the Southeast, all those areas we can move our containers, we wouldn't be stuck in Lagos every time. That is most important. And I think that is what these elected members are supposed to be doing. But no, everybody is jostling for position. Your brother, Uzo Kano, has been made the chairman of the, what did they call it, the Southeast Commission, right? This is just them. They are just, they collect from Chim and give to Tony. Tony give to man of Prestige. Man of Prestige give to Paul. Paul give to I give to Rodolph. This is just Nigeria for you. So I don't see any viable state. Like all of you have spoken here about everybody waiting at the end of the month to get from federal government money. If not, which state is viable in Nigeria? Only few, right? And only some governors know what they're doing, because some of them can equally rule their state without borrowing money. Look at what Oji Zokali is doing now in Abia State, right? There are so many people who don't have a lot of resources, but they're doing a lot to run their state affairs, right? With all the problems the governor of River State is having, but he's still running the state, denying the local government fund, denying federal allocation, but he's still running the state. I mean, that's what is people who want to work for their people, right? So I don't see, personally speaking, honestly speaking, we don't need state in Nigeria. But if they really honestly, sincerely want to do it, I think Southeast deserves just one state. And I think it is only viable one state that Nigerians can be talking about we need to create in Nigeria.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ike. Let's man of Prestige, and then Paul, we change topics. Man of Prestige.
Sorry, before I have to leave you guys for 30 minutes. I have to do something in the office. I have to turn off my camera, and I will be listening. Okay.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Dr. Rudolph. I think I have been vindicated. Remember, a few months ago or last year, I was saying about the creation of states, and I was one of those people who, fought against it. My point is that it's not that I didn't want any state to be created in the Southeast. Like I stated, we deserve a state, in the Southeast at least, not because other states has more than five states. So that would go a long way, not more official in the House of Representatives and Congress. But I said, if you do that, other states, other regions are going to want more states. That's kind of defeating the purpose. So why do you want more states in the Southeast when the other state is going to want the same state? Then you try to get more people in the Congress in order to balance the equation. That's going to defeat the purpose. That's exactly what I stated. That's why I was against it. It's not that I don't want any more states. The Southeast rightfully deserve a state. What is happening right now, if it is going to be viable, this is exactly what I stated, because they're giving Southeast 4 states. I think the way they have everything, I think they do some from Ondo State and Edo State. But anyway, they give them more states. So we're talking about 31 states. So everybody's getting as much as we get, if not more. So to begin with, the Nigerian states are not even viable the way we have it right now. The state that we have, they can't even support themselves. They don't have anything to support themselves. They don't have the resources. I mean, they depend on the federal government. And you try to create more states. I mean, Nigeria is the size of Texas, which is one state, and you want 61 states in Nigeria. Can anybody, make that make sense to me? I don't understand Nigerian priority. Is it more states that we need when you have something that is not even viable? It's some of the leaders we have. They think very, myopically. It doesn't even make sense, because what they're doing right now is a form of embezzling more money, getting more money. What's going to happen? You're going to have more governorship. You're going to have more House of Representatives. This is money that could have been going to the people. Then if you go to the governor and you complain you don't have any money. So, Dr. Rudolph, I'm just tired of that so-called Nigeria. Okay, as the proponent of Nigeria, I just say, we just need to divide that country. Let the Igbo go their own way. We can survive, okay, Like I said, I've always been proponent of that Nigeria. The things are not, I don't think we belong together. Let's just call it what it is. It's about time they just
All
go
right.
away with that country, because it's not a country anymore. Sorry to say that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Paul, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor, and good afternoon.
Yeah, it's nice to see you.
Yeah, thank you. Doctor, sorry, 1 second. I beg. So when I see the state thing, it just kind of make me laugh. If there's anything that I look forward to say, they're supposed to create more states. It's supposed to be Canada joining the US. So the Canadian will negotiate for them to make the US like 80 states. To add like 30, to make Canada more like 30 states, to make the US now become 80 states. Because Canada as a country is bigger than the United States. Then Trump wants to make the whole Canada one state. Meanwhile, Nigeria, that is a little bit more than the size of Texas, want to go 67 states. Is it not funny? Meanwhile, Trump is negotiating Canada, the whole of Canada that is bigger than the US, one state. So, Doctor, when you just see the whole thing in the news, they're kind of funny to me, but it looked like I'm just deviating the topic and everything. All I ask Canada to do, if America stress, Canada should merge with Mexico, then they can ask America, say, you cannot have us. So that the continent of North America will just be one country and other territories around. It's just going to be funny. So talking about this Nigerian thing, all in the name of what Benjamin Kalu is trying to do, he still don't have the guts of pushing his own case. That's why they are coming up with all these multiple states that at the end of the day, again, people will still cry that one region still have more. They don't really make any sense. If there's anything we can do, we can play real-time politics, lobby region like North Central. You understand? It's time for the South-South zone, the Southwest to understand that they need those states, because when you look the Northern and talk all the time, they brag with their states. They know they can use their states to negotiate deals. They use their states to get a lot. So this is the time where you can play politics. You understand? We can go play politics with the so-called the people that they punish in that north. You understand? Places like Plateau State, places like Benue, you can lobby. Then you can get. Then the beauty of it, even though now that the president is in power, you can also rig that one. You can also rig that one. If you can rig it for good, you can also rig it and everything to bring peace. And because the North has 19 states, then the South have 17 states. They use these things to negotiate. They use it to get a lot of these appointments, everything. So I understand. So if there's anything, I think we from the South still need to go back and close door and negotiate very well. I will understand that we are not doing it for Southeast. We are not, or let me not use the word Southeast. We are not doing it for Igbo man. We are doing it because of they are taking advantage of us. IBB know very well when he did what he did to give them 19 and give the other side 17. He knows what he's doing, and he did it very, very calculating. So the president now can use. We have the Senate president. We have we can always muzzle the Speaker of the House. We can always do. Then the local government, the state assemblies, and everything. You rig that one and every other thing. Then everything settled. Then they do what they know how to do. Go to court. You've achieved it. But this 31 state and everything, I just see just like these people, they don't have job. They are just playing. That's not the way they can achieve that goal. That's all I will say for now.
All right, thank you. Let me point out something I figured out. We talked about Nigeria being the size of Texas and Rhode Island. We forget again that Rhode Island is a state. It's actually the smallest state in America. It's about 41 miles long and 20 miles the width of the state. So Rhode Island is 1,545 square miles. if you want to make all the states in America the size of Rhode Island, you are going to get about 230 states. So maybe Nigeria is getting at something, where
But Dr. Rhode Island is part of the original 13 states now, the original. So you give it to Rhode Island. Then also, the way America is also wired. For example, now, like some of the people who don't live in America, if you make mention of some states, they don't know anything. The state of Wyoming, they only have 2 Amazon there. They only have 2 Amazon. The state of Wyoming, Idaho. So there are some states that is almost an everything. But guess what? We don't see them cry to federal government. They still take care of themselves. Yes, disaster can come that every other place, like even the almighty Los Angeles, will still go back to federal government to get that disaster thing. And they don't cry to federal government. But the way our own state is designed, where everybody just go like pensioner who go collect their pension. Everybody go Abuja. That's why the only thing in Abuja is hotel and banking. Then that way, it don't make any sense. Places like Mississippi, Alabama, these are very poor states. But we don't see them run to federal government to take anything. They still micromanage themselves. But in our own case, it's different.
All right, thank you so much. You're right. Chim, there's something we didn't touch on in this state conversation. Apart from lack of proper governance, which is pushing people think that it's only when they have a state that they will get the benefit of governance coming down. They say coming down to the people. That's how they say it in Nigeria. But the bigger issue is really for most people is the way the states we have now, how they were created. They were people who are feeling that they shouldn't have been in this place. They were put in this place. There are also the ethnic lines. There are some people who are feeling they don't fit into this place they want to be, So I understand that, and that's what we now saw with 31 states being proposed. That when you start that process, everybody, even someone from Ibadan, is saying, "I want to be out of Oyo State," or somebody from Oshun. Even some people in Anambra State, they want something out of Anambra State, but they are the same Igbo people, they are the same Yoruba people. But these are the things. There are signs of failure of deliverance of services to people that lead people to think that the only way is only when their hometown is a capital that they will see development in those areas. And looking at the federal government too, you see the sign that most of the things we're doing is only in Abuja and Lagos. We don't want to diversify. Something like people have mentioned, something like the ports. And when you think about it in terms of security consciousness, you will be worried about putting everything in those 2 places. If we have an enemy and the enemy decides to attack Lagos and Abuja, I mean, virtually everything we have in the country is gone, if we concentrate these things. So people intentionally do that in other countries where you move some things. If it's Imo State or Anambra State, you don't put everything in Onitsha or in the capital, you move it to other places. So you can survive in the case of accident or anything that happens.
Yeah, so I totally correct, Rudolph. In fact, you just raised an awareness that for me now, if our elected officials were conscious of these deep issues of let's say, for instance, in Abia State, there was a time when the people from HoR felt that they were not part and parcel of the other Abia states, and they wanted to, because they had their kids and kins in Abakaleke who spoke the same dialect of Igbo with them. And guess what? Somehow, I think it was Abacha that created Ebonyi State. He came and he carved out HoR, carved out Abakaleke, and put them together. They speak the same type of Igbo. But when the HoR people were in Abia State, we used to wonder, what are these people saying? Because even though they were Igbos, we didn't seem to understand what they were saying and all that. If our senators are saying, okay, because this matter you raise is a very light issue, but that's the biggest challenge in Africa. That's the problem in Congo. That's the problem in Congo.
Yeah.
The Tutsis in Congo are feeling alienated, and the Congolese are telling them to go back and join their kids and kin in Rwanda and all those things. And this thing is the history of Africa. There is barely any African nation, even in North Africa, that has its map 100% accurate with the indigenous people together. There's always this spillover, this, if people from one side being across on the other side. If our people even said, let's sit down and see how we resolve this issue. Is there a way we can say, okay, in Delta State, for instance, which is one of the, in fact, that's the most balkanized, if you ask me my own knowledge of balkanized states in Nigeria, you have all sorts of groups of people in Delta State. How do we begin to resolve it so that Paul will not be on the throat of Flagship, and then Tony will not be on the throat of Paul, because 3 of them come from the same state, I know. You understand that kind of thing? If our people were even thinking that way, to say, how do we start addressing this? Then perhaps I would say these people are thinking. But what they are trying to do is to create more headache. Because now you want to take Anioma and create it as a state and call it Southeast. And then some people in Anioma will say, no, we're not in the Southeast. Because then maybe they will take Ikwere people and put Anioma people. Then Ikwere, Anioma, and who else are fighting in the new Anioma state? These are the things they are trying to do. So I hear you, but you see what? I go back to my original submission. Whether we'll be able to accomplish that is still a mystery for me. I don't have the answer. But I'm looking for a time where, as like I rightly said earlier, somewhere maybe a senator from Jigawa will be sensible enough to say, come, hold on, let's be honest with ourselves. How can we have these large waterways? I keep using that seaport. There are other examples I can use, but pardon me, I will keep using it. Look at these beautiful waterways Nigeria has. Why is it always only Lagos that everybody has to ship something from? Why can't people go through Warri? Why can't we go through Calabar? Why can't we, open the Akwa Ibom deep sea port? And this is going to be to the interest of the nation. I want to see a situation where somebody will sit there and say, you know what? Nigeria has gas. Nigeria has hydro. Nigeria has the benefit of huge sunlight in Borno, in those Borno Sokoto area, which means we can generate what's this alternative power source? The solar, exactly. Thank you. Let's diversify it. If we discover that we have abundant sunlight for solar in those tips of Nigeria, and rather than all this getting gas, let's use solar to power the northern part of the country. Beautiful. If we have a huge hydro, let's use hydro to power the middle belt. Beautiful. And then we can use gas from the south. Diversify these things so that we will stop this unending cycle of telling us that the national grid has collapsed. Why isn't the presidency thinking that way? Why isn't a senator thinking that way? Why is it difficult to say, you know what? People in Onitsha, about Newi, these guys have industrial might. Let's invest money so that these guys can be our Japan and Nigeria can begin to export something. Why is no one thinking about those things? All we are busy thinking is how to create Lagos State into two, like Tony said, so that Sheyi will have one angle and then Obasa can have his own. How is that going to help anybody? Do you understand? So I think the level of our national conversation is porous. It's not deep enough. It's always these things, and I don't blame the average Nigerian for wanting a state. I'm not kidding you. The average Nigerian and wanting one is his mindset. He believes until state is brought closer to him, he will have development. Until his brother is president, he doesn't feel at peace. But you see, when the people who are leading the nation begin to show some measure of latitude, go and look at the American presidents. There are some states that have never produced president in America, but they're not worried. They won't be worried. But even when New York produces 2 candidates in both parties, you will see people in Mississippi supporting one as if it's their son, because they believe that person has their interests. They're not afraid about it. Nobody say, "Oh, New York is dominating," like when Donald Trump and what's her name, Hillary Clinton were running. 2 New Yorkers running for presidency. People were not bothered about that. They were busy trying to make their choices because they trusted that either of the persons who eventually comes up will have the broader national interest. Nigerians don't have that trust. If we had that trust, some of these conversations we're having, we won't be having them.
All right. Thank you. At this point, I will take my leave and hand it over to KJ, who is here to continue the conversation. And
you didn't allow me to make my comment before.
Okay. Come on. No, come on. Okay, I forgot that you haven't.
So when you go now, begin to talk, they will say,
"Go ahead."
To one end or the other. Yeah. So now let's go back a little bit. Before the states were created, we had regional governments, and those regional governments was created on, it was a kind of debate, before we all came to that point. And then eventually when the military decided to create states, they made it the way they wanted to make it so that they will continuously to be in favor in one side of the country. But here is the problem. When we talk, the question we have not been able to answer, even with the people in government, is: do we really want to be a country? If we determine I want to be a country, are we thinking like one? The obvious question is no. We're not thinking like one. You see, there's always that second plan that is not open to the public. When we meet and discuss the first plan, which is the Nigeria is indivisible, that's the only thing that makes it, a country. Every other thing is planned towards regions. The North will come together and fight for the cause of the North, and the East and the West will always be in division. It has played out. I know sometimes people, I was in a forum once, someone was saying the problem is that the Igbo people don't know how to play politics. They have never been, they don't know how to play at the middle. And I told the guy, see, you could say that, and for somebody who does not understand history of Nigeria, go back. When the first election that happened in Nigeria after the independence, okay, NCNC had to, align with Northern Congress, Northern elements to be able to form government. What was the reason Nnamdi Azikiwe gave? He didn't want it to look as if the North is being, sidelined. So instead of teaming with Action Group, he went to team up with NCNC. I mean, with Northern elements. Now, in 2003, in 1993, when the election again was held, no party won outrightly. Again, Nnamdi Azikiwe, as they used to call him then, if you were those who followed politics, you know that they used to refer to him as some beautiful bride. Awolowo still came and said, look, let's form a government. He said, no, if we form a government, the North will still think we don't want them to be part of Nigeria. So let us try to balance it, make everybody belong. So if you go back in history, you find out that the Igbo man has always played that let us belong, let's show that we all belong. Let's show that we are all having one nation. But that gesture has never been taken, and rather we are looked at as people who don't understand politics. And consequently, every time there is a reason to make something happen in Nigeria, the Igbo or the East is always the last. And like Paul said, there's nothing that stops us if we are thinking like a nation to keep making sure that all the ships in Nigeria go to Lagos when you have other areas that ships can be diverted to. That's just one example. If you are really thinking like a nation, okay, there's no reason for you to say there is no standard gauge in the whole of the East. Whereas we have standard gauge going to Maradi outside of Nigeria to Niger Republic. So if you look at it and you are in my shoes as an Igbo man, what are you going to tell your children? That you belong? No, I will tell my children to take the world as your place to conquer and not Nigeria. Think beyond Nigeria and think of how to better your life elsewhere. And so let's when we are ready to have a conversation, when we are ready to have that conversation, we'll all make progress. But for now, and I think the next 10 years, I don't think we're ready to have that conversation. And as for Benjamin Kanu, he has never impressed me. So I'm not even going to go ahead and, it was on this panel that he said that the Igbos have been killed, have been quiet enough. He doesn't want the Igbos to get involved. That's only what you can tell us. But you forget that there's an Igbo adage that says that we can't say because somebody go die, we'll not go fight. So it's a simple, he should go back and get his politics right. I think he's a young man like myself. He's leaving the people who brought him into the whole equation. Let him go back and ask his constituents, just in case he has forgotten what took him to Abuja, to tell him what they really need in his community. And he'll be better off for it. Because he's still a young man, he has a lot of years ahead of him. If he can do that, he'll be a better politician. But whatever he's doing right now, he's playing to those who have put him, he's playing to the gallery, obviously, not to the Igbos, not to the people of the Southeast. I want to leave it at that. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you so much, KJ. At 6 p.m. New York time, which will be 12 in the morning in Nigeria. The ladies segment will be on, and they will discuss the issue of divorce and children in divorce. I think they will talk about weaponizing children in divorce cases. So that will be an interesting conversation. Please join them at that time. I will now hand it over to KJ to continue the discussion. I want to thank T. Majek, Oscar Blackbone, Real IK, and Mu Hoibi. I hope I pronounce it well. Thank you all for supporting the program today. So KJ, take it on, and tomorrow I'll be back with 90 Minutes Africa. Thank you, everybody.
Are we ending this broadcast and starting a new one?
No. KJ will continue from this and finish up the topics.
Okay, so you're not ending the broadcast.
I'm not ending it, but no, KJ will just round it because we don't have a lot of other topics, and KJ didn't prepare for this. I just put in there. Yeah. All right, KJ.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. It's been a pleasure listening and watching you. We'll take it from here. And all right. So you all have actually heard and seen what we're discussing. So we'll go from there. Who has not spoken yet? I guess it is Dexter. Dexter, yeah. Can we come to you and then you can give us your own view of what I'm discussing?
Thank you. Sorry, are we talking about, I was following in the background, but I think I stepped out for about 30 minutes, so I don't really know what the last. But just to speak on the state creation whole shenanigans in Nigeria. Of recent, I've just been thinking, like, I've been thinking, especially for those people in outside the country. Of recent, I've just been thinking, like, what do the Western world really think about us? Like, Nigeria is.
We're trying to arrange this thing.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Okay,
so I mean, Nigeria is actually a creation of the West, but we seem to not get the point. Like the whole idea of 31 states creation or even creating more states. I just think that's going to exacerbate the problems because that doesn't solve anything. You know, this is just about a few people trying to corner the resources of the state. What is in it for the Nigerian, if there is anybody called the Nigerian? What is the need for them? You know, it's not about the people. It's not about the people living there. It's just about the people in power. So I don't even think it's something we should. Of recent, there was a statement made by Amechi, which I think is very profound, just before the Edo election, and he said that there should be no elections in Nigeria. Ideally, that the people should stone the politicians and send them away. And I think that is why he said he cannot die for Nigeria is because there's no consciousness in the people to demand good governance. You know, we really don't have that consciousness. That's why we are the way we are. And if we don't have that consciousness, there's not all these things like Rufai Oseni says, strategy, culture will eat strategy for breakfast. That's the truth. All these things, we'll do creation of state, it won't work. If Nigeria has the right culture, it can return back to the regional system where there were only 3-4 regions, and it will be prosperous. But all this strategy, let's create state, let's get more money here. No, it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. I'm sorry to say that it's not gonna work. All that strategies are put. Sorry to use that word, but it's not gonna work. From my own analysis, it's gonna work. All this, let there be more money here. What has the more money done? What has the more money done? Tinubu devalued the currency, tell the governors I'm giving you more money. What has it done? What has it done? Nothing. The idea of who is a Nigerian, it's just like if an American citizen is traveling on a plane and for any reason the plane has to do a stopover in any country that is not his destination, that airline will treat the American citizen differently than every other citizen on that plane. That's because of who the American citizen is. Who is the Nigerian citizen? There's no value to actually a Nigerian citizen. That's the truth. The politicians are just there for themselves. And until we, the people, start demanding, until these politicians realize that, look, and unfortunately, the thing about it is that the politicians, the ruling class in Nigeria have mastered the art of deception in playing tribal, ethnical politics, even among themselves. Example, if tomorrow there's something happening, okay, look at the situation of Fubara in Rivers State. All of a sudden, somebody say it's about Ijo. Oh, it's because he's an Ijo man. They will start playing out. That is among themselves. So if you even carry it to the the other states, example, if you carry it to an eastern state, maybe Abia State, they will say, oh, this one is Ungwa. Oh, that's what will just happen, and the people will fall for all that. The people would, if you go to another state, they will say, oh, it's Catholic. Oh, the people will foolishly fall for it. When the people are supposed to come together and say, this is what we demand, and kick the people out. Look, in the Western world, example, in the UK, there was a time the kings and the lords, they had all the lands, but the people came together and said, no, it can't work again. This one will not work. We must change it. And they changed everything. I think they called it the Magna Carta. They gagged the power of the king. But in Nigeria, with a loaf of bread, they would buy out the people with a loaf of bread. The day they are supposed to take their destiny in their hands, they will bring a loaf of bread for them, and the people will sell out for a loaf of bread. So I don't say creation will not help anybody. All these anonymous things. Look, all these things will change. It will change the core of what is making Nigeria to. And the other question is this: the truth about it is that Nigeria was created. Fine, let's accept that Nigeria is country, but the people that make up Nigeria, really, they have not. After the Civil War, I don't think they've come together and had a discussion of saying, okay, look, we had a war. We don't want to go back to the war. What can we do so that we don't go back to that situation? But that is not what happened in Nigeria. What happened in Nigeria is that somebody came out and said, no Victor, no vanquish, come back, let's forget about everything. It doesn't work. We all know it doesn't work. There's nowhere in the world it will work. Nowhere. Never. And then it's just like we are.
But Dexter, sorry to butt in. That no victor, no vanquished was not actually a bad thing, no. What did he do with it is the issue.
No, that's what I'm telling you. If they said no victor, no vanquish, then they called everybody together to the table and said, okay, look, let us resolve our differences so we don't get down into it. That is not what they did. They said no victor, no vanquish. The next thing, okay, we create 12 states. It was not a collective. The people, look, I think Denmark, the country of Denmark has, is it 3 or 2 different ethnic nationalities? Before they formed the country, they came together. If not, they would have split up. They came together and said, okay, how do we progress? What do we do so that we won't start fighting all these tribal wars? It ain't gonna work. And the another thing that in Nigeria, as long as we do this Babiala system, Babiala, that is what Nigeria is. Of recent, I've been thinking in my psyche, how come in Nigeria you created 36 states, then the federal government will collect all the money? That money they're collecting is maybe 4 states that are producing most of that money. Then they will now start sharing it for the 36. I mean, think about it. If now you be picking, you get 36. You are one of a child in 36, and there are 4 of you that are bringing all the money. Then your father will collect the money when you bring it. Then after you collect the money, he will not share it among your 36 you people. But there are 26 of you that are not bringing any. One day you will revolt now. One day you will revolt. You will revolt. So that's, this formula, the premise upon which we are moving as a country, it's not going to work. And that's why sometimes I look at when we are even looking at, why are we bothering ourselves about what the Western world is doing? We can't get that. Look, I don't know whether it's a problem with the psychic of the black man. But this is what I say. Until you see what the black Americans don't know is this. Until Africa, the black race in Africa finds its footing, the black man will never get the respect he deserves. That is the simple truth. Because
Thank you.
look, if we just 1 minute. If we truly, I normally hear people talk about there's racism in the West, but do you know the truth about it is that if the black man in Africa had found his footing and his place in the League of Nations, all those people will be more interested in finding their roots back home, and they will run back.
Okay.
The same way. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I don't have that video. I will have played it. A black American, African American, or like we say, they're black Americans, who was saying that you guys keep trying to lay claim to them. They have nothing in common with you guys. You only have something in common with their ancestors, not them. And so they don't know Africa. They're not born in Africa. They don't have nothing, no relationship. The only difference is that they have the same color with you. But that's going to be a discussion for another day, because I think the point the woman raised was very disturbing. If that's how majority of them think, then I say that the black man has a lot of some of these people don't even know the history of development in the world. That development are in Africa, and that is they don't even know the real name of Africa as the mother, the beginning of Earth. So, but let us leave that for now. And I want to take us to a very unfamiliar ground for me, but maybe familiar for most of you, and that is the controversy concerning the Grammy Award. It is said that some of the best musicians, from Africa are from Nigeria. It's also said that some of the biggest stars are from Nigeria. When it has to do with, aside people like Beyonce, if you're talking about musicians in Africa, you cannot discontinent Nigeria as the hub. So now the question is that Tems won the Grammy, and the debate has raged on in the media that she does not deserve such an award or does such a recognition. And there are other more qualified, more eminent, more entertaining, people in Nigeria who could have won that. So I want to hear you say, it's not my area, but I know Tems. I know that she's a bit, one of those we just see flash here and there. I would have probably able to speak more to the video, but even at that, it's not my area. So it's not my area at all. So I defer to those of you who are here and those with the keyboard. If you have all the information you may want to share, please come on and let us talk about it. But I know that Chim, being a radio host and a very prominent member of the media, when it has to do with entertainment and all that in Calgary, will have more information for us. So Chim, take it away. What do you think? Does she deserve it, or is it because of her beauty? Because I know that they say she's very beautiful. I don't know about her. I don't know her really. So is it that her beauty got them to give her this award, or is that she sang good music? By the way, I want to also say that it's not a Christian music. Those who think that is not I don't take it as a Christian song at all. She sang her song. Maybe she no contact and talk, say she don't become a gospel singer now. So
okay, so KJ, the thing is, with everything in life, there's always some level of subjectivity in whatever it is we accomplish in life. I'll give you a little example. In an office where there is promotion, I'm trying to use this, but I'm being careful because the people who are involved, even though I know I won't call any names, might be watching, and I don't want anybody to be offended. There was a time of a promotion happened somewhere, and it's not like the typical civil service promotion where to just promote somebody. People there will still be some level of interview, and you interview for the role, and the best candidate will be picked and elevated. But these were two peers at a senior management level angling to get into a general manager, more executive level role. One of them had been on that job for a while, and it was a no-brainer that person was supposed to get that job. But by the time the leaders of the organization did their interview process, they gave it to the other candidate, who is also qualified but was not exactly doing that. They were both in the same kind of department, but different units. And down the line, people didn't understand why this person was given that role. But I met someone later on down the line when we both left that organization, and I asked him, do you remember when this thing happened? He said, why? What do you think? And the person said, the other person was given that role because of the person's perceived strategic positioning. That one was seen as being tactical, the other one was being seen as more strategic. And that the business leaders wanted somebody more strategic. Where am I going to when it comes to Tems? The people in the music industry that Tems associates with have a role they've played in making sure she won that thing. So it's not every time that your level of music or your followership will necessarily win you those awards. It's like next month now we'll celebrate what's the other movie award, Oscars. There will be a lot of debate whether somebody should have been given an Oscar or not. It will always happen. These things are not. We will always have. It's like, oh, should Trump have won or should Tinubu have won? There will always be those controversies. It's a normal thing that happens with us as human beings. But the point I'm trying to bring out is this: I've never listened to Tems music apart from occasional someone will just play one thing for me. I don't follow that. I'm a gospel music person, so I barely. If at all I listen to non-gospel music, it is the high life people. That's the one I will listen because it's closer to my perceived generation. And then, of course, the philosophical nature of high life makes it more appealing to me. This is me speaking for myself. But I want to say that, in summary, Tems manager, the radio stations where Tems music has been played, don't forget, it's not enough that you are singing. There is an algorithm they use to play music. So there are certain, when a new music comes, certain radio stations play that music. Sometimes what they will do is, when they are playing, let's say Tony is a new musician on the block. We're not used to his music, but KJ is established. Dexter is established. They take a risk on Tony. What they will do is they will play KJ, and while they use KJ to pull listeners, they will now throw in Tony. Now, when Tony comes in, some listeners will drop off because they don't like Tony. Some will stay, and then when they stay, they will now bring in Dexter. And then those people who dropped off will come back. Now, they keep repeating the same cycle. When they repeat that cycle, if they notice that suddenly, every time they play Tony, people are no longer dropping off. Rather, more people are coming on to say, okay, Tony's music has come. What it means is that Tony's music is now being accepted. After a while, they will push Tony as the #1 music and bring KJ down because now they have seen that the audience is receptive to Tony's music. And this is how people, so when you hear, oh, there's a new music on the block, he has gone to chart, he's the #1 on the chart, they know what they're doing. They play these games. There is a system they use in the music world. They use those things and they prop up new musicians. So my perception is that what's her name is swimming in that particular in that circles. Her managers and co are doing well in propping her up. And of course, when the voting comes up, where does she live? She lives in the United States of America. Who listen to her music? Americans are the ones listening to her music. It is not Nigerians. It's not like I know you will say that Burna Boy, what's his name, Davido, are known. But these guys, their music are played more in Nigeria than in the Western world. Tems is in the Western world where her music is being played. And the people who predominantly do this voting are in the Western world. So they are going to vote for her and she will win. That's the way it works. But it doesn't take away the fact that it's like Fela never won a Grammy. Is that not curious to you? Fela never won a Grammy. Because at the time when Fela was playing, not too many people in the Western world knew who Fela was. High Life wasn't a big deal. What's that his brand of music? It wasn't a big, but today, he paved the way, he did the sacrifice, and the rest of the people coming out now, the world is now paying more attention to that genre. Unfortunately, Tems doesn't have to do all that heavy lifting. Other people have done that heavy lifting. And then, like I said, she lives in the Western world. She sings in the Western world. And of course, in the Western world is where the vote is done. And that's why she's winning. So Doesn't mean her music is better than Davido or Burna Boy or whatever. No, that doesn't. But I think she's paying her own dues. Let's give her her flowers. I'm not a fan. I don't listen to her music, but I'm also not an enemy of her. So I really don't care. That's just it for me.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. At least it's good to know that you're not an enemy, even though you're not a fan. I am also not an enemy. I don't listen to her. But here is a clip of her receiving her award in Grammy. And I hope we can hear her.
Oh, my heart is beating so fast. I'm so sorry. I do work out. But it's not coming, it's not showing up right now. Wow. Dear God, thank you so much for putting me on this stage and bringing me this team. And tomorrow is my mom's birthday, and this is her first Grammys. And I just want to thank you, Mom, because she's really done a lot for me and my brother. And oh my goodness. Happy birthday, Mom. And I want to thank my team, Muiwa Wale, my beautiful stylist, Dunsin Wright, my lovely girls, Yvonne and Rochelle and Kayla and Ashanti and Sarah. I love you guys. Thank you so much. To God be the glory, because honestly, He's changed my life so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, God.
Yes, thank you, Chim.
So is Tems Otedola's child?
I don't know. Now, Desta will tell us because Desta is closer to her age. So, Desta, is Tems Otedola's child?
Tems is not Otedola's child. That is, what is her name? DJ Copy. DJ Copy. Yeah,
so what do you see on this award given to her?
Well, see,
and then some people are asking, why is people like Favor not mentioned? People like Finos not mentioned.
Flavor's music is not appealing to the Western world. He's singing in Igbo. Fino is speaking in Igbo. This girl is singing English songs. What are you talking about?
Okay, hold on, Nachim. I'm just playing the old advocate here. So, yes, go ahead, Desta. Why is that Fino and what's his name now? This young guy who has been taking all the traditional music in Igbo land and turning them to this thing. Why are they not mentioning those people? Because after all, we are 200 million people and we listen to it. So why doesn't our own count in the measuring of the Grammy, the rating of Grammy?
KJ, let me tell you something. Let's take the playbook of the Saudis. Take the playbook of the Saudis. At least they are thinking. What are the Saudis doing? There is Premier League. The Saudis notice that, look, the football is taking over the world. Okay, no problem. And you have the Premier League, you have the Italian League. Okay, the Saudis threw money into football. They started luring the best players in the world. Recently, they took John Duran from Aston Villa, a 20-year-old boy from Aston Villa. He's gone to Al Nassr to play. The Saudis have set up their own golf this thing. They are now doing Formula One. What am I trying to tell you? You see, this Grammy thing is about money. It's about money. The problem is that Nigeria, we are not being strategic. We are not yet coordinated. All we need to do in Nigeria is this. Yeah, look, you can just even say one oil well. There's one oil well. One old oil well, OML 101. Whatever OML 101 produces, we are going to use it to sponsor a music award. Now, whatever Grammy is offering, cap it times 10. Cap it times 10. And then now send out requests for people to send their music in. Get one or two. Get Chris Brown, Taylor Swift. Get them to send their music in. You will do award. Do the award in Kaduna, wherever it is. People should come. Then that thing you're talking about, we can incorporate it. We put our own music. It's what America has done. Look, it's what America has done. It's simple. We can look, it's just that we are not coordinated. If we are coordinated with only one oil well, whatever this oil well is producing, we'll just use it for the award. Sponsor people's flight ticket, everything, and say people should come and take. You give people $500,000, whoever wins. My brother, people will rush inside and will start listening to our songs. Even the songs in the north, there are songs in the north that we don't even listen to. You know, now, so adding to what Chim has really summarized it. But look, Tems, you give it to her. Tems has an elite squad. That's what Tems had. So the truth is that 2024 was a very poor year, whether you like it or not. But 2024 was a poor year for many Nigerian artists. Burna Boy couldn't go. He had shows in South Africa. He had a show in South Africa. Up to 1,000 people did not buy the ticket, so he couldn't go. He had shows in different parts of the world where people were not buying the tickets. People, you know, when you have a show, there's a minimum number of people that need to buy the ticket for you to go. He didn't go. They were Burna Boy, even Ashake, these people were not, they didn't close down places like they did before. But Tems crew was on point. Tems was shutting down places in America. Now, the truth is that Tems music, I've listened to it too. It's not catching, you know. Tems music doesn't catch fire. Do you understand? Her music doesn't catch fire, but her music appeals to the soul of the people in the Western world. Do you understand? Her music appeals to, look, even Arya Star's music, you will seem to think that Arya Star's music is a little bit, but Arya Star's music is, you know, it's more African. Tems music, they can listen to it, they can understand what she's saying, they can relate with it, you know, in the West. That is what her music is. But her music doesn't catch fire. So what Tems has done is that she has taken some Nigerian blend, but she has westernized her music. You understand? She has westernized her music, and her team is on point.
Would you say that Tems music is more like Sade of those days?
Is Tems, look, Tems music is, look, I think Tems music is a little bit offensive. Okay? It's a little bit offensive. When I mean obscene, it's like an obnoxious type of music, but it's like something that, you know, even when she started going to, if you listen to her story of when she, you know, she used to write her own beats. Producers did not really find her, if you listen to her story, they didn't find her beats like, do you understand? Like, if you listen, look, Tems music is kind of music that Sade is even good. You could listen to Sade. Tems music is kind of music like, there are some people that they sing a song, like I think Davido was saying, he sang, if I tell you, say that song, he sang it first in a concert, and everybody, the thing caught fire immediately, everybody liked it. Tems music is not like that. Tems music, you just have to be intentional. You listen to it, even that I Love Me Jeje, that song, the song that won, I've listened to it once or twice. It doesn't catch fire, it doesn't. But her music is kind of me that if you listen to regularly, you will start seeing this. You will start seeing the music making sense, and you would probably like it, you know. So, but I think it's all down to her team. But one thing I must say that Tems did, which I was appreciative of, is that at least she mentioned God in her. She mentioned God in her when she was receiving her.
Well, thank you so much for contribution.
She was receiving her award.
There's a portion of the Bible that says that even the devil mentions God. So
no. The point that all these awards, you know, they have been. And look, do you know that Snoop Dogg has never won a Grammy?
Let's
I
say
hope
this.
You know that.
Let me say this. You see, the music industry, for those of us who did a little bit of it, it's a very slippery ground. It's a very slippery ground, and a slippery ground for Christians. So it's always a place to watch out for if you are going into it. But however, I'm not here to determine who it should or who shouldn't listen to it. I'm coming to Tony. Tony will tell us how much.
Tony, before you go, because some people, I apologize, please. Some people said when I mentioned that Davido and Fino and what's that, the other Igbo guy, why they are not being mentioned.
Level.
And then they said Ashake. I googled it. Ashake was nominated. Ashake didn't win. He was nominated.
By the way, Ashake himself is one of the people I think. Watching that rendition he did on the national item, I think he sings well. He sings better than these other people.
Yeah, but
you see, so that's why I don't understand. You guys should educate us.
There is a lot of a lot of subjectivity. A lot of subjectivity. It's like even football. There are people who will argue that Messi does not deserve the amount of World Footballer of the Year he has won. There is some measure of subjectivity in all of these things. Sometimes the crowd you hang around and all those things, the musicians, the producers, their level of influence in the music world will help you win these things. See, there are some promotion people get sometimes, not because of their hard work, but because of their network. Their network, when I mean that the network they have, the people around them and the things, is all part of life. Do you understand? So it's not always that your hard work is going to get you to places. If it was so, many of us here would even be president of Nigeria. But you all know how these things happen. So but the girl has positioned herself right and is working for her. Sorry, Tony, go ahead.
All right.
Well, I am basically a novice in in this discussion. Like Jim, mine is gospel. You know, but there's something that I like about this discussion. I see flashes of brilliance of Nigerians, but this is on individual basis, everywhere within Nigeria and outside, and they give some sort of image, some polish to our image that is bastardized, and so they are doing a great work for our country. And I'm wondering, the movie industry, the entertainment industry have done so much, in terms of, projecting our culture, our image, internationally. For instance, the movie industry moving from what I would say unknown quantity to become, the second after Hollywood. Beating India, because I know many years back, it was Indian, look at Indian films and so on and so forth. Even here, Nigerian films, movies are very, very popular. But the question that I actually ask is, how is the government leveraging, to take advantage of what these guys are doing free? Because the government pays a lot of money to launder its image, and yet these are people on individual basis, and in the field of soccer, in music, in entertainment, they are projecting the country's image. There's a lot of money to be made from this, apart from what they're doing in terms of laundering our image. Government is not doing anything to help them, to organize them, and to take advantage of this great individual feats that they are attaining. Not just to project, but also to use this to create, jobs and employment for Nigerians, tourism and so on and so forth. I see some Americans here, and they call names, and they call food, and they call, that are Nigerian, and I feel so proud, yet, in fact, some of them want to come. I know one or two people, one or two ladies here, Americans, they say, please, can you find me a Nigerian husband? Because they've eaten Nigerian food, jollof rice, egusi soup, and rikaiko, and so on. In fact, the first time I heard that Nkwobi is here, and it was an American that told me that, Nkwobi, and he pronounced it so well. And I was wondering, I've never eaten Nkwobi. So I started asking, what is Nkwobi? He educated me on what Nkwobi is.
Okay,
So
thank you, Tony. And one of our what do you call them, keyboard warriors by the name of But Why say the girl carry shape. Is it? I'm coming to you, Ndubisi. Is it because of the girl shape that you won this Grammy, or is the song? And you listen to the song, and for But Why, I retired from listening to music many years ago. I only listen to gospel artists right now. It doesn't matter who it is. I know they listen. So, and even the gospel artists, I have the ones I select. Not every word I listen to. Not everybody who calls the name of Jesus or God that I listen to. So, having said that, Mr. Ndubisi, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
If you can hear me, is it because of her shape? Because they say a carry shape that they gave her the award of was able to sing properly and you enjoy.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me too?
Very well, sir.
Oh, yes. Well, I don't really follow her per se. I've listened to her music only, I think, once or twice, but I guess, like Shim said, a lot of considerations go into deciding who wins an award, particularly at that highest level. Probably, I believe she's not even based in Nigeria any longer. So I think she's from a wealthy background too. I think her dad, one of the richest men in Nigeria. I can't remember the man's name now. So he must have given her lots of support. So she didn't really struggle in getting producers to like her song or so. I guess she must have been tutored by the best in the industry. And then she has the talent too. And those must have helped her. And like Shin said, the circle she has around her and the kind of clout they have will have helped her music to be known worldwide. And she mentioned something that I am really familiar with, how DJs in radio stations play music, and while they are playing, there's a segment they will have, because I've worked in a studio briefly, my younger years. They have a segment, they push in, they have a lineup of music they want to play for that segment. The new ones, they will put them in between. The popular ones, the listeners who are always tuned that time, we will always be looking forward to hear their favorite artists or singers sing. Along the line, they will start introducing those new artists. And before you know it, gradually, maybe different days, people will start uh, liking that new artist. Sometimes they even invite that new artist to the studio. That is how they become popular. They will ask them about their life, their how they started their music career and all that. So
Okay.
it helps.
I'll come back.
Probably.
I'll come back to you.
So I believe those were part of the ways she
Yes, because
she blossomed.
we want you and I don't listen to it, so we want somebody who listens to it and support the diaspora, who is my very good friend and brother. He is in the music industry, so he'll be able to tell us the
Oh,
nitty-gritty of how it goes. So, yes, sir.
okay, let me stop. Let me stop here.
I'm coming back to you.
Lokupi, go ahead.
Hold on. Lokopi, you are one of those guys, who understand this thing. Let us know how it's done. And why is that Davido, and Burna Boy, and Ashake, and the Fino, and what's the other guy's name? Everybody, why are they not on this nomination? Tell us.
First of hello everybody. I don't think we've seen this year. So happy New Year to everybody. Can't remember anyway. First of all, who tell you say I did into music?
I can see your dread now. Those who can't dread.
Are you serious? No,
Yes,
nah, come on. Come on.
No one can have dread when
Dread
those
music,
how
no.
music they go on. You
Dread
must
and
know how
music.
to play nyakam. You must know one of those ones now. You know they
You
play
feel-
bass line. Tell me true.
Anyways, you must have heard, you're an American, so you must have heard this word, the industry. You understand? So people are saying lots of shit about the industry. Like the industry is not how it used to be anymore. You understand? The industry is like not like a court. You understand? Even in like the movie industry, yeah, we hear when they were like there was a controversy where they said Oscar so white. You understand? And like they know, meaning it's not the effort that you put in anymore. It's just like who you know and your network. You understand? Like so, it's not really like independent voting, and they have a governing body. Like Oscar, we see like the governing body who does the voting in like an Oscar. Then for the music, yeah, the industry is also a different ball game there. We know the kind of how they do their bend over stuff. If you don't conform to them, sort of, if you think you depend only on your talents, you go nowhere. You still have to bend over some this and some that. And for Tems, um, she's popular in America more than in Nigeria. Despite she's Nigerian and everybody thinks they will know, but she go to shows in America, small gigs here and there, in America more than what's it called in Nigeria. So when it comes to voting, the voting category in terms of nomination, she might have upper hand, more than the ones you think they make gra, hey, shout, hey, and sometimes you think it's by shouting. Sometimes it's where you perform. You stand in the concert. You think these big names shut down, sell out. The people who do this voting stuff, they don't go there to say, okay, yeah, maybe Bonobo close and this and that, the video close and this and that. You think they don't go there. They just go to a place where nice and cozy, and you see Tems performing there. Oh yeah, I think Tems, you understand? Even when she was going to this what's it called the Grammys, then I was surprised when some few persons were mentioning her name outside, even in the during the red carpet. I was like, this is popular for this side. I don't know. I was thinking maybe the Davido, the Whiskey, who side, not like that. These cats are only popular here in Africa thing because of the Afro, this and that. But over there, people are trying to vibe to Nigeria, and this guys just there giving them what they want to listen to. So, and maybe because of a type of music, and one other thing too, the mistake they're also doing in this Grammys is like they categorize every sound that comes from Africa as the same genre. You understand? That is also one big mistake that they make. You understand? Anything comes from Africa. If I start to do Bogo Tigbo right now, they call me an Afrobeat singer or whatever. You understand? They don't care. So I think it's high time we also tell them, look, every sound is not the same. Every sound is different. Even the name we call Afrofusion, like you say, Afrobeat fusion, give it its own name. If it's blues, it's blues. If it's Arab, it's Arab. If it's hip hop, give it the same thing. You understand? So, but for her, it's not really the shape anyway. She's dressed up decently. I think
Okay.
I can tell for that. She's a decent girl. So it's just where she's being seen more often, than there. And the most important is, and the award is being done over there, not here. So what do you expect? So that's how she won anyway. But
All right.
there's more to it than what that meets the eyes anyway. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Ike, we're coming to you, and you'll probably be the last to make comment on this. I wanted to go into it, but I just got a breaking news I want us to discuss real quick. So, Mr. Ike, what do you say concerning the award given to our dear sister, Tems, and against all the big musicians in Nigeria? And some have said because she is here in America, but the rest are also based in America. Some have said because she's a lady, but there are also other ladies who are also singing for.
No, sorry, they don't. The rest, the others don't base in America. They don't base in America.
They are always coming and going. They have tickets now.
I like what you said. Base and stay is different.
Okay, so some are staying in America also. In fact, they are
why some are visiting America?
Yes, they are global citizens now, because once you're an artist of that magnitude, you have, you're always on the move. So if they even have private jet, because this morning I saw Whiskey strolling into his private jet, so they can be at anywhere at any time. And they say he just had 48 days of party in Lagos before leaving Lagos now. The question, Mr. Ike, that I'm coming to you is, could it have been better, or is it that she deserves it because her music itself is not that popular in Nigeria? What do you say?
No, I think my joy is that the artists, they put Nigeria in the world map, the world stage, is a source of good news for us as Nigerians, that the music industry and the film industries are being recognized and respected around the world, unlike what it used to be. Before, I used to sneak away from the window of the kitchen to go and watch Indian films when I was in school. When everybody sleeps, we sneak from the kitchen window and climb the water pipe upstairs. We climb the iron that they used to put the pipe outside. We climb it and go down and open the gate and go to watch Indian films. So I think that the music industry and the film industry in Nigeria has really put us in a very good place in the world. And I am proud to be associated with Nigerian music and Nigerian film industry. You know, like Tony said, the government is not taking advantage of that. Remember last month or last 2 months or 3 months ago, Davido made a comment about the corruption in Nigeria. Everybody, it was like everybody want to abandon his music. This is one of the problems that's why most of them keep away from speaking their mind. Only few of them speak their mind, right? Because they have a very big platform, and with their platform they can move a mountain. But I don't know why they are afraid to speak up in Nigeria. You know, mostly our artists. You know, so when we don't have Raskimonos of the days and the days of Felas and the days of you know, people like that who use their platform to talk to government and you know, speak to the people. So, but outside than that, I think I'm happy for her and those that won. Is we can take consolation with that. For example, as we are fighting ourselves everywhere in Nigeria, when there is national team football, everybody becomes Nigeria, everybody becomes Super Eagles. So those are the things that bring us together as Nigerians. And outside that, after the football, everybody goes on his way. So I think putting us in the world stage and the world map is a good thing. And for me personally, I hope and I pray that not only that they put us in a world map, but the moral decadence of what people that are following these people, the morality of it is another thing entirely. So I just hope that Nigerians should know that, you know, all this exposing of breast and everything is not what makes a woman, right? The decency of every woman is to cover your body. That's why clothes was made for, right? But the youth of today think that is the only way, you know, so that's why content creators and stuff like that, we see a lot of things online. But I just hope and pray that they keep doing what they're doing by putting us in the world stage, because that's the only hope we have as Nigeria. We don't have a government. I don't believe we have a government anywhere in Nigeria. But with these people in the movie industry and the music industry, I doff my cap for them for their dedication. It's a hard work, because a lot of hard work, you know, personal sacrifices that they make to get to where they are. So, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, let's move forward. And yes, truly, the Goodluck Jonathan administration put, I think it was 500 million or thereabout at the time to the
The jazz will catch you, Abby. The jazz will catch you. And I sleep with the sleep KJ. Very fun.
I'm sorry, my network, I don't know what to say, but it's not
I would like KJ, I would like you to play back the YouTube, so you see your face during the freeze and see yourself.
I'm so sorry, you know, well, let's move. Tems have done us proud, for those who listen to her, and I think I appreciate her work as an artist myself, and she just go ahead and keep doing what she's doing, and all of them, they are all putting Nigeria, giving Nigeria some form of color that to make it look as if not only bad politicians that are coming out of our nation, but also good things come out of it, and great sound come out of our continent, and Nigeria in particular. Now, let's spin forward. We just got breaking news while I'm here. My Twitter handle came up to tell me that the Prime Minister of Japan, who is visiting Donald Trump, just made a pledge of $1 trillion investment into the United States of America. Why am I bringing it up for us to discuss? Why some people are sitting in their backyard and people are coming to invest, our government is putting up is increasing the amount for budgeted for, and they are globetrotting around the nations of the earth, and yet we're not getting this kind of investment. Can we talk about this for a minute? Why is it that this guy is pulling up? This is minus the one that Saudi Arabia has already pledged, minus the other guy who pledged another one guy has already pledged 1 trillion. So this is the 2nd trillion he's getting so far, and then 600 billion coming from Saudi Arabia, and many more that were yet to be announced. Now, what is the difference? Chim, I'm coming to you if you are there. Okay, somebody's phone is on. What is the difference? What are they doing that is different, and they are attracting this? Or what? Please, can somebody give me the right word? Desta, why is it that these people are able to attract this large amount of investment that we, with a striving population and ready buyers, not able to do the same in Africa? Yeah, Desta,
I think the short answer to that is the reason why rich people always get people spending money for them than to spend on poor people. So.
Okay, yes. Please go ahead now. Complete it, Mr. Loco P. You said something, I didn't hear you.
No, I said the same reason why you see rich people spend money on rich people than to spend money on poor people. So it's like when you have a rich person friend, you invest in them because you potentially to have bigger returns, or support or whatever aid you want to get from them in the nearest future. Why, if you invest in poor people, what are you going to get? Nothing, or mistakenly something. So for that is it's not because he made the investment like, yes, I dash you the money, take, it's a gift. No, it's just an investment that will help them, and in return, probably in the nearest future, maybe get better deal when it comes to negotiation in the maybe bilateral agreement or whatever. So I think it's just normal. It's nature, it's life, not because it's America, but because America has built for themselves a high pedestal whereby everybody wants to invest. You understand? Like, okay, see what Donald Trump said about South Africa, taking off aid from them. You understand? I mean, if a country like South Africa who knows its owner is supposed to know that we are rich already, we are richer than you. You're not supposed to, we're supposed to be the one helping you. You understand? If things were equal, if all things being equal, if not for the bad governments that have been, happening in the past, you understand? You are not feeling that you are the one helping us by taking aid away from us. We are supposed to be the one helping you. You understand? So, but it is what it is. Like I said, is when you've built a good foundation for yourself, everybody wants to attach themselves with you, associate with you, invest in you. So that's just it for me. It's just the politics of the world and nothing really special.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mr. Tony. Okay, no, Desta, are you here now? Okay, Desta is like it's frozen. Mr. Tony, let's go to you. Mr. Tony, you heard what Lokopi said, that they build a pedestrian. What is that pedestrian that we're not being able to build with all the money that we have in our kitty in Nigeria? How can we position Nigeria to be able to attract such an investment? Because $1 trillion into Nigerian economy will equals to 100 billion. Is it billion or thereabout? Or in fact, one I don't know how to call it, but $1 trillion in Nigerian economy will turn around the whole nation. How can we get such an investment that will ginger and kickstart our development for the next century?
KJ, I don't know why you're asking this question. I don't understand, because if I ask you, if you had that kind of money yourself, will you trust any Nigerian politician with that money to help you to oversee investment for you?
Well, you see, I said that because, you see, it's different dealing with an individual and dealing with a country. I thought that what we should be concerned about as a nation is to how to put our institutions correctly so that we can attract such an investment and use to develop our people. But you are the expert here, so I'm asking you, not my opinion.
It's been said over and over and over again. You don't beg people to come and invest in your country. It's not done anywhere. You don't beg people. I mean, these are people who have ambassadors. They have business people. They have companies. I mean, the world is a global village. They know what's happening in your country. They know. So you're not going to tell them and sweet talk them. You go there and you talk to them and you think they believe you. They know your country better than you do. So there are certain indices. The business environment is inclement. The judiciary is not the best of it. I mean, if I want to invest money in a country and I know that if I have a dispute, I can't get justice. There's insecurity, roads, issues with politicians. There are issues that are systemic, inbuilt in the system that would negatively impact your business activity and ensure that whatever investment you are putting in there will fructify. If you don't, nobody wants to waste, nobody wants to do that. Yes, in business you take some risk. Yes, in Nigeria you have the market, but these are some of the things that you look at and you're wondering, if I put this type of money, what do I get? They're looking at returns. Is it possible? Is it easy for me to repatriate my profits when I invest it? Or do I have to go around begging and bribing and all that kind of thing? So there's a whole gamut so basically the point is that we have a lot of work to do before people can come in. And the only reason why those who take the risk, and business is free, to come in there, the returns in Nigeria is very, very high. I think I'd make bold to say that Nigeria is one of the countries where you get so much high returns because the tax system, has not been formalized in such a way that you bring everybody within the dragnet. So you can do business and not pay tax. There are so many things. You don't have best practices. Those things, those structures that will ensure that all the trappings, all the things that you need that are necessary for a developed economy, for business to thrive or to grow is in there. So people come in here, the reason why some of them come in here is that they can cut corners. They can cut corners and take out what they want, once they have money and connection. So they come in here, they fly to Zamfara, they land their helicopter, and then mine, arm people, mine the things they won't do in their country, and take out raw gold or whatever, and then they go to Dubai and and they sell it. So that for me is one point. But on the other side, if you look at politics, I think people are now trying to a little bit get comfortable with Donald Trump. People are trying now. There are countries that are trying to say, yes, we are your friends, because America holds a lot of political power and influence, particularly within the international community. And so if you look at, for instance, Africa is looking for a permanent seat in the United Nations. And a couple of countries have come out, Nigeria, South Africa, and so on and so forth. If Nigeria was a party to Trump, if he says, yes, I support Nigeria, that's a heavyweight, that could swing things in favor of Nigeria. So you don't want to be confrontational to America, because this is a big brother. They can emasculate you, but at the same time, you also don't want to sell your sovereignty. So my take is that, you see, Nigeria has to look inwards and deal with itself, first of all, before people can begin to invest, because with the way things are now, I think it's a hard sell. It may look very good in the shelf, it's fine, but in terms of value and in terms of its worth, you touch it with a long spoon. That's my reading.
Thank you so much. I'm coming to Desta. I will jump you and come to Uzo. Uzo, you're a businessman.
Sir?
You're a businessman. What is
Who told you?
I know now. What's
Sir.
the business environment that we can create to attract this kind of investment at a go? Because why it's important to me is that this man is just sitting and have been, he's just been harassing people all this while that he came in. and then people are bringing money to come to invest. How can we achieve also that? Because Tony have told us how to achieve that. But do you think what Tony have said will work, or do we need to change leadership or leadership style in Africa?
As Tony said, you don't go and beg people to invest. When you make the environment to be secured and good, people will come with their hard money to come and invest. I can't work. I can't make my money and bring it to somewhere I know that in the next 2 days the money will be gone. I can't invest in such an environment. As we all know, the only way you're going to invest that you can reap off your investment is by, for example, I know people that have moved to Aba right now. Why did they move to Aba? They moved back to Aba. Why did they move to Aba? Because not that high level of electricity. I think they have hope that at least my brother that have 1 or 2 shops there, they say, okay, problem of light, they have already built up. They are now doing good. So people go to Aba because the environment there is accommodating them for them to run their business. So if your environment is not accommodating you with your business, why will I move my business there? All right. Nobody wants to lose money. And you all know how Nigeria is, minus the environment. What Nigeria is. If you want to go and invest, like for example, $1 million, I'll tell you, just calculate, put in your mind that you're investing 500,000. Because at the end of the day, you will start from the president's settlement. You want to come and invest, but you start settling from the presidency to people that will give you the license to invest in that country. Everybody that have opened a business one way to another among us here know that you can't just bring your money, no matter how powerful you are, without settling from up to down. So with such environment, there's nobody that will come there and invest. In every part of it, the system, the whole thing, I just like, if you are people that invest, say you want to like, some of them are fraud. If half of all the companies in Nigeria all of them are fraud, you follow up their tasks and everything. No one, some of them come to Nigeria to hide their money. Some because of tasks on this and that. They come there, they tell you they put up 100 billion so place for investment. It's just for them to hide 1 or 2 things. There's no proper person that's going to, and people are living in Nigeria for that matter. People are living. The one that are there are living. Nothing is surviving in Nigeria right now. So I can't trust anybody I know. I have met people that even come to organic cleanup. The guys they are here, it's like they do a cleanup. When they come there, the Americans, they come for the organic cleanup. When years back, I think other batch of who, the guy was telling me he was in Patakli, he was in Mogoni, Patakli cleaner. I said, why? Why do you leave? The guy tell me the horrible story. The bribe and everything, the bribe that went through this, that, they couldn't stand it and they left. So that's the society Nigeria belongs. So it's not anybody's fault. It's how we find ourselves. As people say, we need to renegotiate our country if we are going to survive or not. If you continue this way, I don't think anybody will survive it.
Bring the water.
So that's just it. Nigeria environment is not, it can't do anything. Nothing it can do. Nothing will happen there. Nothing will happen there that is going to survive. Nothing will happen there. The only thing that will survive there is now agriculture. You bring the fruit from your farm. If this Fulani allow you to farm, the people will buy it in the market and eat. Minus that, nothing, which investment, nothing. People are trying, they lost all their money. You can't trust the bank. You can't trust the. So one of my friends just left it today to go and take his money, which he invested. You have to say a property and put the money in a fertility bank. The guy he just go there to go and withdraw his money.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that's how you do it.
Yes. Okay. Oh, and NWC has gone off. Let me come to you, Desta. You have had all the explanations. Somebody was asking me, is the investment of $1 trillion a breaking news event? Should it be a breaking news event? This time, I'm asking you, should the investment of $1 trillion in an economy not be a breaking news event?
Of course, it should be a breaking news event. $1 trillion. That's not culture now. It's a breaking news event, and I mean, for the American economy, it's just a show of support, basically. You know, it's a show, and it projects. It's a good signal to the economy. It's good optics for everybody, you know, around there. So, I mean, that's because of the stability they have. And the people are putting money in a place where they know that if they put the money there, in the next 10, 20 years, they'll be benefiting from it, you know. So I mean, that's what we should be looking for. But I mean, you can't do that in Nigeria, definitely. In Nigeria, what you can have is portfolio investment. People that come in and after 30 days or 60 days, they take their money out. Because Nigeria actually at present doesn't offer long-term prospects for investment. You know, you can't actually find people doing that right now in Nigeria, unfortunately. But that's the truth of where we are, you know. But for America, you know, I expect more countries will do the same thing. You know, more countries will just fall in line to show that they are supporting the administration, whatever America is doing, you know, throw money inside. And the truth about it is that it's all driven by policies. You know, when they see the kind of policies that the government is coming out with, these are the countries that say, okay, look, we can benefit from this policy. And the countries that are investing are finding out, okay, we can benefit from this. For example, Trump is saying, drill, baby, drill. Of course, the Saudis will be ready to put money in that economy because he's saying drill, baby, drill. That means, people that have oil exploration assets will move into America. They're going to move in there because there's going to be contracts to be won. So they are going to mobilize. And when they say they are investing 1 trillion, that's bringing their assets, bringing their equipment. That's part of the 1 trillion. It's not just cash. You know, it's human resource, all kinds of things they're going to bring in there and say, okay, which direction are you moving in? There's AI, you know, there's a lot of things for them to do, you know. So yeah, it's good for the American economy. It's good to help to. I think people have been complaining about prices of goods in America and all that. It will help to stabilize the economy. It will help to prop up the dollar. And don't forget that Japan is one country that needs the dollar to be strong. If not only Japan, many countries, even Nigeria, needs the dollar to be strong. Because if the dollar is not strong, your goods will not sell. That is the truth. You need the dollar to be strong so that people will not. Imagine if the dollar is $1 to £1. There are some Nigerian goods that will not be seen in the market. That's the truth. Because people will just buy the American one. So people like Japan need the dollar to be strong. So they will invest money there to make sure that the dollar will remain strong so that the Japanese products that they are selling can move. And then you have more Japanese products moving to America to say, oh, it's for countries that are moving in the right direction. Unfortunately, we can't say the same thing for Nigeria, you know. And Trump has not traveled anywhere. Trump has not traveled, you know. Trump has not traveled anywhere.
Not go anywhere.
He did not go anywhere. He just
in the White House.
sat down in the White House and dished out policies, signing executive orders, and people are coming in for it. Look, the truth about it is there was a time Nigeria was going in that direction. In fact, I know of somebody who in 2010, he lives in the UK. In 2010, his bank in the UK invited him. They offered to borrow him money to go and invest in Nigeria. They called him for a meeting and said, come, let us borrow you. Let us take £20,000, go and invest it in Nigeria.
Wow.
That was the optics of Nigeria. You know, that was the optics that, look, this country is, and it was the bank knew that, look, since Nigeria was moving that optics, if he carries the money to invest there, he will probably make return on investment and we will make money too. Do you understand? He was a Nigerian. He was a Nigerian. So that was how. So think about if your country is doing well, you know, if people can see that this country has all you need to, like somebody said here, have a honest judiciary, that justice, not all these shenanigans were happening. There is rule of law. Have an administration that is not that doesn't have encumbrance of corruption or all that. That you will find out that things will start aligning.
Okay.
Have one or two deals.
Thank you, Victor. You've made a very important point for which I will take to Mr. Ike. Mr. Ike, is it possible that we'll have a government that will be attractive enough for people to bring in $1 million. And when you're answering that, bear in mind, let me move on to also move on to our next point. The government of Britain, or rather the opposition party in Britain, have said that they desire to stretch all the people who are coming in now. And I'm happy Local P is here. They will have to explain to us why his sister have chosen to make it, propose a 15-year term for you before you become a British citizen. So as you're answering what Tinubu will do, also put that in context. Why will she be so concerned about increasing the number of years that it takes for you to be a British citizen? Is there any merit in that, or is it just because they think things are not working for Black people now, for Nigeria especially, so they have to make it more difficult for us to come to Europe?
Well, first of all, you have to ask yourself a question: do you really have a government? That's the point. You don't have a government. So if you don't have a government, who is going to come there to invest? Nobody. The people that invested in Nigeria has left Nigeria. Those that had their investment in Nigeria before this time, how many companies has left Nigeria? They are uncountable. We can't count them enough. So automatically, you don't have a government. You don't have a system that works for anybody to come and put his dollar in your country. You don't have institutions that can be able to guarantee anybody transparency in everything that they has to do, just like Tony and Dexter has spoken. So we are just wasting our saliva talking about that because we know we don't have a government. Because all this shenanigans, like people are saying here, those countries don't take us serious. They only use them to, commit corruption, and they only use them when they want them. And after they finish using them, they dump every one of them. So, if the institutions in Nigeria we have is safe for people to come and invest, as we are talking about the investment, we are not talking about people that are being kidnapped every second, people that are being killed every day in your own country. So I don't think any sensible man in his country will advise anybody to come and invest in your country, because you don't have a security. If a member of the House of Representatives member of Anambra House of Assembly can be kidnapped and his decomposing body was found about 2 or 3 days ago. The former head of wanted, I don't know, Major General, his entire family was kidnapped this week. That's the country you have. So who is it that is going to come there to do anything when the life and property of the people are not secure? When the judiciary has become a playing field, when the judiciary has been using for Wike and his group are using the judiciary to play football in Nigeria, they decide whatever they want to do. Democracy in Nigeria is not being decided at the cutoff in Nigerian judiciary. Running of political parties now is being decided in the court, not by the people that are members of the political party in Nigeria. So the system is not working. The system does not work. You don't have electricity. There is no constant electricity supply. You don't have water. Water does not run in the bathroom. Have you seen some kitchens, even when you're watching Nigerian home video, you look at the kitchen they are using to make the film. You see how the water is running, like where I am when I want to pee. You see the way the water that is running from the kitchen sink is running like a little child who is peeing. So you don't have anything that is working. So those people who comes to Nigeria, like Desta said, the people who will come to Nigeria to do business for 30 days or 60 days, they take their money and walk away because there is nothing to offer. The multinational companies that we have in Nigeria so many years ago, even up to this late time, that have provided employment for a lot of Nigerians, they have all left your country. You don't have anything. So because you don't have a government, nobody can trust the government you have, because the man who is the head of the government cannot be trusted by anybody. So because his own record is there for everybody to see. And the people that are working with him are oh yes, sir. So I don't see where it is possible for anybody to say Why is it they are not investing? Where are they going to invest? The security of Nigerians themselves are not safe. So is it the foreigners that are going to be safe? Look at the killing that is going on. Look at the kidnapping that is going on everywhere. Nobody is safe. You don't have electricity. If you go home, you have to put on your generator. How much is the cost of fuel? If you go to area of Face Me and Face You in Nigeria today, in the night you see different kinds of sounds of generator. Some are sounding like engine. This engine where they use to do palm kernel in the diesel. You have different kinds of noise. Now tell me how can people sleep? How does people sleep at night? So there, my brother, we have to be honest. That's the most primary thing in Nigeria right now is to secure the country. The country is not secure. And because we don't have a government, with the people that we have in government are unserious people who are there for themselves. You see the kind of debate they're making in the National Assembly with your Senate president and the minority leader of PDP about they leave all the problems Nigeria is facing, but they are doing campaign of those who are defecting to APC. The question that I used to ask myself sometimes when I go to sleep before I close my eyes, how any honest, genuine, sincere Nigerian politician that said that he is not that in politics for his own personal use can think about leaving wherever he is to join APC? Because this is what actually I really do not understand. That an honest and dedicated Nigerian would decide that this is a party that you think you are going to enjoy. If you are thinking about serving me, if you are thinking about serving your people, the same government that have been there for 8 years, and this is the same government that are putting us into the ground, and that is what your representative will stand at the National Assembly, and they will decide that they are not decamping to APC. I mean, this is not a country. We don't live in a country. We are living in a banana republic where anything goes. We don't live in a country. Everything goes in your country. So don't talk about people who are investing in America. America will only use people like your president because they know they have his file. Whatever they tell him to do, he's going to do that. He doesn't have a choice.
Okay.
So don't expect any investment.
Your phone is ringing. All right. Thank you so much. Local P, coming to you, sir. What is the reason why our dear sister, whom I love so much, Madam Kemi Badenoch, wants to give us additional years before we become British citizens? By the way, what is great about Britain?
For me, I think it's just face for me. I think it's just this. She's trying to be this wannabe potential UK Prime Minister for me. And sometimes in politics you have to be somewhat controversial, to get some, do some clouds, do some stuff just to be relevant. So in case of anything like, oh, I think she has been, yeah, I think she's this and that. So for me, if you look at ever she became the leader, I think Nigeria's issues has not finished from her mouth. It's just this last one that probably since that guy bought her the shoe of her brother and the wristwatch, she stopped talking about Nigeria, and now the next one is to go for migration, which indirectly might still be a shot at Nigerians like you are coming here still. So let me try and take a little bit further. So I'm talking to you, but indirectly. I think, though I won't lie, every UK citizen here knows that UK citizens are flying out, as in not the migrant citizens. I mean the original UK British, because sometimes you can be a UK citizen but you're not British. So like British citizens, because British citizens are different from UK citizens. Some people understand what I mean. And many of them are leaving. The economy is going down. I won't lie to you. Many of them old ones, professionals, they are living, going to as far as Australia, where they pay more, where they get more money and get where, while those who can go to that far, they go to Europe, like Spain and Italy, where they get good summer, Portugal, they get good summer, and buy houses there and start living there. You understand? Because they know the economy is going down. And hence, if you go to like some sectors, like maybe NHS, you see mainly immigrants there doing the jobs. All those old, consultants, British consultants, the UK doctor specialists, you're not there anymore. You run out, man. They're tired of the country right now. They are running. Old British people, they retire and go to Spain and go enjoy their life. You understand? If you check the news sometime last week, you see that even Spanish governments in the residents in Malaga are even revolting against tourists coming there. All the property in Malaga, Barcelona, the property has all gone skyrocket because people who are there from UK, because they earn a lot here, go there and go and live cheap life there. You understand? Spend little money and the year, whatever. So all the accommodation has gone up. Airbnb. You see landlords even converting their houses to Airbnb right now. So they have houses shortage until the government has to come in and cancel some thousands of Airbnb houses, turning back to residential area. So for that, for the UK, I think she might be right to some extent that, yeah, the migration of people coming down here is choking them. Because if you go to like NHS, for instance, now you see like there are more patients than the doctors. You understand? And like now, because of the population in the UK right now, the benefit you get from being a British citizen, you understand, is now reducing because of the more you dish out citizenship to every person that just come under 5 years, you are choking the system, for those who are really British to enjoy the government facility. So for that, they're trying to reduce the number of people that are just becoming British citizens just like that, you son. So, but where I don't agree with her is if there was a Kemi Badenoch in 1990, I don't think she would be where she is today. You understand? It's as if you're also a migrant who got into where you are and you're trying to shut the door, against others behind you, forgetting the fact that these people you're trying to shut the door against, you were once in their position. You understand? Before you became who you are. If I thought you were born in the UK and you take maybe by birth, your parents were not born in the UK. If your parents were born in the UK, your grandparents were not born in the UK. You understand? And if this law you're putting right now happens to be where either your father or your grandfather was not a British citizen and was shot with them, I don't think by now maybe you'll be where you are today. So I think what she should do is, in as much as she's trying to help the British citizens to enjoy their facility, but she should also put more effort in. There are no jobs. The jobs is going, no jobs in the UK. You understand? No professional jobs in the UK that are reducing. And she should also put more effort to try to increase that, and trying to say like immigration is a problem where that even the real Brits, like I said, the Brits, they don't even want to work. The average UK life is just to enjoy themselves, go to bar, drink beer, work little and this and that, but we now see migrants coming here, putting the effort, putting the work and get the money, get paid. She's sounding as if whatever the migrants who are becoming British citizens now, whatever they are getting, that as if they didn't work for it. You understand? Before they gave them the citizenship, they paid the hell. You understand? Most of them came with students, whatever. Most of them came with students, whatever. Some migrated. You took lots of money from them. It is not cheap. You took lots of money from them, not even one. You understand? You took for them, their spouse, their children, all of them. If they come, especially if they are more than 18 years old, you understand? Per head, 18 years, you pay like close to £4,000 per head, not to go back the visa. You understand? So after making chunks of money from them, now you are saying no, you want to this, you want to that, you want to this, you want to that. You understand? And even to get the British citizenship, how much are they still paying? Although from indefinite to being becoming a citizen, I think it's about like less than $2,000. But to get that indefinite, you have to almost be like $4,000 as of today. If the last time I check, so you are making chunks of money from these people, which is helping your economy. So you can't say you want to throw the battle with the baby. Like if you want to throw everything, stop everything. Don't take their money first, and you want to put them behind to say no. You don't want to give them that. Well, you've already collected some chunk of money from them. So in as much as it's a little bit of you're trying to protect this, but it shouldn't come from you and the way you're putting it. For me, that's where I have some itch in what she did or how she's doing it.
Okay, thank you so much. You have actually, given us a good understanding of what's going on. Can we begin to round up? And I will round up with this topic. The reason why a lot of hues and cry was made concerning the Southeast was that Simon Ekpa was one of those brains behind the insecurity in the East. Just the past days, there was a lot of insecurity in Benue, in the East, and continuously there have been all kinds of atrocities going on around. Now, the week also following, that's the past, the likes of Benjamin Kanu said they are appealing to Tinubu to tamper mercy, justice with mercy by releasing Nnamdi Kanu. And Nnamdi Kanu's lawyers said Nnamdi Kanu told them that he's not interested in tampering mercy with justice. What he's interested is to follow the rule of law. The rule of law in this case is what is the position of the law concerning his issue. The question I put to us now as we begin to round up is this. And I'll start from Local P so that we don't have to come back. I will just go because the computer is not giving me the accurate sitting position, who came first or who came last. Now, will you say that so far, since Nnamdi Kanu is not on the scene, is incarcerated, Simon Ekpa is incarcerated, yet there's continuous insecurity to the highest point, even much higher than when these people were outside? Can it also be said to be them who are responsible now? Secondly, when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu say he's not interested in your looking for how to use mercy to tamper justice, what he's looking for is the rule of law to apply concerning his case. Judge it as it is. Declare him free if he's free. Release him or send him to jail if he's guilty. Why or how do you think he has made a good call? And do you think that we have now been proven right that the insecurity in the Southeast is not because of these two individuals per se?
Anyways, truth be told, look, I've known, let me not say black race, so African, so that I will not be black, so not cover my best, Nigerian in particular. See, we don't like to take responsibility. No matter how the odds are, no matter how clear it is for you to no, this is your fault. Take it as your fault this time. You still look for no, it's not. No, look at you understand. Look, right from inception, these two dudes have never been. You understand? They have never been. It's just because of the failure of the Nigerian security system. They always want to, put it out there. And my anger is the media is not even there to ask them okay, you are failing your job as a security man. You are failing. Don't tell us that this man is the person when you don't see any rifle in his hand, you've not seen grenade, you've not seen bazooka in his hand, doing all these things, and you're not seeing him bleeding from the front. Your people are out there because of maybe one or two things or one or two fanatics. Double your men up and go and counter them. Just do your job first. Stop blaming this is the person. You are still in his custody. So he's in the custody. You are still blaming him. That means you're just doing that. You don't just want to do anything. You just want to put something out there and just make people believe that. Yeah. And the stupid media, they also are the ones also finding these things this and that. Yeah, it is the policeman said. So the PR, what was his name? This just Adejobi. He said. Ask him the real question. Okay, don't you think it's a failure on your part? These guys in your custody, something is happening there, and you're still saying the same thing. Before he was arrested, you said this word. Now he's arrested, you're still saying the same thing. But you've changed your tactics by arresting him. but since it's happening and you're sitting the same thing, I mean, okay, you know your work now. But the media, as stupid as they are, always saying nothing else. Just discuss it, and they don't discuss issue. They only report and don't discuss issue. That's what we are. Same thing with Simon Ekpa. Somebody's elsewhere. How much does he have to share to all these boys that making them commit havoc? You don't get money. Don't be feeling it. You understand? So nothing. But you're just looking for excuse to like, hey, this and that is the one causing it. Meanwhile, they've never a time you said Operation Southeast Criminal una die today. Today. You've never done that. You've never. Whether police or army or civil joint task force, you've never put any effort to tackle these things. That's why, like, because they've not done that, that's why I always find the politicians there culpable of this are happening. Because trust me, security is big business all over the world. So imagine Nigeria where there's no rule of law. Like, it's catching out now. Look at what Chinese people are doing in the north, mining our whatever good, taking it out just like that. So not talk of security. So these guys are catching out day in, day out. The South government that they're not saying anything about the South say the whatever they're going to say reason of the Kano to stop. I don't understand. If you say stop and the boys refuse to stop, what will happen? Will it kill them? So people are making billions of naira from insecurity. The owner of the Kano will not come and say stop making these millions. Then the boss will not say okay, I will not make again. They decrease. Now that's the thing. Just like you're telling Nigeria there should be 247 lights. The boys who are making money from supply generator, they will sabotage you now. They won't for what? Why? How? You understand? So people are making money, cashing out. Okay, look at the hotel that they destroyed some I think early this month or late last month. You understand? They said they were in Oba. You understand? So you want to go and say, okay, so if cannot say, okay, no, stop the security. That man that has invested that amount, millions of naira to build that edifice, to carry that kind of crime. You will not tell the man to like, okay, I've spent that money to commit this crime. Since Madikanu said no security, okay, I will not stop. Then all my money will not go. Sometimes people just talk out of their ear. They don't talk out of their brain this time. You hear their ear is leaking. You understand? So when people are giving you excuse, you just like we just take it for what is the way they say it because it's coming from one buzu who doesn't even think, or maybe they plan how to say it and twist it so I will believe. Then the media will shut up not to ask them, challenge them, like, look, this doesn't make sense to me. You understand? It's supposed to be like that, but everybody just said, okay, Nigeria, and we just talk, we just hear, we just smile, and we move on. Nobody will say. So if they come and tell you this and that, my brother, 100% zero. Those people are they paid on their job, and that is what the truth is.
Thank you so much. So because of our time, we have another show coming up by 6. We'll just cut it small. I get buzi and ken, so that we can get to our destination. Yes, Dr. Chim, can we hear your take? And you have 2 minutes, 4, 8, 10, 12. Yes, about 2 minutes. And Forefather is here. You know, when we talk about the issue of the Southeast, Forefather have to show up because he doesn't like the people of the Southeast. So
seriously,
defend the interests of Nigeria. Hey, you're welcome, Forefather. But let's hear from Chim, then we can come to you.
Okay, thank you. So on this issue of insecurity in the Southeast and Mazen Nnamdi Kanu and his incarceration, it's already obvious to the world. I listened to an Afenifere.
Badio, what do you feel about the fact that he said he's not looking for favor, he's looking for justice?
Yes, he will say that. But if the president decides to say we're releasing him on political grounds, political expediency, or humanitarian expediency, or whatever it is, we're suspending and releasing him. He's not going to say, please leave me in jail now. He will come out, right? So a man's got to say what he's got to say to defend his pride. So that's on one leg. The fact remains that at the judicial level, there is a ruling that he should be released, but the federal government did not abide by it. So there is already what the lawyers call a lacuna?
Lacuna.
There for him, for the government to ride on to release him. It's now dependent on whether they want to do it or not. I would simply say, let's do it. Let them release this man. Let him go his way and go and take care of himself. on the insecurity and the allusion you made to for the fact, because I've heard this, you're not the first person. Someone person has earlier said it that, okay, I think it was Kenya that said insecurity has continued, even though Simon Ekpa is now in a cell somewhere in Finland. Let me draw our mind to the apartheid struggle. When the key elements who were the face of apartheid, most importantly, Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela was not the most important person. Remember, there were other key figures who died. But of course, when he came out of prison, those people who were ahead of him in the chain of command in the ANC were already gone. Like people like the former president's father, Mbeki's father. There's another guy, I've forgotten his name now.
Steve Biko.
Steve Biko, yes, Steve Biko was peculiar and all those other. Steve Biko was not, but Steve Biko was a youth wing person. And what made Steve Biko popular was Winnie Mandela's involvement in his death. That's where Steve Biko's popularity came from. But there were some other 3 or 4 people who were ahead of Mandela. People don't seem to remember this. Mandela was not the most important person in the South African struggle. But here's the thing. When those people were in jail, they were still, remember, these things are like guerrilla warfare. Your people will come in, they will throw fire at the South African forces and all those. Those things will continue even when your key figures are in incarceration. It won't stop. So if the insecurity in the Southeast is still an IPOB thing, it's their foot soldiers who are causing it. However, I don't think the insecurity in the Southeast is necessarily an IPOB thing. There are multifarious faces in it. I believe there are people who are benefiting from insecurity across the country, whether it is in the Southwest, in the Southeast, or in the Northwest. There are elements who benefit from it. They only hide behind Fulani headsmen, IPOB, whatever you want to call it, to perpetuate those things. So I don't think that because Kano is out of the scene, or because Simon has been jailed in a Finnish prison, that will ultimately take away all the insecurity. Like Lokopi said, I don't think handling the insecurity in Nigeria is beyond our security operatives if they choose to do their jobs. If they're getting the support from the political leadership, they're giving them the tools and the necessary support to do their job. Remember, I will end here. Remember, in the Northeast, where we've had a lot of issues for a long time, there was a time a certain military officer was trying to push those people away and grind them totally, and he was hushed. They stopped him from continuing it. So that tells you that sometimes even the official institutions are culpable in some of the things that are going on. Even in the South, the oil bunkery, that we thought it was just some ragtag people doing it. Of course, even the security people who were sent there were making money and they were fueling it. So I think the issue with Nigeria is the government should really wake up, be honest with itself, give our security apparatuses the necessary tools and support they need to do their job. There should be no sacred cows. If you discover that there is any person that is prominent, that is part and parcel of the insecurity in Nigeria, go after him and take him out.
All right, thank you.
Stop creating these kinds of
we need to run. Thank you. Yes, Ndubisi. Ndubisi. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
Yes. So I think the government is just trying to stretch this non-determinist incarceration unnecessarily. If they want to prosecute him properly, they know what to do. Probably, like his lawyers have been saying, the guy has no case to answer, and they're just trying to keep him there the way they've been doing all this while with other political prisoners they've had in the past, to lord it over that way. The federal government will do as we like, but it's not helping anyone. It is giving the government a bad name, and it is further inflaming insecurity in the Southeast. Like Shim said, there are a whole gang of criminals doing all sorts of atrocities over there in the Southeast in the name of IPOB. Many of them have turned that into a big business now. And you can see what is going on in Anambra recently, and even Imo State, my own state. Even that area where the team is really charging up in Imo, also local government is my own local government. Those boys, some of them are even my community members. They just joined some people who came from Abakaliki some years back. So they are all causing all kinds of atrocities there. Though the security forces are going after them, but they don't seem to want to use the intensity that the team deserves because these was about many. Then aside that, we have all kinds of criminal activities going on all over the east, all in the name of IPOP. So they should release this man, let him go and get himself proper medical attention. I'm sure his idea of this whole thing may have changed, having spent this time in detention unjustly do. But justice should be done, like he said. They should free him. But like Shim said, if maybe the government is trying to look for a face-saving way, channel to do it, whatever the case may be, if they truly want peace to reign in the southeast and Nigeria as a whole, they should free him and other political prisoners there that are being detained here and there, both in the up north and other places. And like many of us have alluded severally here in this program, if government wants to tackle this insecurity, even the one they say is coming from the Boko Haram, that's Sambisa or whatever, or these bandits as they call them, but I call all of them terrorists, they can handle it. Somehow, I want to believe that they are benefiting from this whole saga, financially or money-wise. That's why they want to solve this problem. So they should tackle the security first and let Nigeria breathe. Meanwhile, let me say something about the investment you talked about. How can big corporations or big investors worldwide or big countries like Japan bring investments to Nigeria where there's no trust in the system, where the system is broken? Let me leave it that way.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
All right. Tony, you have 2 minutes. Unmute yourself, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. No, they can quickly. I think it's simple.
You have muted yourself again. You muted yourself, sir. I can't unmute you. Why you turn yourself?
Tony, you're muted. Tony, you're muted.
Yeah, we couldn't hear you, Mr. Tony.
Lord.
Yeah. You have your 2 minutes, please. Let's go. Okay, so let's move on because Tony seemed to have an issue. Dexter, please go ahead. Why Tony tries to sort himself out?
Okay, yeah, thank you. I think it's a no-brainer, release Nnamdi Kanu, but it just tells you the direction this government wants to go. You understand? So I don't think they will. I think for the Tinubu I know, or for the present person in government I know, he will want to get something. He will want to get something in return. And the only reason Nnamdi Kanu has not been released is because Nnamdi Kanu has not been playing ball with the government. The idea that Nnamdi Kanu, if you release him, I don't think it will change. He will gain cult status, and I think the government is trying to douse that. But the longer you keep him, the longer he gains more cult status. But I think if Nigeria really wants to grow, then release him if you don't have anything against him. That's what I would say personally. On the insecurity in the southeast and all that, the truth is that the governors are benefiting. Look, governors make money from security votes. Governors make huge money from security votes. So, insecurity is a way of making money. So I think it's not easy. Like, I think there was a movie I was watching and there was a guy that started a business and he was asking the lady like, oh, this is nice. The lady told him, look, You are saying it's nice, but you see the money, this money, the moment you start getting it, you will find it difficult to pull out. And that's what happens in Nigeria. The moment you touch that money, that's why you see good people that get into politics and you expect them to do something good and they just change. Because the moment they touch that money and they take it, the only way you will not get corrupted is if you don't touch the money. If you don't take the money, then you would probably keep your sanity. But the moment you take it, it's gone. You won't stop. It doesn't stop. And that's why you have what is happening in River State and happening all over the place. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Uzo, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. First of all, let me start from security in Southeast. It's obvious that I will tell you the truth is that since I think I talked to my people in Southeast, since the arrest of Samuel Eba, yeah, the tension about the sit at home, in the morning they will come to over the town and start shooting. People will start running all over the place. When I talk to my people, they say it's like the thing is paying off. One, but if is Samuel Eba the cause of insecurity in Nigeria, the answer is no. All right. So the cause of insecurity in Nigeria is a political undertone. It's our politicians. We all know where it's coming from. It's a battle of who controls who makes the more money. But actually, over the maybe a lot when there's insecurity, people make money. As all of us are saying here, the best way to make money faster as you think is insecurity. If it's not, how will the governor of Igbo State, who from Oluzon, and the main insecurity in the country is from his own zone. The main war theater, the main war front is from his own zone, and that's where you come from. So how can I put that together? If from Osu, that's where the main security is out. That's where the fighting is going on, and that is his own zone, and that's the major players in Imo State politics. The major players are from that zone. The lack of, I think, Rogers, them, all the major players in Imo State politics are from that same zone. And that's where the whole thing is happening. So when I look at that, I'll say something is going on. All right? I'll say something is going on. It's not just ordinary, it's IPOB, is this. It's sure there is millions of groups. There are millions of groups, ravaging, just making money, kidnapping, doing sort of things. All right. So most of them are government sponsored. You all know that. Plus the security called Ubago, who are government missionaries. We all know that. So, but in terms of Badenoch, I think releasing him is like shit water. If you release him, trouble. The more you keep him, trouble. So they prefer to hold him than releasing him in a way that releasing him. I don't think what is holding him there. They have not agreed to terms. They can't just release. We all know what man they cannot stand for. They can't just wake up one day without finding him guilty or without and just release him.
Okay.
He must have an agreement. Say, do this, do not do that. Releasing him, no, I can't be released tomorrow if you agree on the terms that brought forth. In short, I would. The issue that is this thing is coming to the States next 2 weeks.
Okay.
One of his lawyers. So I will give you a feedback. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. We would like to hear from the lawyer if you can get him across for us. Okay, let's move to Tony. Oh, sorry, not Tony now. Let's Ike, your call.
Yeah.
You have 2 minutes, Ike.
Yeah, I know. I think that it is not good for anybody that Nnamdi Kanu is still there. The more is there, the more there is high tension everywhere. And I think that's what I said the other time. The Nigerian judiciary has become a playing field, where people say and do whatever they want. Nnamdi Kanu has been released by the court for a very long time, and I decided to keep him there. It's not serving the interest of anybody. But I know that sincerely, if they release Nnamdi Kanu tomorrow, there is going to be total peace restored in the Southeast. And if anybody is trying to wish away the popularity, the personality of Nnamdi Kanu in the Southeast. They are just making a very great mistake. The governors of Eastern Nigeria know why. They know why. If I'm not accusing them, why this young man is still there. Because somebody like the governor of Imo State, where I come from, like Uzo said, is from my Olu senatorial there, where the Supreme Court governor comes from. And in his own town is where the worst of where this thing is happening. So you should be able to ask yourself a question. How can this man, with all his Ebubagu group that are kidnapping people in Imo State, that where the center of this war is going on in Imo State is in his own senatorial zone, and he cannot stop it? That would be something, a very deep reflection every one of us should be able to make in Imo State. And that's why I said here last week, the other time, that in Olu senatorial zone, you don't see any young men anymore. Everybody has gone away. Because if Ebubagu people see you dress well, you are in trouble. Every young man who goes there, those people who are working in the villages, who at the end of the day, when they go to their farm and come back and they're trying to go and enjoy themselves in the evening, they target them as IPOB members. This is the way they're killing people in Imo State. So honestly speaking, I don't think it's good for anybody. But I just pray that the government will do something. Forget about politics and release this young man, let him go, so that we can be able to find peace.
Thank you, Mr. Ike. Thank you. I appreciate that contribution. Yes, Tony, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, for Nnamdi Kanu, I think is a political solution. Just a nolly prosecution will solve it. The government federal government should have the political will to do that. For Boko Haram and the problem that we're going, I just recall quickly when Jonathan was president, there was an intel from the military. The high command of the Boko Haram were holding a meeting somewhere in the northeast with their sponsors, and so the intel came, and the military was waiting for Jonathan to give them, as the commander-in-chief, to give them the instruction. He didn't. That will have totally decimated Boko Haram. But now it's complex. The situation is complex. Again, I think the solution is a political solution because it's more complex now. And then for the Southeast, I think the key to peace in, to solve the problem of insecurity in the Southeast lies with the governors. If they can sit down, if Peter Obi could do it in Anambra, and I think they need to go and look at the template and the strategy that he used and see how they can deploy that to solve the problem. But I think the solution lies with the governors. If they can sit together, meet, and be honest about it, they will address the problem.
Thank you so much. Short and concise. Thank you. If the governors want to bring peace, they know what to do. Unfortunately, I am one of those who believe that the people in the East do not. In fact, they are enjoying the fact that Nnamdi Kanu is incarcerated. Okay, so I come finally to the forefather himself. Forefather, please, what is your take? And because you've not spoken this way, so I give you 5 minutes to tell us, touch on all the points you need to make, but you have 5 minutes. It's not going to extend more than 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you for that, KJ. Greetings to all the panelists, to the chat and the viewers. I don't know necessarily what triggered the conversation. I think it's about stay at home or something like that in the Southeast that they are talking about recently. I think I saw some news regarding that. Regarding Nnamdi Kanu's issue, the Nigerian government is playing politics with it now, isn't it? So, and they are using it as a leverage to somehow, in case they need him to calm situations or whatever, they are trading him. And it reminds me of the way they used Isaac Adagaboro too. Because when he suited them, they put him in prison. Then when it was the Civil War, they released him to be against the Southeast. Similar stuff is going on here. They are using him as a political pawn. And when I look at the way they behave, the government behaves versus the way Nnamdi Kanu behaves, then the people are stuck in the middle of all of this. You see the same pattern everywhere. If you look at what is going on in Congo and Rwanda right now, the Congolese president are useless. The Rwandan government are useless. They are all creating chaos for their people. In the end, the people in the middle are the ones suffering for the nonsense that they are doing. And when I say this, sometimes when people don't like it, when I see someone like Nnamdi Kanu, I see the government, I see them as the same people. It's the same type of forces that are causing all the problems for us. That the Southeast and the South have not known peace, and the North, in terms of the Boko Haram people, have not known anything. The government themselves are useless. They refuse to do anything to solve it. Why do you not blame all of them? I don't know why we spare any of them the blame. Imagine if you are in a distressful situation and you have two people that are supposed to help you, both of them start causing problems while you are drowning. You plague on both of their houses. That's how I look at it, because both of them are causing problems. All they are not creating solutions. And if they have been okay, they were just arguing for a short period of time. That's a different thing. They've been doing this. They've been playing this game forever. If it's not Nnamdi Kanu, it's the Niger Delta this thing. If it's not the Niger Delta this thing, it's the Boko Haram. If it's not there's always something. And in the end, what is the outcome for all of us? Suffer ahead, suffer ahead, suffer ahead. It never ends. Now we go to Kemi Badenoch. That one, I think. You see, this issue that this the law she passed, most Nigerians think that he's targeting Nigerians. I don't think she's targeting Nigerians necessarily. Maybe she is, but it doesn't matter. The point is that she is not insulting Nigerians. The one what I had against her was that she kept attacking Nigerians on the Nigerian state itself, or I just feel like that bitter nature is just wrong. But what she's doing now is British politics. And she's not the first person to advocate, extending the period that it takes you to become citizens. In the UK, there was a time it was shorter to become a citizen just because of long stay. And I think one of the conservative government increased it to 10 years. I think now it's almost 20 years you can get that just for long stay. So she is now even making it the official one to take up to 15 years. So it's not new that they play that kind of politics. So that's not new. If you start blaming her for that, then she cannot do politics of the conservatives in the UK. That's their politics. What I had against her was that she kept badmouthing Nigeria specifically. It's like, what has Nigeria got to do with the UK? Stop bringing us into your politics. That's my issue with her. So that is that on that one. Regarding the creation of states in Nigeria, the instinct is just to throw it out, isn't it? You just throw everything that everybody, which I'm probably sympathetic to, throw all the nonsense out, because what is the point of trying to create more states when you cannot even organize the ones that you've got this properly? But because I'm also of the persuasion that the closer you get power to the people, the better it is. And who cares about what the world is doing? We have to invent our own ways out of these things. I'm also sympathetic to new ways of doing things that have never been done before. If somebody wants to create smaller states, makes the state smaller, it means that the power will be closer to the people. We like to say that our governors control so many things. Well, what if they split the state into 2 or 3 and they make it smaller? Then you'll be closer to your governors. Sooner or later, every street will be a state. Every street will be a state. And then you don't have any excuse for not holding your representatives accountable anymore. So from that point of view, I tend to be sympathetic to it. But we all know that the bigger issue is that it may not make any difference anyway, because we have not gotten to a point whereby we feel empowered enough to hold our elected officials accountable. And I also think that we probably need to find a more representative way of governing ourselves that takes the power from the center. I really don't like the fact that there are too many powerhouses. You have to go to one Obi, you have to go to one Oni, or Imam, or whoever you have to go to. The power should belong to the people, and everybody should be represented at all times. That kind of government fosters stability, because if you have stability, then you can worry about other things. So in the next 2 years now, it's going to be all politics in Nigeria, and you are going to see all the divisions rise up again, and we are going to be here to see it happen now. So those type of things, it shouldn't be happening. We have other things, bigger fishes to fry, to develop our environment and stop our people running to the UK and Kemi Badenoch passing laws that gives us a heartburn, all that kind of stuff. We don't need all that drama. So that's how I would leave it. I just hope that we start supporting more systems that empowers the people. I don't have any natural instinct to just be against creating more states. I don't have any natural instinct about. For me, I just feel like everybody needs to be represented. I support a presidential council system where all the regional regions of the country, political regions of the country, are represented in the center at all times. The president should be of the 6 regions. One person representing them on each of the year. They will just choose one person and they all make decisions together. That's how it's supposed to be, and everybody will feel represented. So thank you for the time. I know I'm taking my 5 minutes.
You have taken
what? KJ, I have a question for you, please, before we round up.
Yes, sir.
How many years does it take for one to become a citizen in the US?
It's 10 years.
How many?
10.
10.
Yes.
And the Britain now, Kemi is saying 15.
It's dependent on the process you take.
Yes.
Uzo, you want to put more answer to that?
How's it 10 years?
That's what I said. It depends on the process that you take.
Officially, it's 10 years. Officially, it's 10 years. But depending on the process that you take, mine was 13 years, but it officially was 10 years, and I have a reason why it was 13 years.
Okay. It depends. The good thing about the US is that they have many processes. It's not one way alone that leads to the market in the US. There are many ways. So
okay. Let me ask: if you
sorry,
marry
5 years. 5 years. Sorry, I made a mistake. I was talking about immigration. It takes you 5 years. 5 years, not 10 years. That's a mistake. I was talking about immigration. If you're looking for an immigrant visa, it takes you 10 years. But for citizenship, 5 years.
Okay, if you legally married an American, it takes you 5 years.
No, that's no.
So that's why I said it has many ways that leads to it, and all of them have their own duration. But we're not going to go into that because if we do,
from 3 years, though, I see somebody 3 years, 4 years, so it depends. Depending
yeah, if you join the military, it can facilitate your. There are so many scenarios.
Yes.
Not the military is a year.
Can we just move on? Because those who join the military, I know somebody who got it within a year, everything. So, but that's not what they're going to say.
I know someone in a year.
We have a program coming up in the next 10 minutes, so we want to give them an opportunity to set up and be able to ready for that to go. I want to appreciate every one of you who have been, and Local P, it's good to see you. It's good that you also showed up. NDBC, it's also good to see you. Uzo, it's good to see you and have your contribution. Thank you, Mr. Ike. Thank you, Tony. Even though we don't agree in most places, when I have to do with American politics, but I love your politics. So I'm a free-minded person, so it doesn't matter. Your contributions are well valid, and I want to appreciate that. Thank you also, Father. I like how you also bring in a variety of understanding and information for everybody. It's an open forum. It's nobody's, nobody has the right whose idea is all and all. No, you all contribute and we all join with it. As long as we are join, we'll always be at peace with one another. The only time becomes difficult is when we're not talking. And I thank you for all your contribution. Until, let me not say until, please, if you can, wait for the next broadcast, which will start at 6. And it will be Dr. Adama and Tokwe that will be handling that. It's an interesting live experience. Thank you, Mr. NBC. It's an interesting discourse also. You don't have to put on your camera. So you can all even be behind and be doing your stuff and still be discussing on that or listening to it. I invite all of you to it. And until then, God keep you till we meet next week, Saturday. Bye-bye.
Where are you?
What do you mean where I am? I'm here.
Are you there? Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
think he's going to end the show now. Is he not going to end the show?
I'm not seeing you.
You're not seeing me. I
No.
don't know now. I can't help your camera. I'm right.
Forefathers, I've not seen you for a while.
I've been busy a bit.
Our heroes past shall never